I guess coming from the state of Vermont, Massachusetts is insane in how much control they exert over mutual aid agreements. So they're very specific. They can only, there's certain triggers that you have to pull. The requesting agency needs to like do stuff. So while we have those agreements with Northfield PD, which is actually covers multiple cities, ironically, I have a mutual aid agreement with Hinsdale PDs because I have a mutual aid agreement with Northfield. If that makes sense. It's because we request them specifically to come, and they're not able to come until that request is made. I can't speak as to whether the state police have those mutual aid agreements or not, but we've certainly taken advantage of them. The agency that has supported us the most, aside from the state police, Bratt Police Department. They have done this town a lot of solids. They've responded to emergencies as they've come about, because like I said, Vermont, hey, there's a really bad problem and we need somebody there now. We start pushing resources, similar to the fire and EMS mutual aid system. We just push resources from where they are and we pay it back later. Bratt PD asked for assistance when they had the protests that shut down downtown, and we said, this is an easy one, and we provided mutual aid to them because they always have our back. So I can't say enough for the support that Brattleboro PD's given to this town, and not to minimize the other towns. It's just that Brattleboro PD does respond very quickly, and sometimes they'll even self-activate.
So if we had residents that were calling and being told that somebody was on vacation, now I'm curious about the contracted amount. Because you had said that you based that on a 2,000 hour, but it could have been 2,080, and I understand that's there, but now I am curious how that contract would be based this year, what that total amount would be.
So the language of our contract, regardless of the hours, goes for an average number of hours, because unfortunately I can't control how much time we expend on any given call. So let's say it's 7 hours, 55 minutes, and the motor vehicle crash happens. Guys, I'm a pumpkin, we don't want that. So there's days where that 8-hour day turned into a 9.5-hour day. So what we try to do, and really it's more of a management issue for me, is make sure that we try to stay as close to that average of 40 hours a week.
And I understand that. I'm just curious because you had said that Vernon may be different and those vacations may be covered. So now I'm curious if that is the case or not.
So the two parts, and if I misspoke, I do apologize. I try to keep my contracts for patrol services as close to the same as possible, because when we start talking about what's on page 3 of the contract, without it in front of me, I might not be able to answer it as finitely, and I made a statement that might not be accurate. So I do apologize if I miscommunicated. I do recall that being a part of a discussion. I'm not sure if that's what actually made it into the contract, in terms of the reason that the hours are there, and that the town wanted 2,080. When we approve vacation time for deputies, and this is of all deputies, we do review where the towns are at. And I recall at least 2 instances where, as a result of some death investigations, where we provided scene security until the state police detective could come and actually perform the death investigation, because I think there are 3 going on at one time, we ended up overshooting. And so as that increases, we say, okay, let's back off a little. So instead of doing 40 hours a week, we might do 35 hours a week. In this case, the initial call that I had with Michelle was regarding what my dispatch was saying. Ultimately, I need them to say that. They're not here, and so that's why it's going to be a green car instead of a white car. But the trying to do that, sometimes going back to saying irregular schedules, well, I don't have the person on today, they're on vacation, because people want Dave. They'll even call asking for him by first name. Where's Dave? We need him. He's on vacation. So while Dave's on vacation, coming out at 6 at night was Chris. And Chris was coming out and working some shifts. I don't know if it was that week specifically, but
it was. I remember Chris being the one being on when Dave was on vacation.
Yeah, so we do push it around, because it was communicated to us that while during the school hours were important, variation was desired. And we try to do what we can to do that.
Okay. My one little question turned into like 20-minute discussion.
It's good.
Or, so,
Just the tip of the iceberg.
all right. We have anything else for Sheriff Anderson before we let him go? All right. You're all set.
Thanks for posting my bail.
Thanks for coming in.
No, thank you.
All right, last one. Shall the voters eliminate the office of lister and authorize the select board to appoint an assessor as provided by Title 17 VSA 265C, understanding that currently elected listers will serve out their current terms? If yes, shall the voters authorize the legislative body to establish a 5-member board of listers to hear assessment, grievances, and appeals? So the reason that this was even brought about is we haven't had anybody even running for lister. So at some point, that's gonna be a problem. That we don't have anybody paying attention to the job of the listers, and we all know that our 2 wonderful listers that we currently have right now are wanting to step away from that position and go into full retirement. So we need to have a backup plan. So there was, I think I had talked to Sandy about it, and she had mentioned that, you know, there might be somebody interested to run for election this year. We heard the same thing last year and it never came to fruition. So I guess my thought behind this particular article is if we have folks running for election, we'll know that by the time we get to town meeting, and we can just say this article is, you know, you need to defeat this article because we have people running for election.
You'd know that before town meeting anyway.
Yes.
Before this has to go to print.
Would we know it before it has to go to print? I don't know the timelines.
We would know it before it has to go to print, but unless you want me to call you that next day for a special meeting to get you to sign the warrant, then logistically, it might be difficult to pull it at the last second.
I think it's just
I think I
easier
have
for
3
us
days.
to, I think it's just
Roughly.
easier for us to
Petitions
say,
are due.
we have
It
people
wouldn't-
running,
Has to be posted.
Right.
we don't need this.
And I will say that I talked to Carol Hammond, our lister, very extensively about this. And part of the concern is she has a wealth of knowledge on that position. And it'd be great if she could share that with somebody before it's last minute, all of a sudden she's gone and somebody else is coming in. So she's got 2 years left on this term, so it'd be time to get somebody in there on a part-time basis that could maybe step into her role in 2 years when she doesn't run again.
Chris, makes sense? Jeff? I agree. Sandy? Jean? Okay.
So that's basically like hiring someone to do it.
Yes, yeah, it becomes an appointed position instead of an elected position as an assessor, but then we would have a 5-member board of listers, which would be non-hired, they would be volunteers that would take care of the hearing of grievances and appeals.
Okay, so that would be one assessor would be hired,
Correct.
and then, okay. got
And
it.
then we would have a board of,
Or to do the
yeah,
grievances
to
and
do
appeals.
grievances,
Okay.
so, makes sense? Then
Yes.
hopefully
Yes,
we
if
have
everybody runs.
a ton of people run and it works out, but this is our backup plan. Good?
Yes.
Okay. We don't have any old business. Public participation on non-agenda items. Seeing none.
Jeff, sorry.
Yeah.
Somebody mentioned to me, and I'm just gonna mention it to you guys, because you are you guys, that there was some flags down laying on the ground. Do we know who's going to take care of, the flags that are on the
The
road?
flags that are illegally put up every year?
Yes.
Yes.
Historians.
Yes, they are. Along 142, they are illegally put
No,
up.
they've had permission from the owners of the poles.
It has nothing to do with the town whatsoever.
didn't know.
The
Somebody
flags
asked me.
the flags that are down typically get brought into the town office and we take care of them until the
Until-
people that put them up
Okay.
come around.
Somebody just asked me
but-
who was in charge of doing something when the flags were down, and I'm like, I don't know.
I have no idea. It
Okay.
has no tie to the town whatsoever.
I just thought I'd ask you, and
We should put them up.
Yeah,
Yeah.
somebody should be.
Somebody typically picks them up and brings them into the town office and
I
they
did.
get collected,
I did
so.
that a couple of years ago.
Yeah.
There's one down in Bonner, I brought it in.
Yeah.
I stopped.
I haven't seen any down this year,
See
so,
them pick 'em up.
I've seen a few down.
okay. But yeah, if you see them, PSA, if you see a down flag, please bring it
Yeah.
into the town office and we will get them back to the folks that do that, whoever that is.
Yeah, just like-
Okay.
Okay,
Yeah, they've changed everything.
all right. Correspondence and town admin report, please.
Okay, so I have a big report, sorry. So I think I emailed everybody today or yesterday with, the letter from the Office of the Attorney General, who has asked, that we consider joining the negotiation class that involves the opioid-related litigation, the federal, on a federal level. And so we're currently included in that class action suit automatically. I'm pretty sure every county and municipality in the United States is included. However, you have the option to opt out. If we want to opt out of that, I need to send them paperwork by November 22nd, so what is your pleasure?
It's not anything that costs us anything, so.
Taking money. for a
It's what?
reason. I have a very bad moral issue with this, but that doesn't matter. I think it's stealing if you win a class action lawsuit like this, but that's just my personal opinion. But that's totally personal. Nobody at this table would agree with me at that, I'm sure.
I understand what you're saying.
Yeah,
Yeah. I mean, if you're not impacted, why should you take money?
that's exactly correct. Thank you.
Well, that's true, I mean, but I don't know how the money gets divided out.
It may
Or
never
whatever.
come as cash, it may just be forcing them to do
To do
education in schools,
things.
or you don't know what it is.
Think there's
right?
anybody around that isn't affected by it. We see it daily. Every one of us is affected by that.
No, I'm not saying we're affected or we're not affected, I don't agree with being part of the suit, that's all, as the town of Vernon. I'm not saying whether we're affected or not. Because I think you're right, we are affected, every one of us is, you track down Town Brattleboro, you see it. So,
I just see it as further push to make those companies accountable for what's gone on.
Sad to say that's what it takes.
I'm just glad I don't have your job.
okay, keep going.
So we're sitting, so nothing, do nothing? Is that where we left that?
Yeah.
Stand, okay.
So stand.
And the audit for fiscal year 2019 has begun. Cindy, she left. Cindy was saying she's working with the auditors now. I did provide you all with a copy of the management letter that was provided to us last year. We have done no action on that whatsoever, so I would, since we're starting the new one, I would assume that they may be asking questions about what we've done with that. There's no reason, it's just, if you wanna move forward with anything on that management letter, let me know, we'll have to get it on the agenda and get it moving soon. Otherwise, we'll let the auditors know when they come to do the next one, because I would assume they would say the same thing, that you've decided to go in whatever direction, that you've decided not to take action on it. Either way is fine, just funnel your ideas to me, sooner rather than later. Okay, and the auditor is scheduled to visit us on December 7th, which I think Cindy said. Project.
7th to the 17th.
17th, sorry. Project Feed the Thousands has begun. We do have a collection bin in the town office, the lobby of the town office. It's there all year. And Tim, our town clerk, regularly takes that food down to our own Bread of Life pantry here in Vernon. So all of those donations do stay local. Included in your packet, did we already talk about the transportation cost for Pay As You Throw? You had asked me to come up with that information at the last meeting. So I did include that in your packet. Do you need any clarification on that?
So just to recap, just because I don't know that I think everybody was here, but maybe not. The gentleman from Triple T mentioned that, we didn't have to cover transportation by statute. That is incorrect. Both Michelle and Bob had the state look into it as well. Somebody that he's familiar with in the solid waste industry, that information was incorrect. We absolutely have to cover the transportation and fees.
Just to give you a heads up, Valco is in contact with our lister and assorted attorneys, and that is moving forward. Or it's not moving forward until we get more information. That one. I did meet with Tom Simmons from the US Census Bureau regarding that process, which is about to begin here in Vernon. They're doing it a little differently. Trying to get as many local participants to work for the census as possible. It's apparently going to be a very short form this year, so.
Get ready for the Facebook.
And it's it's online training if anybody wants to apply for that position, but they're really hoping to get local faces to deal with local people.
Did they
That
tell
would be
you
great.
that like, somebody was today in the library for people to come in and apply for the jobs, and they'll be back again, I wanna say December 5th,
No, you didn't tell me that.
from 1 to 3:30, for anybody that wants to apply and ask questions about that.
I think it's like $16 an hour, isn't it?
$16.50.
Yeah, that's a good deal.
I'm
You
in.
make your own
Yeah, no
hours.
kidding.
And again, they're really trying to get the local people to deal with their neighbors
I don't think
instead
either of
of
us would get
strangers
very
knocking on
well
doors.
received.
That's not true.
The farmland preservation project with Vermont Farm was featured in the Land Trust newsletter this month. Sky Solar, who is the current owner of the landfill solar project that we have our net metering agreement with, is changing hands, changing ownership. So more information on that as I receive it. And lastly, I had spoke with Dave Walker, our road foreman, about applying for the alternative transportation grant this year. And it looks like it's something that we do have a project that we can benefit from a great deal of funding, and wanted your go-ahead to work on that project with him. It will take some time, but it's a significant amount of money that could be on the line. And would have to have it on the next agenda because a public meeting is required to accept that application process.
What is it?
What's the
What's
project?
alternative?
It would be a culvert. That's what we're a culvert.
That's alternative transportation.
It also
You stay on top of the road instead
Yeah.
of in the ditch.
Just get in a kayak in.
It's wildlife transportation is really,
Oh,
it's
I
wildlife
see.
preservation,
Oh,
and
to
it's
let them-
environmental
It's for the brook
stewardship,
trout.
so that stormwater
Culvert rats.
stays where it's supposed to and it doesn't go in the river. So
Okay.
culverts are important, they're our friends, and so that's what we'll be writing the grant for is the Tyler Hill culvert.
And you're looking for a go-ahead from us?
So moved.
Second.
And that's
Okay. Great. Upcoming meetings, next regular meeting is November.
Did that need
We're
a?
gonna get that.
Yeah.
You don't really need a motion.
It didn't need
for
a,
that.
it didn't need a vote.
It didn't need a
Everybody's okay with
We need a
it?
motion,
Yes.
we need a motion at the
Yeah.
next meeting.
Yeah,
So we
it's
don't need
okay
a
for-
motion,
Okay.
we'll get rid of this motion.
Yeah, we'll need one at the next meeting.
General consensus is yes.
Yes.
All right. Upcoming meetings, regular meeting on the 19th, budget workshop on the 20th. We are adjourned.
Good morning. My name is Technical Sergeant Joshua Thomas, and I will be joined by my co-MC, Technical Sergeant Jenna Burley. We are delighted to have you join us this morning. The Green Mountain Boys are the first in the Air National Guard to fly the F-35s. Today, we celebrate this accomplishment and the airmen of the 158th Fighter Wing. Assembled at the rear of the hangar is the Hannaford Volunteer Fife and Drum Corps, named after Captain Nathaniel Hannaford, a drummer who fought during the War of 1812. Since the Revolutionary War, Vermonters have answered the nation's call. The dedicated and professional airmen of the 158th Fighter Wing always stand ready. Without further ado, it is my distinct honor to present the men and women of the Green Mountain Boys. In addition to those entering, no more than 1,000 feet away are the remainder of our finest watching live.
Please rise.
Ladies and gentlemen, please stay standing for the arrival of the official party. Please remain standing for the presentation of the colors by the 158th Fighter Wing Honor Guard and the Hannaford Fife and Drum Corps, as well as the singing of the national anthem by the Mount Abraham Union High School A Cappella Choir, Sweet Transition.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Please be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Brigadier General Greg Knight, the Adjutant General of the Vermont National Guard.
Good morning. Now surely, with a day as auspicious as this, we could do a little better. Good morning. There we go. So I was talking with Colonel Smith a little while ago, just wondering, can you bring up the snow barn? Hey, how we doing? I was just wondering, you're not that far away. If you all made enough noise, could we actually hear you? How we doing? No, it was worth a try. We tried. Welcome, everybody. What a tremendous day for us. Today, my comments will be succinct. It's a tremendous day for our Guard and for Guard Nation, and I'm certainly proud to be a part of it. Of all the people we recognize today, our leaders, our supporters, our community stakeholders, by far the most significant attendees today are our airmen. Your work ethic, your pride in service, your consistent excellence, and dedication to our nation made today possible. You make the aircraft fly, so thank you. At this time, it's my privilege to recognize the members of our official party, the Honorable Phil Scott, Governor of the state of Vermont, the Honorable Patrick Leahy, United States Senator from Vermont, Mr. Greg Ulmer, Vice President and General Manager of the F-35 program for Lockheed Martin Aeronautics. General Joseph Langell, Chief, National Guard Bureau. Lieutenant General Scott Rice, Director of the Air National Guard. And Colonel David Smith, Commander of the 158th Fighter Wing, Vermont Air National Guard. I'd also like to recognize a number of our honored guests in attendance today. If you would please hold your applause until I work through the list here. Former Governor of Vermont, the Honorable Jim Douglas, U.S. Ambassador of the International Civil Aviation Organization, the Honorable Thomas Carter, Vice President, Customer Requirements, Lockheed Martin Aeronautics, General Retired Gary North, Senior Enlisted Advisor to the Chief of the National Guard Bureau, Command Sergeant Major Chris Kepner, Lieutenant General Retired Michael Doobie, former Deputy Commander, U.S. Northcom, and former Vermont Adjutant General. Lieutenant General Retired Harry Bud Wyatt, former Director of the Air National Guard. Major General Michael Degnan, National Guard Assistant to the Commander, Air Combat Command. Major General Retired Donald J. Shepard, former Director of the Air National Guard. Air National Guard Command Chief, Chief Master Sergeant Ronald Anderson. Director of the F-35 Integration Office, Brigadier General David Abba. And representing the F-35 Lightning II Joint Program Office, Brigadier General Donald Cothern, Assistant Program Director for Development. I'd also like to introduce our Vermont National Guard senior leadership, Assistant Adjutant General of Vermont, Ken Gregg. Brigadier General Craig Campbell. Brigadier General Stephen Lambrecht. Brigadier General David Manfredi, Brigadier General Richard LaBelle, State Command Sergeant Major Nathan Chipman, State Command Chief, Chief Master Sergeant Brian Marchessault, Wing Command Chief, Chief Master Sergeant Darren Mousy, and unfortunately not in attendance today is Chief Warrant Officer 5 Jim Woodworth. He's our Command Chief Warrant Officer. And please also join me in recognizing all of our other general officers and senior enlisted leaders in attendance. I'm also honored to recognize our many members from our State House and Senate in attendance, our distinguished civic leaders and community partners who continue to offer their ongoing support of the Vermont Air National Guard. We're deeply indebted to you for your faith in the work our airmen do here, and are honored to work alongside you to continue to carry out the mission of the Vermont Air National Guard. To our many retired members of the Vermont National Guard in attendance, thank you for all you've done. And finally, to our airmen, again, we're here because of you and your accomplishments. Thank you for what you do and continue to do through your service to the Guard, for Vermont, and this great nation. Thank you. Distinguished guests, please join me in welcoming the Honorable Philip B. Scott to the podium.
Well, good afternoon. What a beautiful day in Vermont for so many different reasons. I want to thank General Knight, Lieutenant General Rice, Colonel Smith, and their teams for the opportunity to be here to celebrate the official arrival of the F-35s to Vermont. I also want to thank National Guard Bureau Chief General Langal, as well as Lockheed Martin Aeronautics Vice President Greg Ulmer. And last, but certainly not least, thank you, Senator Leahy, for your steadfast support of the F-35s from the very beginning and through the entire process. Your commitment to our state and our nation is much appreciated. So thank you very much. When I think about the Vermont National Guard, immediately I feel a sense of pride. Whether it's the 86th Brigade or the Green Mountain Boys, the common denominator is the quality of the people and the sense of service to country before self. This in itself makes the Guard one of Vermont's most valuable assets. And there's more, because today we're here to highlight the Air National Guard, who have been essential in strengthening our position in the aerospace economy and helping us in our work to attract suppliers and manufacturers. For decades, the Air Guard has served Vermont and our nation with distinction. And it's because of this leadership that Vermont is the first National Guard unit to receive this next generation technology. For me, I think about my friend, Brian Doobie, who's here today, telling about his day on September 11th, 2001, when our F-16s flew over Ground Zero and stood ready to engage and defend against any and all who sought to do further harm. An image that best defines just how important this organization is to the defense of our nation, our values, and our way of life. It's also not lost on me the tremendous sacrifices of the men and women of our Guard. You, who step forward to serve our country, are among the best we have. You often put your lives on hold, get sent thousands of miles away in order for us, here at home, to be able to enjoy the privilege of living in the greatest country on earth. Members of our Guard travel to far corners of the globe, away from their families and friends, missing dinners, sports games, recitals, birthdays, anniversaries, and holidays. You put your lives on hold and on the line for the greater good, and your families are sacrificing as well. But you do so for our nation and for us. So for that, we are forever grateful. And we're also grateful to have you here in Vermont. The arrival of these aircraft marks the beginning of an important new chapter. The Air Guard and the F-35 are an essential part of enhancing the vibrancy and vitality of the region and the state. And I'm proud that Vermont will continue to play such a significant role in the defense of our nation and our community. To the members of the 158th Fighter Wing, it's your excellence, your track record, and your exemplary service that made Vermont a candidate for this mission. So job well done. I know I speak for all Vermonters when I say thank you for all your efforts on our behalf. Again, it's my honor to be here today to mark this important occasion and new mission for Vermont. Thank you so much for having me.
Please welcome our next speaker, the Honorable Patrick Leahy, United States Senator from Vermont.
Not a bad day. Yeah, it's when Marcel and I left our home in Vermont in Middlesex, and this is what we said as we drove over. But I think it's a privilege to be here today. General Engel, thank you for coming to Vermont. Governor Scott, thank you very much for what you had to say. I'm so proud to have you here as our Governor and Commander-in-Chief. Brigadier General Knight, thank you. We keep in touch all the time, and I appreciate that. And all the other distinguished leaders who are here. But I hope all of you will let me say that I especially want to say hello to the men and women, my fellow Vermonters, who are going to be operating the most advanced aircraft ever designed. I'm as proud to stand among you today as I was that day in December when the Air Force first announced that Vermont Air National Guard has been selected as the first National Guard unit in the country to fly the F-35A. Now, that applause is for all of you, and you deserve it. I've advocated fiercely in Washington for a national defense strategy that works in both diplomacy and development abroad, but also the ability to defend our home against any threat we may face. I think most Vermonters agree, as I do, that as a nation, we need an air defense. We need an Air Force. We need technology that keeps us ahead of the rest of the world. Now, technology has changed dramatically since the F-16 was designed. I still thank then Colonel Mike Doobie, who took me for a ride. I survived, and in one of the few two-seaters of the F-16s. You don't have a two-seater of this, darn it. But I I think of the F-35 as the next era of air defense. It's aircraft of the future, but as a Vermonter, I am proud that my fellow Vermonters are leading the way. I supported this basing because I believe in you. I believe that you are the best. And I believe as part of our community, you bring our Vermont values to the Air Force. You're hardworking, you're creative, you're dedicated to serving others. You always strive to improve, but you also have abilities that shine throughout the country. Among you serve some of the best in the country, with incredible records as those who do the maintaining of our aircraft. The ability to make impossible deployments happen. Remember how fast you deployed over New York City after 9/11. And you have award-winning top pilots among you. We Vermonters, even before our state was accepted into the Union, you are doing the same. You will accept the enormous responsibility of defending our nation. As Vermont Guard has so many times before, you will fly this new aircraft with excellence. You will lead with excellence. You will reflect Vermont values. You make our state very proud. You will make the United States of America proud. I thank you.
At this time, we would like to share with you a brief video showcasing the importance of the Air National Guard to Vermont and the transformational capabilities the F-35 will deliver to our men and women in uniform.
We're a couple of weeks out from what we call peak leaf peeping season, so that's when we do see a lot of tourists come into the state of Vermont, but a lot of changes going on around the base at that time, not only with the foliage, but obviously with the new aircraft coming in.
I grew up in Vermont, up in the Northeast Kingdom, which we call it around here, and I had, in college, I got the bug to serve. So 31 years ago this month, actually in a couple days.
The Guard is very family oriented. We are around each other for better or worse with our squadron mate. So I'm flying back with the squadron commander, which is Lieutenant Colonel Scrappy Merrick. I know his family well. He knows mine. We're great friends that go way back, and I think that's really just a testament to the Air National Guard and what a tight-knit family we really are. I love flying the F-35. It is a great aircraft. It's just an exponential leap in technology.
Internally, what matters is the displays and the avionics compared to the F-16 is it's like going from just learning to walk to being in space. I mean, the advancement in technology is phenomenal.
The big difference, I would say, is how smart the F-35 really is. It flies, it comes down, and it tells you pretty much what is wrong with it when it shuts down. It'll tell you pretty much whatever you need to fix on it.
The jet's like a big sponge. It absorbs everything it sees and hears and displays it to you in a very user-friendly format to understand everything that's going on around you, unlike anything I've ever seen before.
It's a tactical game changer to have all that available to you in such a pilot-friendly environment. You really are, with your signature management, with those stealth characteristics, they have no awareness that you're there in many cases.
I've been on the receiving end of this in the F-16 trying to find the F-35s, and you just can't. And now that I'm on the F-35 side of things, it's a lot more fun.
You definitely feel like we've tied one hand behind the enemy's back and they're trying to fight us in an unfair fight. And that's obviously, as a fighter pilot, where you want that fight to be as unfair as it can get.
We We are here today to celebrate the first two F-35s landing in Vermont. There's been, over the decades, just a lot of pieces have fallen into place to be able to put us in position, the Air National Guard, to be ready for this right now.
The flight line is the center of gravity. That's where we all come together. We all come as one team to make this jet ready for each flight.
Vermonters should be really proud about this team here. You know, Vermonters are hard workers and really dedicated, and we've shown that. You know, that's the reason the F-35s are here. And it will provide defense for this country that the F-16 couldn't do. And it really allows us to be on the front edge of technology and flying. Being fielded in the Air National Guard concurrently and proportionally with the Air Force, and as a total force, with the Guard right there as full partners in this new mission, that's huge for the Guard. It secures our future. When you look out to the next, 4 to 5 decades, the F-35 secures our ability to execute our federal mission and our state mission. That's really important to this country, really important to Vermonters.
Please join me in welcoming to the stage Mr. Greg Ulmer, Vice President and General Manager, F-35 Program, Lockheed Martin Aeronautics.
What a beautiful day. If you can't feel the electricity, you're not breathing. Colonel Smith, we've got some new iron. We've got some more iron coming. So just thinking to fast forward another 9 months or so, there'll be 20 F-35s here. And we're very, very proud to be a part of this. Good morning, and thank you all for the invitation to speak at this incredible milestone for the Vermont Air National Guard. And thank you to our military, our government, our community, and industry officials who are here with us today celebrating this important milestone. To Senator Leahy, Governor Scott, General Lingle, Lieutenant General Rice, Brigadier General Knight, and Colonel Smith, it's my pleasure and honor to be with you here today, celebrating this historic occasion, thanking you for all you do in support of not only the F-35, but in support of the National Guard, and of course, in support of our nation. The history of the Green Mountain Boys spans 3 centuries of dedication and selfless service. From your humble beginnings at the Revolutionary War to F-16s, as you've heard this morning, patrolling our skies on 9/11. The Green Mountain Boys have a legacy of keeping our nation safe. Today is truly a change of the Guard, and I am proud that the Green Mountain Boys spent the last 33 years safeguarding our skies in the F-16, and I'm even more proud as your new era begins today with the F-35. We are honored to provide the Vermont Air National Guard with an exceptional leap in technology. The F-35 is the most advanced fighter ever built, providing our men and women in uniform with the capabilities to accomplish any mission, but more importantly, it ensures that you come home after each and every mission, no matter the threat. You deserve the most advanced technology, and now with the F-35, you have that advantage. Today, I congratulate you on your new chapter. Your years of hard work have prepared you and your team to receive the fighter of the future. This is a monumental accomplishment that you achieved through your commitment, hard work, and excellence. Your efforts paved the way for the Air National Guard, which has plans for more than 300 F-35s in the future across more than 15 Air National Guard bases. And lastly, I would like to say thank you from the bottom of my heart. Thank you to all the men and women in uniform who are here today, that will be here tomorrow, and who selflessly serve our nation. We are so deeply grateful for your service, and we are so proud to support your nation. Congratulations on this compliment. I very much look forward to seeing you in our skies. Thank you.
It is now my honor to welcome General Joseph Lengel, Chief of the National Guard Bureau.
Well, good day, everyone. It is indeed an honor for me to be here. Governor Scott, Senator Mrs. Leahy, General Mrs. Knight, Colonel Smith, to Command Chiefs, Command Sergeant Majors, honored guests, ambassadors, friends, the Green Mountain Boys, men and women of the Vermont National Guard. Hello in the snow barn, wherever you are, whatever direction that is. I could not be more proud to be here, and frankly, it's all been said, it just hasn't been said by me. So if you will allow me for just 1 second to say that, you know, Senator Leahy, this is such an important day, and I know it's a long time coming. It's you know, the part you played and all the elected leaders and all of this unit played in this day, it really is, it is remarkable. You know, I owe, and the National Guard owes Senator Leahy great gratitude for elevating the position of the Chief of the National Guard Bureau to the Joint Chiefs of Staff. And with that, it is my hope that we can continue to grow, maybe more than 300, Mr. Ulmer and the F-35 realm. But it is indeed a great honor to be here, and this state has contributed long and often punches well above its weight in terms of its contribution to the national defense, and it has since the beginning of our nation history. And it's only proper and appropriate that the Vermont National Guard and the 158th Fighter Wing be the first recipient of the F-35 in the National Guard. I do want to start off and recommend that the long history and track record of this organization, and as an F-16 pilot, I must think back to the 30 years of the F-16 and the role that it played in our national defense, and the role that this organization played in using it to support not just in 9/11, but even more recently on its rather no-notice deployment to the Middle East in 2017, when people thought the Guard needed long lead time and long notice time, that in a matter of weeks from notification, this organization had packed up and flown to the Middle East and helped defend our nation against counter-terrorists and ISIS. And it was an amazing thing that said a lot about the Guard and a lot about this unit. And, you know, as this airplane and in the F-16, as much as I love it, you know, the Air Force does three main things. And if you're the United States Air Force, you are responsible to surveil the planet. Know what's there, know the threats, know everything about the environment in which we might fight. And the second thing it does is the United States Air Force allows the United States of America to project power, to range the planet, to take our capabilities and to go when and where our nation needs it to go. And the third thing it does is it provides option to the national authorities and the leaders of the United States to hold any point on this planet at risk of attack. Should some enemy need to be attacked by our nation, this platform behind me has replaced the F-16. The F-16 can no longer guarantee that for our nation. But combined with our ability to surveil the planet, combined with our ability to range the planet, and combined with the capabilities embodied in this amazing platform behind me, we can, if our nation needs us, hold any point on the planet at risk of attack. It is part of a bigger system. We think about air power in terms of the F-16 and the platform that most of us know and are familiar with. This is a different concept of war. This platform behind me is part of a greater architecture. It's part of air, land, sea, space, cyberspace, and undersea. It is part that brings together the way the United States is going to have to fight in the future as we execute the national defense strategy and protect our nation against future threats that we know it's going to face. And without the capabilities of this platform and the recognition that it is part of the United States Air Force as 21 fighter squadrons of General Goldfein's Air Force 55 total fighter squadrons are in the National Guard. And I look forward to the day when the next Madison, Wisconsin, and when Danley Field and the follow-on 13 bases that we heard about earlier transform themselves into fifth-generation fighters to prosecute the National Defense Strategy. I think it's incredibly important and says a lot about this organization. As I stand here and witness to this new age, I just want to say just one thing about this organization. It took a vision to see this. It took persistence, and it took a track record of sustained, excellent performance demonstrated by the 158th Fighter Wing and by the Vermont National Guard. And I can't let it go without saying thanks to the many leaders whose shoulders we all stand on, many of them in this room, past and present, not just leaders in the Vermont Guard, but leaders throughout the Department of Defense who took part in the building this total force that our United States Air Force has today. And I couldn't be more proud of it. And as I approach the end of my career, I'm much closer to the end than I am even to the middle. I look forward to watching the future of our United States Air Force. And they also are in this room today. And the future of the Vermont National Guard. And I just want to say thank you very much for the service to our nation. Thank you very much for what you do every day to keep our nation and our homeland safe. And thank you for letting me be here today to be part of this great event. Thank you very much.
Next, please join me in welcoming Lieutenant General Scott Rice, Director of the Air National Guard.
Thank you and welcome. I'd like to thank you for something that is near and dear to me personally, as well as professionally. And I want to thank Vermont. I want to thank the 158th to being one of the best and to being on the tip of the spear of our culture of Americans. Because we all know that freedom is costly. In fact, freedom is probably not free, as some of us have learned over our time in the military. And freedom stands in our nation, in our communities, in our great state of Vermont, on the culture that we have built over time. This thing we talked about, this exemplary service that the Governor Scott had talked about, this dedication to improve that Senator Leahy talked about, this game-changing iron that sits behind me that Mr. Ullman and General Lengel talked about, the capabilities that this brings to our nation is just unbelievable, over the top, and it's a new chapter in this culture of excellence that's clearly here present, and all the people we saw at the Snow Barn, all the people that are here in uniform, and not only that, the people here from our community, our friends, our neighbors, all of our political leadership, our industry, that all comes together to create this culture. But culture is built on a rich, deep history, and a history that makes a heritage, and a heritage that builds this culture. Just think about it. Almost 250 years ago, in 1770, when this history and this chapter was opened for the National Guard here in Vermont, as Vermont became the 14th state, you count the stars on that tail, and there's 13. But I look at that and I see 14 because I see that VT, which is the 14th state in our nation. And I thank you, Governor, for leading, and you, former Governor, for being here and a part of this. Well done for having this great state of Vermont. Well done. It's truly awesome. But I'd like to correct the record from last night. I know Smitty, Colonel Smith, talked about this deep, rich history, 10 years that the Air National Guard's been working to get this iron here, and I think he exaggerated. It's really 250 years. And if you doubt me, you think that man is a young man, Colonel Smith, just look at his picture in that emblem there when he started this. I think we used to call you Ethan Allen. He had a vision back then 200 plus years ago that said, I'm going to put iron on the ramp in Vermont, and we're going to protect not only this community, this state, we're going to drive our nation to be able to reach out and touch anyone, anywhere, anytime, as General Engel said, to implement our national strategy at any moment. But you know that history in Vermont is pretty rich. You've got names like Sedgwick, Hannaford, which we heard their drum and bugle corps. I mean, even presidents have come from here, Arthur and Chester. But names that we know and are so familiar with now that have added another deep, rich chapter to that culture that's here, names like Doobie, Wyatt, North, Ambassador Carter, Shepard, and even Steve Cray. And why do we do all this? And why do we have this such passion to build this history, make this heritage that supports this culture that is so near and dear? We do it for our future and our freedoms. We do it for our families. My wife is here, Nancy, because she's a part of this culture. And the two of us love it because we know that with this culture, with this capability, with this service, with this dedication to improve, we're going to present a future for our kids and our two granddaughters, which are Natalie and Juliet, because they're ready to get in that and fly, fight, and win for the U.S. Air Force. Thank you very much.
We would now like to share with you a video highlighting the rich heritage of Vermont, the Air National Guard, and the Green Mountain Boys as they enter their next chapter with the F-35.
We observe today the celebration of freedom, symbolizing an end as well as a beginning. Let the word go forth from this time and place that the torch has been passed to a new generation of Americans born in this century. Proud of our ancient heritage, let us go forth to lead the land we love, at home and around the world.
Welcome to Vermont, the state of freedom and unity. Charted by the French explorer Samuel de Champlain, Vermont became known as the Green Mountain State. In the mid-1700s, this humble state formed their first militia, the Green Mountain Boys. Spearheaded by Ethan Allen, the famed Green Mountain Boys have blazed trails of action, innovation, and independent thought stretching back more than 250 years. Who would have imagined that this small town militia would someday be pioneers in the Air National Guard with the most advanced and capable weapon system in the Air Force? Just a small New England state surrounded by maple trees, cornfields, rolling farmland, mountains, and weather as tough and gritty as its people. This is our beautiful state of many seasons and courageous characters. The people here believe in something. You'll meet unprecedented work ethic and a lending hand. Welcome to the land where the job always gets done. From rising floodwaters at home to short notice deployments, the Green Mountain Boys are always ready. This all-volunteer force serves a dual mission, supporting the communities of Vermont and building partnerships around the world. This is your Air National Guard. It is who we are. The selfless service demonstrated by our founding fathers has become deep-rooted in our members, whether they are in or out of uniform. Supported 24/7 by our families, our friends, and our community, we are able to honor this tradition and continue a legacy of greatness. As John F. Kennedy once said, "Today our concern must be with the future, for the world is changing." This mission starts here. Our airmen are excited, and our airmen are committed to this challenge. This is it. And we are ready. And these are your Green Mountain Boys.
Where do I start? As you know, I'm Colonel David Smith, commander of this amazing wing. The very first, and certainly the finest F-35 wing in the Air National Guard. You know, before I get started, I just was thinking as I watched that video, one of the neatest things about the Air Guard is our family. And our family is this entire room. I mean, it's our airmen, our communities, and retirees, but I hope you felt that video was pretty powerful. We have an amazing public affairs team that put that together. But when it came to doing the final narration on that, Chief Mozzie, my command chief, and I were sitting around, and a name immediately popped into our head, and it's Sarah Byers. And Sarah Byers is one of our honorary commanders. So that's the kind of stuff that the Guard, we have a community that's so involved in what we do and supports us so much that we can put together a video like that and connect the community, and I'm really proud of that. I'd also like to, before I get started, I mean, what an amazing day, what an incredible day. The base is perfect. I mean, it's so pretty this time of year, and there's been so much work that's gone on behind the scenes to put this production on. And I would just like to thank the team from Lockheed Martin, all of our airmen, for the work to invite you all here so you can enjoy and share this really historic celebration with us. We are so proud of this, and we're so thankful for all of you. And I said it last night, you know, when I look at this audience here today, and the Snow Barn, the whole thing, it's about family. It's actually pretty easy to sit up here or stand up here and talk today because there's so much energy, there's so much support for us, and we feel it, and we thank you for it, and we're so proud to share it with you. So with that, I'd first like to just start by thanking all our speakers today. Thank you for sharing your thoughts with us. You know, what a tremendous honor for me to be standing here today in this ceremony. By far, the proudest moment in my 31-year career here as a Green Mountain Boy. And there's a question that I frequently get asked, and it goes something like this. How is it that such a small state like Vermont was chosen as the first F-35 unit in the Air National Guard? And I'll tell you why. You just watched it on that 3.5-minute video, and it's up there on the picture on the screen. That's why. And it's really quite simple. It's because of our people. These airmen, and you can clap for them. their families, the communities that they represent, the 73 years of our heritage. It's the nature of what we do here. Hard work and a commitment to service, excellence, and to each other. I want to thank you for being here as we celebrate this momentous occasion and for traveling to our small state in one of our most beautiful times of year. Senator Leahy and Governor Scott, two Vermonters committed to the airmen and families of this wing. Thank you for your many years of support. General Engel, General Rice, under your leadership, we brought the F-35 to Vermont and the Air National Guard. General Knight, you're a part of our Air Guard history, and you know what our airmen can do. And Mr. Greg Ulmer and the Lockheed Martin team, the F-35, wow, what an amazing airplane. Our country needs the F-35, and your team delivered. And now you have these airmen and the airmen in the snow barn on your team. Just wait and see what they can accomplish. And there's a snow barn. All of us, you got us all. I also want to recognize other distinguished visitors and guests. And it's a long list, but just to frame who's here today, you know, we have general officers from across our Air Force, we've got honorary commanders, we've got senior enlisted advisors, command chiefs, we have Vermont legislators here today, business leaders, community leaders, and friends and family. And finally, I'd like to welcome the airmen of the Green Mountain Boys, past and present. And frankly, it's because of you that we're celebrating here today. Over a decade ago, we embarked on a journey to bring the F-35 to Vermont. And what's so special about today is that we've done this together, and we celebrate here today together. We've shared a common goal to bring the F-35 to this wing, and that goal has been achieved. Our F-35s are here. These airmen are training on them, and we're flying them. And we've opened the next chapter of our history. Being the first F-35 wing in the Air National Guard is significant in so many ways. The F-35, this new mission, secures our future for decades. It secures our ability to defend this nation, to our nation. And it secures our ability to execute our state and our federal missions and to support our communities. This is just the beginning for us and for the Air National Guard. Over the next 9 months, we'll bring the remaining F-35s home here to Vermont. What an honor. And we are so proud that we were the first right here in Vermont. For 73 years, the Green Mountain Boys have built the foundation. We've done the groundwork. We will never forget our legacy, and we will never forget those who served before us. Our families and communities have been an integral part of our team and provide tremendous support. We cannot do this without you. To the airmen of the 158th Fighter Wing, congratulations and well done. You are an amazing group of professionals. Thank you so much for the work you do day in and day out. It's truly miraculous. It's because of you, and there's no doubt about it, it's because of you that we were ready for this. It's because of you that we are all gathered here today to celebrate this. You have blazed the path for the Air National Guard, and I am so proud to serve alongside you. Thank you for everything you do. None of us know what the future will hold, except for this. The 158th Fighter Wing will be ready. We will be ready with the F-35 to do what our nation calls upon us to do, and we will do it really, really well. And future Green Mountain Boys, they will do the same thing. I could not be more proud as we move forward together and write the next chapter of our history. What an amazing day today is. It's incredible. I can't thank you enough for being a part of it today. I hope you can stay and enjoy spending time with our airmen. I look forward to shaking your hand. I look forward to social time and fellowship with everyone here. There's great food. But the most important thing I would ask is if you can spend time with our airmen, and they're excited to tell you their story. So thank you very much. It's been my pleasure spending a little bit of time with you this morning, and I could not be more proud of standing here at this very moment, celebrating this, I don't even know what words to put on, this occasion, this historic event with all of you. So thank you very much.
Chaplain Wilson Treffs will now offer the benediction.
Well, good afternoon. For all those who are comfortable and able, I would invite you to please stand and join me in a prayer of blessing. Heavenly Father, we stand here today privileged to be Green Mountain Boys, warriors, called to defend holy values such as freedom and justice. We pray you would utilize us as your instruments, delivering your will and defending your values, using the F-35 as the avenue for this mission's success. We humbly ask for your blessing over this aircraft, placing your hand of protection, swiftness, and precision over all those who fly it, maintain it, and support it in its various functions. We pray these things in your holy name. Amen. You may be seated.
This concludes today's ceremony.
All right, it's 7 p.m. We're calling to order today's meeting of the Brattleboro Development Review Board. It is October 16th, 2019. We only have one application tonight, and what we're going to try to do is be a little bit prompt here for the sake of you folks, and because our meetings are usually pretty long, so we want to take advantage of this opportunity.
Yeah, sorry to have to get you all out for this, but...
Oh, that's all right. That's all right. Some people are going to get an earlier supper than usual. I know that your application has been before us before.
Yes.
I do the same opening remarks at every meeting, whether there's members of the public or not. And so, pardon me, because you've probably heard this before, but I'm going to give you the same.
I could hear them again, thank you.
Well, then you may as well hear them again. So, at the DRB, we hear applications for land development in the town of Brattleboro and appeals of zoning administrative decisions. Procedurally, the Development Review Board operates on the record. What that means is that we take a clear record of testimony from the applicant and any interested parties and then issue a written decision with our findings. Applicants and members of the public should be aware that because we are on the record, this is your only opportunity to comment on and provide evidence related to an application. In the event our decision is appealed to the Environmental Court, the court will not take or consider new evidence or testimony at its hearing. Instead, it will look at the evidence from this hearing at the DRB, the regulations or applicable law, and it'll determine if the evidence supports the findings and decision of this board. Only interested people that participate in this proceeding tonight may appeal a decision made by the board, so I strongly encourage you to speak up at this hearing. Because we're on the record, I'm going to ask that you swear or affirm that the testimony you're going to give is truthful. So if you think there's even a small chance you're going to speak, I'm going to swear you in now. And one of you had better get sworn in because somebody needs to. Do you hereby swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in the cause under consideration will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under the pains and penalties of perjury? Okay. That was a yes, right? Okay. Applicants require a majority vote of the full board to succeed. That means four votes out of 7. Do we have any conflicts tonight? Okay, so we have a procedure when we have less than 7, but we don't really need to talk about that. Okay. After taking testimony, the board will close the public hearing and may vote on your application. The board will issue a written decision within 45 days of the close of the hearing. And while we might vote an application during the hearing orally, it's the written decision that controls the timeline for an appeal. It should be noted that the town of Brattleboro is a party with an interest in land development applications, but the town has no special status before this board. The documents provided to us by the town planning department, the town attorney, or any other town department or employee will be considered in exactly the same way as information from the applicant or any member of the public. The first order of business is to approve the minutes from our meeting of September 18th, 2019.
I so move.
Second.
So moved, second. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes 7-0. Mr. Bannon, has our meeting been properly warned?
Yes, it has.
Do any board members have any conflicts of interest, or have they had any ex parte communications related to the applicant?
None.
No,
You're not related to Sharon Gentry, are you?
I'm not.
Okay.
She's with the law firm, right?
She's with my law firm.
Oh, okay.
That's why I
Yeah, no,
asked.
I've been here for like 40 years. I think she's fairly new in town. I
Well,
don't
by
know her
Vermont
yet.
standards, you're right. I think she's been here for only 10 years or so.
She's a piker.
But yes, so as long as you don't have any relation to her, that's easy. So what we tend to do, and we don't really need to do this because we don't have any members of the public, but on the off chance they come in, I'd like you two to sit up here, or whoever's going to talk to sit up
Both
here.
of us are going to talk. I
If
think.
you're both going to speak, if you could sit up there, that's better for the microphone.
Yeah.
That microphone does not amplify you. It's for the people who are watching at home.
All those people. Yes.
You would be surprised.
You'd be
You would be
surprised.
surprised.
I'm sure my mother-in-law is watching.
You do? Are you?
It's not a live broadcast.
No, it's
but
not
it'll
live,
get
but
in
it's-
rotation.
We have a devoted audience.
Yeah.
and
Interesting.
if
I
we
watch
do
town
things-
meeting on BCTV, of course, but,
If we have people who come and they're not near the microphone, I will hear about it.
oh,
I will hear about it.
okay.
But anyway, if you could please just tell us a little bit about your application. It doesn't have to be in a high level of detail, but the less detail you give us, probably the more questions we're gonna ask,
Okay,
and that's fine.
okay, it's a little over a 10-acre parcel of my original land, which it's at the bottom of my property. It fronts Bonnievale Road, and one side of it is on the driveway, which is now called Bonnievale Lane. We had to name it when, and 911 came through before even, because we just had the 4 original houses on there. That's all there are. And I don't know what to say, except that I think we're appearing before you because there seemed to be some question about an extra residence on this driveway. So I've brought Tim Hamilton, who is a neighbor and a friend in full disclosure, but he's been maintaining my driveway for the 40 years almost that I've owned the house, and my in-laws before it. So he knows the driveway, and I'll let him take over and tell you what he did with Brian and what his opinion is. I think you have the map there that he drew that Brian had asked him.
And while you tell us whatever you're going to tell us, can you tell us how stormwater comes off the driveway? I'm happy to have you tell us other things too, but that's I'm going to want to know.
The road is an easy road to maintain in that it had culverts put in when it was first built. And because it's all wood, both sides of the road, for the most part, nothing accumulates. Very absorbent ground, and so maintaining the road surface and keeping it good is relatively easy every couple of years. The issue was with the subdivision is to just make it more, to have a passing area along the roadway, which there is a small one there now, but you wouldn't be able to pass a fuel truck or a UPS truck. Yeah. And so there are 3 to 4 pine trees that are up at her end of the road that are within a couple of feet of the road. So by removing them, it would be easier for winter maintaining, and then just make this passing area a little more adequate. There's already on the hairpin turn on the drawing, there's a very adequate turnaround for any vehicle short of a semi vehicle up there.
I don't even know why they couldn't, because it
Yeah,
goes
but
into
anyway, so Brian observed that when he went with me up there that one time. It was pretty minimal what would need to be done to meet up with the standards.
Mr. Hamilton, is the road crowned so that basically the runoff is on both sides fairly evenly along it?
It all has to go either through culverts. I mean, the straightaway heading down to Bonneville Road runs on both sides, and just dissipates into the woods. And up in the upper area where the trees would be removed and the turnaround, then it comes under through culverts and just goes into the woods from there. So there's no lengthy runoff, and the woods just absorb it all. There's no direct stream, no down to the stream by Bonneville itself.
It's all somewhat on a hillside, of course, too, so it
Sure.
drains the natural way.
Are there any trails that the public use in the area that's going to be developed?
Not that I know of. I mean, you know.
I assume you've walked around it and, you're fairly familiar with it, right?
Tim or me? Oh, I'm very familiar with it.
Anybody?
Yeah, I'm in the woods all the time. When my grandchildren come to visit, they build forts. And,
Sure,
yeah.
Sure. So you would know if there was a heavily trafficked trail back there, probably.
Well, it's really a private road. I mean, the Bonneville Lane has the private sign on it. I was very worried about naming our driveway because I thought it might invite every Tom, Dick, and Harry up there, but I lost the fight about it. So, it's posted, so there's no hunting, of course, and there's a private sign at the bottom. So I get UPS truck up occasionally and things like that, but my vendors and stuff. But basically, it's I don't have any trespassers, if that's what you're sort of inferring.
Well, I was thinking more like, is there a hiking trail that people go along?
There's like an old logging road that the people who bought the top piece of the property, which is why I appeared here before, about 4 or 5 years ago, I forget exactly, they bought it for the extension of their own property, which fronts Bonneville, to protect it. So they walk up there once in a while. They take a walk down Bonneville and then up Bonneville Lane to their property and then walk back across and ford the stream somehow. I don't know how they do that, but that's the only people really I ever see even walking on my driveway, except the one who lives down from me who walks his dog.
It's not like Round Mountain Trail.
Yeah, no.
Is that the Chapman?
Well, Chapman.
Anderson's, isn't it?
Well, the Andersons bought the house that lived way up on Bonneville.
Yeah.
I mean, own the house that bought the property that's contiguous with theirs of mine to protect theirs. They just wanted it to stay, undeveloped. Chapman is an old name. You're looking at the old,
I'm looking at the survey. that
Okay,
was-
right. Chapman was the one who lived at the bottom. She has since died, Alice Chapman. She was a sixth grade teacher in town for years and years. That's actually owned by the children of the same people that live in the middle house.
The Mayhews.
Well, it's, Eeyore.
Iowa and Olga.
Yeah, but I'm trying to think how they pronounce it. Markey, Markiw. They've been neighbors for 30 years anyway. And then the house at the, close to the Bend has just been sold recently. That was owned by Judge Gressling for a lot of years. But when he died, it got sold to some people whose name I can't even remember now. They lived there for about 2 years, and now the people who are there is a father and his daughter. We have little hill parties occasionally. It's a very congenial little group, but those houses have been there for all the years, just about, that we've owned the house, the original house at the top.
Are the utilities to your property buried, power lines and such?
No, they're above ground.
They're poled?
Yeah, they're on poles.
And that's what the new property would be served by, to an extension?
It comes right by their property, between their property and the driveway, which, I mean, they would have obviously rights and responsibilities of the driveway too.
Sure.
I'm assuming, whoever buys it.
Is there a right-of-way already, or is your plan after the subdivision to put
I don't know where they would want to put it, I mean, where they bend off of what is the existing Bonneville Lane, which is the driveway originally, would depend on where they're probably going to exactly site any dwelling. I have very specific things about what the dwelling would have to be, just to protect my neighbors and me. It has to be a house, and it can't be a 2x4 or something. I mean, a lean-to. But, I think it would depend how far up on the hillside they would want. It's to clear the trees and build, and they probably want the driveway to be, I mean, they can go off anywhere because there's no impediment. It's just the slight culvert that they'd have to figure out a way across.
And I think you said the tree removal is not that extensive, 3 or 4 trees?
Yeah, that's what.
Say that again?
The tree removal for the passing area, or the pull-off, whatever you want to call it, it's not that extensive, 3 or 4 trees?
No, they're all fallable trees. They don't have to have a tree company, and it's stuff that I do anyway.
And it'll remain fairly heavily forested. It's not going to look that different to the untrained.
No, not at all. It'll just make it a little safer for passage. And those are the trees that Brian cited, I believe, if I'm correct, with Tim when you were on the visit. So that's why those were decided.
I wanted to get my orientation here. We're working from this map. I don't know if you've seen this one.
This one?
Yes.
Okay, the survey.
The survey.
Yeah.
So am I presuming?
I can come look at it with you since I don't have a
Sure.
copy. I didn't.
You don't mind?
No, not at all.
But I'm picturing myself driving up Bonneville Road,
Mhm.
and it sort of, if I remember, the road sort of zips around a
Yeah,
little
there's
bit.
a fair.
Yeah,
fair-
and then, so you're, what we're talking about is right there off to the left. And then Mather Road's the one that connects
Yes,
over Greenleaf?
exactly.
Okay, that
Yep,
gives me
yep,
an orientation.
yeah, okay.
And so your house is presumably here.
Let me get oriented again now.
Is this your house?
Yes,
up there?
that's my house. Yeah, that's my house. This is the one that's been sold.
Yeah,
to
and that's the
Andersons.
property they bought to sort of,
This is just all the rest of my
Oh,
property.
I get it.
It's been subdivided so that if I wanted
Yeah.
to, but it's
Yeah.
not as accessible, and the road that shows here is really like a logging road that would have to be, it's not the driveway actually bends around a hairpin here and then comes into my
Yeah, it would-
house there.
and then just for the lay of the land is if you're Bonneville Road here, you're sort of up, it goes up a hill
Yes,
there,
it
doesn't it? So it all goes up.
to my back wall up here.
Yeah.
Bucks Dr. Dompier's house, and
Okay.
his house is actually on Thayer Ridge Road, which is the road
Thayer
over South
Ridge.
Street.
Okay.
Yeah, so mine goes just about to the crest of that hill, and then it starts.
Oh, okay, okay. So some of the properties that come off of Bonneville end up going up against the
They
properties
do.
that come off
They do
South
because
Street.
Bonneville bends around this way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. I sort of know this area a little bit.
I know it very well, having lived there all these years.
Other questions for the applicant?
How many people use East Bonneville Lane?
Well, I'm the original house, and then the 3 that are shown on the left side of the driveway as you go up. We've been they've all those houses have been there for at least 30, well, they've all been there since before I moved in.
These would be the ones that would appear here?
Yes.
Okay.
Do you follow?
That's what I assumed.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they've just,
okay.
yeah, they've all been there for like more than 40 years, because I've lived in the house that I'm in now, that my in-laws owned it from 65 on. And I think they were built, well, as a matter of fact, I know one of them was built right after that house was built in 55, because they built it on spec. That was the Chapmans, actually. And she built the first one, then she sold that and ended up living in one at the bottom. But she's, as I said, she's passed now, so she's not.
And it looks as though the road and what would be considered the right-of-way is being retained by your property.
Yes, they pay a sixth of the plowing bill, each one of them down at that end. And when Tim has to come maintain it, which is every few years, grade it or whatever, just because it's, as he said, it's pretty easy to maintain, thank goodness, because that cost me a fair buck.
And this new lot will be using that same access?
Well, it used the bottom part, because I assume they're gonna take their own driveway off like right across from one of those houses there, depending on where they site their house. I would think they'd want it to be as efficient as possible getting into the garage or whatever they're gonna have with their.
And you will have something in the deed that you sell to them, that they're responsible for the maintenance and
Right,
plowing and everything else?
The 1/6 of the driveway, that's the way.
It'll be
the
1/6.
That's because they're on the bottom half, they're less than the bottom half, so they're, it's just, that's the way it's been worked out. I mean, I'm okay with it, so, and the other three are doing that now, so that's the way, I've talked about with my realtor, that we would write the.
No, it's always good to make sure that that's in the deed, that everybody knows.
Right, they need to understand it, yeah.
Everybody knows that they're responsible for paying for the maintenance, and everything's written up in the deed.
I mean, I don't know if they would have a choice, maybe Brian would know, of putting their own driveway in off of Bonneville, and not have to deal with any of that, but they'd have to get across the stream there, so that, I think it might be cheaper or more efficient for them to just go off the current driveway,
Yeah, they would have to get additional approvals to do
Right.
that.
Right, they probably
would
wouldn't
only be
want
if
to.
they didn't have other options.
Right, right. I mean, it's fairly easy. I mean, the driveway is very adequate at that end for sure, where the three are already using it, so, yeah.
I think it probably makes sense to add a condition requiring that there be an easement for this property owners.
Pardon me?
I think it probably makes sense to add a condition
Yeah.
requiring that there be an easement for lot 3 from Bonneville Lane.
East Bonneville.
East Bonneville Lane, they can
Yeah,
figure out
right.
where it goes. Other questions?
Yeah, I know that you came over and talked to Ian about the map, which is I'm looking at, because forget the other one.
Can we give her a copy of the map? So
Yeah, she can
follow
take
No,
it?
I've got it right here. Oh,
you want me to come over?
I want her to be able to follow you.
All right, then, yeah, follow it on there,
Thank you.
because
Sure.
apparently on the other side of Bonneville Road, there is the Meadow Corporation. If you look on the map and that part of it,
Yeah.
you have a highlighted area that has absolutely no dark line to show the connection.
Let's see, I'm not sure, are you talking about across Bonneville Road?
I'm talking about this little part right here.
Wait a minute, let me come see, because I think it'll be easier if I can.
Oh, I think that yellow line's not supposed to be there.
Well, then, this right here, this one right here.
Oh, I don't know what that is. Oh, that may be the stream? I think that's the stream.
So this
Because-
is, there's nothing that crosses over
No.
that way.
No, no, that's just the regular, yeah, I mean, I didn't make this drawing, so forgive it, but it's not the same kind of line as this. That's the way the stream goes, I think. There used to be like a
Right.
beaver pond up here that I think that has been undammed by the
So
beaver.
where does this tree removal
Oh,
come in?
right in here, right up in here. See, what we're doing is, this is upside down to this, right? So,
Right.
sort of, if we come off
I'd rather
Bonneville.
look at this one, yeah.
Oh,
Okay.
now we're the opposite, the other way.
All right.
Okay, so now we're oriented the same way. See, this is Bonneville Lane, East
Right.
Bonneville Lane, rather.
Right.
Okay, here's East Bonneville Lane.
Right.
And when it comes up it goes by the three houses that are here, boop, boop, boop.
Yeah.
And then it goes around the bend and the trees that,
Right in this area?
yes, that are in this area. Right.
So if somebody uses this property, how would they exit? Their only exit would be to Bonneville Lane? That's it?
Come off the Bonneville Lane.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's
and the
where
other
their driveways would have
yeah,
to
well,
go?
the other driveways go off there too.
Okay.
Yeah,
All right.
that's the way, yeah.
All
I mean,
right.
there's plenty of room for it.
So the sort of layout of East Bonneville Lane has that big long sort of, or the first part is a very straight section
It is.
that has the three houses shared. And so
right.
the idea is the new parcel
Which is
would
have a driveway across from theirs.
Yeah.
Right, right.
I have a question for Brian. What is the allotted amount of space, you know, if somebody were to build a house on that spot, how many, are we limited to the amount of acres?
You can have, I believe it's in the rural residential district. Yeah, so it's 1.5 acres per unit.
So they could reasonably put in 9 houses there?
They could subdivide it again in the future, but that would be a different approval.
Okay.
I'm hoping they don't, obviously, because we don't want that kind of density there. That's why I'm trying to sell it as a 10-acre parcel.
Okay.
Yeah, and we're only approving it for one house.
Okay,
Anything more than
all
that,
right.
they'd have to come back.
Checking.
I mean, the idea is it's so lovely and private where we are on that hill, and yet we're 5 and 10 minutes to town. So it's, you know, it's appealing for a lot of people, and I think people like the idea of privacy if they move to a place like that, so.
Sure. Other questions? Is the road shore back? Is the road shore back?
Yeah, it's stone dust. It's, yeah, sure back, same, yeah.
Glad you're here, I wouldn't have known.
Yeah.
All right, so my thought is it's probably appropriate to have a motion to approve application 2019-137 with conditions requiring that there be an easement for the benefit of the new lot from East Bonneville Lane, that the stormwater improvements be satisfactory to keep the stormwater off the road, that the new home be oriented for solar power if possible, to the extent possible. Location of the future home site reviewed by the board for compatibility, forest cover to be maintained, and that road and stormwater elements not impact the wetlands. I guess
I so move.
Second.
Second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes 7-0. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate your coming before us tonight.
Well, I appreciate you coming to hear it.
No problem.
Theirs, that's his, isn't it?
Good luck.
Thank you.
I think it's appropriate to hear a motion to adjourn.
I move we adjourn.
Second.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes 7-0.
Well, thank you very much for.
And that's what every meeting's like.
Every meeting's like that, yeah.
What was that record one we had?
When did it
Good morning, BUHS. Today is November 14th, 2019.
Good morning, USA. I got a feeling that it's gonna be a wonderful day. The sun in the sky has a smile on his face, and he's shining a salute to the American race. Oh boy, it's swell to say, good morning, USA.
On Saturday, November 23rd, from 12 noon until 4 p.m. in the multi-purpose room, the BUHS STEM Academy is hosting a gathering of over a dozen high school robotics teams from all around our region. The event is free and open to the public. Enter through the doors closest to the MPR on the gym side of BUHS and BAM's BUHS students. If you are interested in starting a robotics club, please let Mr. Braden know.
The annual Turkey Trot Race on Thanksgiving is seeking volunteers for registration table help handing out bibs and parking lot directors. Community service will be awarded out to those helping. Please contact redclovers@gmail.com if interested. Now for some weather with Riley.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't see you there. So today we have some good, kind of good weather. So on Thursday, we have Florida with a high of, 36 and lows of 23. And on Friday, we have highs of, sorry, I'm not wearing my glasses, 46 and lows of 15. It's also going to be partly sunny that day. But here, Saturday, it's going to be sunny with highs of 33 and lows of 10. That's going to be chilly. You might want to put something on to be not cold. And on Sunday, we have partly cloudy weather, and it's going to be highs of 37 and lows of 23. And right before we go back to the desk, I'm going to do a magic trick. Woo!
All right, thank you for that weather. The Brattleboro Union High School Music Department is excited to announce auditions for the upcoming musical, Oliver. An informational meeting was held on Tuesday, November 12th at 3:30 in the BUHS auditorium. Acting and local vocal auditions will be held on Tuesday, December 3rd and Thursday, December 5th. A mandatory dance audition will be held on Wednesday, December 4th. All auditions will be held in the BUHS auditorium starting at 3:45 p.m. See the auditorium bulletin board to schedule an audition anytime after the audition workshop. Now we have a video from our weatherman, Riley. This was a director project that everybody in the class did, where we all mimicked the style of a specific director and made a short film based on that.
Yeah. Everybody loves a good Thanksgiving feast, but you know what they love more? Black Friday. Everybody better be getting their list together for what they will be grabbing, and if you don't want to go out, then you will be all right, because Cyber Monday will be there soon enough. Now for sports, Tyler.
What's up? Tyler with the sports today. So now that fall sports are over, the winter sports are starting. On next Wednesday, boys and girls hockey will start. And then after Thanksgiving break, boys and girls basketball and Nordic will start. And if you're looking to be on an IBL team, make sure you talk to Mazer or Brandon because he's a great team captain. And that's all for sports today. Back to the desk.
Mount Snow opened yesterday. They had 5 trails open, and they will have many more opening soon. Now we have funny news at the desk with Forrest.
I'm real excited for Mount Snow skiing. Anyway, this past week, a trickster was caught on the news stealing a man's ice cream while being interviewed at a hockey game. He ate it on camera, and apparently as he was trying to put it back in the guy's cone sleeve that he was holding, he turned around, and so that caused the guy to start running away. And it was kind of funny. I suggest you see that video. It's on Instagram. I saw it last night. Anyway, back to the desk. That's all I got.
All right.
You ever steal an ice cream?
I've never stolen an ice cream.
How do you just steal an ice cream? Do
It's
you
a
grab it by
ballsy
the
move
ice
right
cream?
there. I
Or
don't
do you
know.
grab it by the
He
collar?
took it out of the guy's sleeve. There was a sleeve that he was
I think
holding.
it's a
and
poorly
then took
designed
the-
ice cream.
Yeah, and then took the cone just straight out of the sleeve.
I think that's just a bad look.
Yeah.
Sleeves usually stuck on.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know.
They should be.
It was kind of funny to watch, though. Anyway.
Sad. Sad.
Now that Halloween is over, it's time to start thinking about Thanksgiving and all of the delicious food that is involved in this holiday. You might want to start shopping for turkeys to eat before they run out. Now for a special with Brandon.
All right. So speaking of Thanksgiving, I went around the room and asked everybody here what they're thankful for. Ernie said, breathing. Sierra said, family. Tyler said, my football team. That's so nice of you. Zoe said, oxygen. Riley said, money. Dylan said, family also. Jem, of course, said food. Miss C said her 2 sons. Mr. Moore said family too. And I said sneakers. That is what we're thankful for this Thanksgiving. Back to the desk.
Project Feed the Thousands is starting up again soon, so remember to bring in any non-perishable items to donate to those in need.
The Brattleboro Turkey Trot is happening on Thanksgiving Day, hosted by the Vermont Country Club. The day starts with a 1-mile kids run at 9 a.m., followed by a normal 3-mile run at 9:15. You must register on the website by November 24th or you won't be timed.
Thanks for watching this episode of BOHS TV, folks. And now for a very sad video produced by Tyler Milwright. And a quick reminder, that is why the world is like this.
Good morning, BUHS. Today is November 12th, 2019.
Good morning, USA. I got a feeling that it's gonna be a wonderful day. The sun in the sky has a smile on his face, and he's shining a salute to the American race. Oh boy, it's swell to say, good morning, USA.
Hello everyone. Yesterday was Veterans Day. Please join us in thanking all those who have served and are continuing to serve our great country.
On Saturday, November 23rd, from 12 noon until 4 p.m. in the multipurpose room, the BUHS STEM Academy is hosting a gathering of over a dozen high school robotics teams from around our region. The event is free and open to the public. Enter through the doors closest to the NPR on the gym side of BUHS and BAM/BUHS students. If you're interested in starting a robotics club, please let Mr. Braden know. I heard that northern Vermont got a ton of snow and schools were closed today. To find out if we are going to have snow, let's go to Ernie with the weather.
Well, today we're not going to get any snow to close school, but we are supposed to get a little bit of snow around noon. Hopefully that comes through, but it looks like it's been getting too warm to snow today. Tomorrow it's going to be nice and cold with a high of 29 and a low of 14, and it's going to be nice and sunny. Back to the desk.
Thank you for that. Cold weather. Ernie? Ah,
Yeah.
nice.
Wow,
We got
that's
an
good
extra
to hear.
member at the desk today. What is this? Science.
There we go.
The annual turkey trot race on Thanksgiving is seeking volunteers for registration table help handing out bibs, and parking lot directors. Community service will be awarded to those helping out. Please contact redcloverrovers@gmail.com if you're interested.
That was nice. The Brattleboro Union High School Music Department is excited to announce auditions for the upcoming musical, Oliver. An informational meeting will be held on Tuesday, November 12th at 3:30 p.m. in the BUHS auditorium. Acting and vocal auditions will be held on Tuesday, December 3rd, and Thursday, December 5th. A mandatory dance audition will be held on Wednesday, December 4th. All auditions will be held in the BUHS auditorium starting at 3:45 p.m. See the auditorium bulletin board to schedule an audition anytime after the audition workshop. Now we're going to watch a video made by Sierra.
Do you think we get the lead role in that play? Mwah.
Now we're going to talk about the amazing game that happened this Saturday.
Craziness.
Game. Oh, here comes Brandon giving a little kiss. We won the state championship for Division II.
Pretty exciting.
46-7 against Bellows Falls. Do you want to give some of the stats for the game?
I don't remember any of the stats.
Okay.
I know I didn't score any touchdowns.
Okay, I can give you some then.
He did.
Chris
I know
Frost, he went off. He was behind this guy here.
Oh, yeah.
Made some big holes for Chris. He had, what, 4 touchdowns? 4 touchdowns.
A lot.
278 yards.
He
yeah.
broke Holiday's record.
He did break a record, especially in a championship game. That's insane.
It is
and then
huge.
I had, what was it? I think it was 12 for 15, 144 yards, 2 passing touchdowns, and then I don't remember the rushing yards, and then 1 rushing touchdown. But
Yeah.
overall, great game by the linemen, I'd say.
And the defense
And
played
the
phenomenal.
defense
Just
played
putting it out
great.
there, my defense was
Yeah.
lights out.
Linemen and the defense, backbone of our team.
Oh, yeah, I like
But
that.
Division II state champs. That's how we do it right there.
Oh, yeah. All right. On a different note, everybody loves a good Thanksgiving feast, but you know what they love more? Black Friday. Everyone better be getting their lists together for what they will be grabbing. And if you don't want to go out, then you will be all right, because Cyber Monday will be there soon enough. Now, we have world news with our very own Branders.
Alrighty. South Korean authorities killed 47,000 pigs in an attempt to halt the spread of African swine fever. Although heavy rains caused blood to flow from a border burial site into the Imjin River, African swine fever is highly contagious and incurable, with almost a 0 survival rate for infected piggies. But luckily, it isn't dangerous to humans. That's all I have for today. Back to the desk.
Well, at least they were killing pigs and not humans, so
Yeah,
that's
thank you, Brandon. That's
better than some of
great.
your other world
We
news.
Loved that. Thank you. Mount Snow is now open with 5 trails. Killington is also open. Check their websites for additional information.
It's winter season, I guess. Now that Halloween is over, it is time to start thinking about Thanksgiving and all of the delicious food that is involved in this holiday. You might want to start shopping for turkeys to eat before they run out. And speaking of eating food, let's zoom out for Dylan with funny news at the desk.
Hello. Well, we have a pretty odd one today. If you guys have probably heard of McDonald's.
I've heard of it once or twice.
Dabbled.
It's a small thing.
Yeah.
So there was this one person from Iceland who in 2009 decided to keep a cheeseburger and some French fries that he ordered from McDonald's in a glass case. And he came about it 10 years later, around now. It looks just about the same.
Really?
The only difference is the packaging is a little off. But it still looks edible according to him.
So did he like, put it in ice or something? Or
No, he put it in the glass.
he just like hung it up on like his wall or something?
Yeah, just a glass case.
Interesting.
Did it say if it smelled?
No, did not say. I'd assume so. It probably didn't smell great.
Did he try
Yeah, but do you think...
Oh, I don't know if he tried it. That would be
should've.
gross.
Yeah, but if
he
it
should try to
looks
do a
good,
taste test video on YouTube.
right? If it looks good, then doesn't that mean it's going to taste good?
I mean, probably.
You trick your mind.
That's my theory with
I mean,
So we should
if he
try
definitely takes it apart and the meat looks normal, he might have to go for it.
Do you just nuke it in the microwave?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
Good
just
idea,
warm it
Brandon.
up. Warm it up.
All right.
Serve it again.
All right.
Perfect. We have to try it now.
Yeah, we
Maybe
should.
I'm
we
going to
should-
go to McDonald's for
yeah,
lunch.
yeah.
Maybe.
We should go to McDonald's,
Put it in the glass
get an
case
extra cheeseburger and some
Come
French
back in
fries,
10 years.
put it in a glass cakes.
This
Come back
is-
in 2029.
Sparked
See what
an
it looks
interest.
like.
Sparked an interest for sure.
and- Awesome.
That's a lot of patience too,
Yeah.
though. Imagine that, saving a burger for 10 years.
Project Feed the Thousands is starting up again soon. Remember to bring in any non-perishable items to donate to
Or
those in
McDonald's
need.
burger. I mean,
Sure.
nothing look non-perishable, I guess. The Brattleboro Turkey Trot is happening on Thanksgiving Day, hosted by the Vermont Country Club. The day starts with a 1-mile run at 9 a.m., followed by the normal 3-mile run at 9:15. You must register on the website by November 27th, or you won't be timed.
That's all for today, BUHS, and congrats again to the football team for winning the Division II state championship game.
It being 5:34, I would like to call the Finance Subcommittee of the Wyndham Southeast School District to order at 5:05 on November 6th. And we have an agenda. I think the copies of agenda, if people don't have them, or they're on the web also. So the first item on the agenda is approval of minutes for 10/2/2019, 10/29/2019, and 10/31/2019. I think we probably already approved the ones for the second. Oh, because we didn't have.
Yeah, I don't think we did.
Okay.
And the only thing that I added, I know it was emailed to folks, it was on the web, was members of the public. So I did add those.
Oh, you're right.
I
Yeah,
did
yeah.
As members of the public.
Because I had omitted to hand out a sign-in sheet, which reminds me, I should get a sign-in sheet
I'll get one
going, circulating right
I'll
away.
take care of it, Sean.
And is there germane to?
I have not seen the minutes. I didn't see them on the web, so.
Yes, I called Barb today. They had been circulated by email to the committee members. We made comments, but I think they are posted now. The second was definitely posted.
Yeah.
The 29th, I spoke with Barb today, and I think they might be up now. I checked just before I came in, and they weren't up, but they will be shortly here. And then we will approve the minutes of the 31st. And then they'll be posted. Yeah. So I think the process is we don't post them, or we could post them in draft form. Sometimes we do that we used to do that with District 6. And then after so that's in draft form, and then after they're formalized by a vote, then
But I think they have to be up within a certain number of days. And
5
that's why-
days.
And it's not working days either, it's just 5 days.
Yes, I think we're all aware of that. So, if I can hear a motion to approve the minutes. You want to approve them all?
You have a motion to approve them all, I don't see why not.
Okay, 10/2, 10/29, and 10/31. Any comments? Seeing none, are you ready to vote? All those in favor of approving the minutes for 10/2, 10/29, and 10/31/2019, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed or abstentions? Thank you. The minutes are approved, and they'll be on the web. The next item of business is approval of warrants and payrolls. And the payrolls are listed on the current agenda for the WSESD board. And we could, I don't think we make a motion to approve them at this time, but I think we do have discussion. So if there's any discussion on those payrolls, now would be the time.
That's
Yes,
why I'm
David?
here.
Yes, David.
Yeah, I have a bunch of, I think most of them are pretty easy, they're just kind of questions, things I haven't seen before, I'm just gonna wonder about it. On 10/28, on that batch of warrants, there was, check number 2298 was $1,579 for a MacBook Air 13-inch computer, which is not a particularly high price, but I'm wondering, why are we buying one at a time? Don't we buy those in batches? Because we buy a lot of them.
We buy a lot of the Chromebooks, the Mac Air, but it's not.
Those are for the staff, right?
That one specifically, if it's the same one, that is for Allison Cram, who is our technology integration person. And her MacBook went away.
Yeah, that's
so
right.
she
Yeah.
requested it.
Yeah, then you don't keep a stash.
We don't keep a
I'm not
stash of
surprised.
that.
Okay. Then there was $2327, $1,700 for rigging, I think some loading of some big things. I just wonder what those were that we had to load and get rid of.
David, I,
2327.
that was the warrant number?
No, the check number is 2327.
Oh, 2327, thank you.
Yeah, so rigging, I can look it up. It sounds like something to do with the Career Center, or it could be Robert Clark, but it'll take a second to get our system up and running here. And we can.
Could you enumerate the amount?
Yeah, it's 1,700.
Any other questions?
Yeah, there's a $2360, $1,500 for Thomas Bus, and I thought we have a contract for buses, so I'm wondering why would we have a bus?
Yeah, so our
why
contract is,
1,500?
yep, to and from school is with Cosmoscus, but there is, for field trips and co-curricular, we have the
That's
option.
what I figured. Yep. And then the Green Street on 1017 warrants of check 2080, $18,000 for Green Street upgrade air remediation. Was that something that we didn't anticipate in that whole project?
Actually, no, that was related to that project.
Something
It was
broke
just,
down?
no, it was actually just finishing the testing and balancing of the system, and we had reserve funds for finishing the project. Yeah.
Great. Let's see. And then I wonder if on in the October 8th, check 475 was 2735 to repair a Honda. I think it was a van, I believe, and that's a lot. It was an old van. I'm wondering, is there a point where the police department, they have a schedule for replacing vehicles? You anticipate when these kind of costs are going to come on. So I'm just curious, do we have a place where you say, okay, this is as much as we're going to put into
The
this?
useful life, yeah, we do evaluate that. As I recall, that was a donated vehicle. Does anybody?
That's EES
Yeah.
vehicle.
Yeah, it's a donated vehicle to EES.
And that's what it needed to get it going?
Yes, and you know, we don't budget for funding EES. It's completely separate. So their funding review and procurement, we do make sure that there's a purchase order, there's approval, that it meets the basic control. But when it comes to, you know, explaining the rationale for a purchase, it's really a different, you know, it's not our taxpayer dollar.
And it's probably not very much to pay for access to the van for a while.
Right.
Yeah. Then the September 22nd, check 1145496. It seems unusual.
Yeah, that sounds like maybe a purchase.
I think I got maybe one too many ones in there. It's to Hein, H-E-I-N, for an SU rental, $5,544.
Yeah, that sounds like the rent, monthly rent for the central office.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, I thought somebody else owned that building.
It changed
Steve Hine. Yeah.
Okay. It changed ownership.
Yeah, the ownership.
I didn't recognize that. Let's see. Oh, and then the two transfers, the capital balance transfer on 1022 of $1,000,004 to the BOHS transfer. That's just moving it over to the merge district, and the unassigned fund balance transfer for $1 million is the same thing.
Yeah.
And I don't know how. Actually, I don't know how it works in any of the schools. How does money get specifically assigned to the capital balance?
So it's typically funded in the line items like at Bradboro Town. If you remember all of those codes, there's an awful lot of them, but the 451 codes in each of the schools was to fund the long-term capital plan project. So you have a 5-year plan, you know, like the Green Street project was $1 million, there was the Academy project, there's a number of projects, and it's that appropriation in the general fund that funds those long-term plans. That's the primary source. The other source is at the end of a fiscal year, like we had in fiscal year 19, because the Academy School addition that had been reserved, a reserve for that, didn't actually begin a construction phase. We want to talk about that soon. That was a $200,000 surplus, and that got transferred to the capital fund. So it's always consistent with a board-approved plan.
Right. And so, and the unassigned is when we have a surplus. That's where
Right.
that goes.
That's right.
Thank you.
Yeah.
That's it. Thanks.
That's it?
Yep.
Any other, yes,
So
Christina?
I had sent a bunch of questions to you, and neither my phone or my computer seems to want to light up with the emails that I had sent you, but I can remember some of them. One of my concerns was, and I had said I would look at the Guilford, do we have a Guilford 5-year capital plan?
We do have a capital plan. It hasn't been formalized over a 5-year
Okay.
period, but John Gagnon has been in touch with me to formalize it.
Because there was an HVAC, quite expensive HVAC repair in Guilford, and I had asked Sean if that was on the capital plan or if that was on unexpected expense.
It was a lightning strike that
That was a lightning strike, okay.
will be covered by insurance.
By insurance, that was my question, okay.
Yeah.
And then I went looking for the Guilford 5-year capital plan and thought, oh, I'm
Yeah.
adding 1,000. And then the other question I had was I noticed a lot of line items for bottled water and wondered why. I just keep seeing them and approving them and wondered, is there some issue with our water? Because, you know, I think the standards for school drinking water are pretty high, so I was curious.
Yeah, I know, I can speak to the high school. When we get to parent conferences and open house, we do provide teachers with bottled water. We have kids that go around because the teachers are talking from 3 to 7. And so we do provide them water during parent conferences.
I wonder if that's different than the big
That's
jugs.
different, yeah, that's
bubblers.
different, yeah.
Yeah,
There's a
'cause I
bubbler
know we have a lot
Yeah,
of
we
those.
have a couple of bubblers in the high school. You know, I have one in my office, and that's especially useful if you have somebody who's very upset in your office and you say, "Can I get you a drink of water?"
Well, that's what I'm kind of wondering if
Yeah.
the people that don't have access to regular drinking water, or maybe a nurse's office where there's, you know.
No, I think the nurses I think have I should speak, I'm not sure which the nurses have. But around the school, we have 2 filtered water stations that have been, they're very popular and they're used a lot by the kids and by the teachers. For their own water.
For their own water, it's a regular municipal
Right.
water being filtered.
Right.
Right, I love that.
Yeah, and that's the way, yeah, and you know, as we go through, those have both been purchased by student groups.
Mhm.
And so we hope that trend would continue.
Is that it?
I guess that's it for now.
No,
Okay.
just to catch up with David's other question about the rigging, it was a career center expense, and it had to do with the mini mill. It was part of a grant-funded purchase of equipment.
Was that machine,
Yeah.
the machine tool?
Yeah.
Oh, excellent. Let's see why it costs a lot of money to unload it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I had a couple of questions. David's already covered quite a few, and Christina also, that I had noted. One of the things on check number 2422, it was the warrants 110419. It was to a doctor, and I was wondering if insurance ever covers, you know, if a doctor comes and does an evaluation.
No.
Whether there's no insurance?
No.
Okay, thank you. And then check number 1983, it was for kerosene, and I was kind of curious. I presume that must be for a heating situation, and it must be because, oh, it's Guilford, because the tank is outside.
Heating plan is kerosene, yeah, backup, that's their
Oh,
backup.
the backup.
Yeah,
And the tank has to be outside, so it
Right.
has to be kerosene.
yeah.
Yeah, we had the same thing at the town office, and I think we've swapped it over and realized the savings, but it costs quite a bit to swap it over.
Yeah, but their primary heating is a nice new pellet
Yeah.
system.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. And then I think David probably covered, I had a little trouble following because my notes are different, and it was check number 2028, and that was the refractory, so it must have been a boiler repair for $68,450.
It was, that's the brick, yep, for the lining, we knew that needed to be replaced.
Yep.
And, yep.
That is a capital plan.
There was a capital planned item.
What, was that at up here, or?
At the high school?
At
The
the high
main, the main heating plant.
Well, I know Robert had been talking about that for a while. And then 2069 is the check number, date was 8/29, and it said ice cream and cookies for the WSESU, and the amount was $1,089.25.
Ice cream.
Yeah, we'll have to look at and see what that was a reimbursement for. So it's the school district reimbursing the SU, and I don't know if it was related to the food program. It sure sounds like it, but
Yeah, it seemed like, it seemed like a lot of money for ice creams.
And what was that check number?
The check number is 2069, and I had the date of 8/29.
Okay. All right.
Then I also picked up on that Honda Odyssey, but that's already been talked about. And then the next one, I think I asked about that last time, and that's a reimbursement for a partial on a PV system.
That's right. That's the Brattleboro Town entered into an early solar agreement with Nexus, and so that's part of the net metering payment as a result of that photovoltaic system that's been operational.
Right.
For
And then
many years.
Yeah.
On 10/1, check number 224, rain suits for, I presume it's like pre-K or the $720.
That was a Demerson.
Yes, it's for Demerson, but it's a PTFO reimbursement for suits for.
Yeah, okay.
So not out of the operating budget.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
And in general, if you are looking at the detail of the transaction in the warrant, the very first sequence of numbers, anything that starts with a 1 is related to the general fund, it's taxpayer money. If it's anything else, most often it's a self-funded expense, like if it's
Where there'd be a revenue stream.
Yeah, it's like a 9 is
yeah.
the student activity fund.
Yeah.
A 7 is the endowment fund, and so on. There are a number of funds, but generally, if it's anything other than a 1, it usually has its own revenue
Yeah.
source. It's not a taxpayer cost.
And then I'll just make a comment on, as I always do when it comes around, the check number 1834, which is the debt service payment. And it had principal payment and interest payment, and usually when I see that, I make a note, and then you give us a little summary of where we are in terms of the debt service.
Yeah, so the main debt that the system has now is the BUHS. It's the 2002 project that's almost in terms of the bond term, almost at the end of the term. It's 2024 is the end of the term. So it's a $1.6 million principal payment annually, and then there's been a declining interest expense. It's been nearly $400,000, and as we come to the very end, it continues to decline. And so, as I say, fiscal year 24 is the last scheduled payment. And of course, we've been very mindful of that as we look at the capital plan, the long-term capital plan. We try to align the assets that funded 20 years ago with their useful life as they need to be replaced. So I think we're on schedule for maintaining this excellent facility with that planning.
And maybe it'd be time to ask another question. I think I remember you saying in the past that if you had a debt payment, the debt payment actually helps you a little bit with the funding cap education amount, because it reduces, in other words, it's like a credit almost.
It's an exemption from the penalty, but it doesn't actually reduce your total cost per student.
Oh, I see.
Okay, so it just means that if it's the debt service that puts you over into the penalty, you won't be assessed a penalty, but you're still gonna pay the full tax rate that's associated with you spending 1.6 million in debt divided by, 1,000 kids, or now it's 2,400 kids.
I see.
You're still paying that calculated tax rate. You're just not assessed a penalty for doing a nice job keeping your facility current.
Thank you. And the last one was the warrants 930, I had two there. Check number 1473, and it was on 9/24/19 in the amount of $2881.20.
Was that to the Grafton Inn?
Yes.
Okay.
I can speak to that. So every summer, the WSESD and you, administrative leadership team, does some sort of professional development. This year, we decided with Act 173, we needed to do our own professional development rather than going to a conference. It focused on Tier 1 behavior, Tier 1 academics. So we went as a group to the Grafton Inn. In years past, probably the last 5 minimally, we've gone to the Vermont Principals Association Conference at Killington. We don't really have enough time when we're going to a conference presented by someone else to get our own work done. It did end up much cheaper doing our own, at $193.65 per person, whereas Killington last year was $492.23 per person. So not only did we save money, we got our own work done that we needed to get done.
Perfect. And then the next one was the 930, check number 1643, and that was the board retreat, the WSESD board. The amount was $908.92.
Yep. So that was when we had our retreat. It was the first time that this board has, well, as you know, your new board, had a chance to actually come together and start to get to know each other, what philosophies were, and create sort of a working group. So we hired an outside facilitator to come in and work with all of us.
Perfect. That's all the question I had.
I got my email open. There was a terminology for $1,800, a bunch of things called carts. Is that what was in a shopping cart? Is that what that means? From the warrants of 10/7, I'm sorry.
What, check number?
I'm looking for it. I can't find it now. 19,
I think we probably should move on.
Yeah, I just got Joe's.
So we've all the discussion except for perhaps Christine will find her question as I talk.
I found it.
On the warrants and payrolls have been completed, and we will bring that up in the regular board meeting starting at 6. So it's on the agenda item, and Christina will read the warrant amounts and the dates, and then we will vote as a full board. And at that time, in other words, we don't take action in the finance committee other than to question the administration and Frank, and so I guess we're good.
I found the PO number. I found PO numbers. Does that help?
I can work with that.
There's like 10 of them, but one of them is 2007 00090. But there's pages of things called cart. $1,900, $230.
Do you have your vendor name?
Vendor deal.
And I can send you.
It's not say,
Send the
says
committee.
general supplies.
Yeah, it's likely to do with the school supply order that is, it is through school specialty, and we do have an interface with them where we purchase on using their website.
Okay.
And they pack the boxes and ship it to the schools.
You add it to your cart.
And you add it to your cart.
That's what it sounded like, okay.
So it would be a lot of different boxes, a lot of different carts.
Okay.
I'll verify that that's what that is, and
It made sense, it just seemed like $5,000 spent on carts, I was wondering what we were doing.
yeah.
Okay.
So, that being said, I think have completed item number 2 in the agenda, and we'll move on to item number 3. Discussion of field turf improvement project and preparation for the WSESD board meeting discussion. What is your pleasure? Any comments from board members?
What is, I'm not understanding the question, sorry.
If there's any discussion on item 3 of the agenda.
Well, what are we going to go forward with to present to the board for the cost estimate?
I actually think I misspoke in one of the meetings, and I was under the assumption that an RFP and an RFQ could be disseminated, and that you could just then firm and finalize a price. And then there could be a decision at some later time to either accept, I mean, you do accept that, but it's not quite as, let's say, I hate to use the word, but I will, frivolous, as what I initially thought. If you make an RFP, then you've made a commitment to some extent to the vendor, so that, I see you frowning, Steve, am I incorrect?
Well, if I could comment.
Yes, please.
So the typical sequence is projects considered by a board, goes through a budget cycle, and it's approved by the electorate, and then that plan gets implemented through this bidding process, which is the RFQ, RFP. The point is that there's public approval, and then there's board approval, and the intent is to implement the project if you get to that RFQ, RFP stage. So it's not like illegal, or it's not like not allowed, but it's highly unusual to ask vendors to participate in a bid process if the board still hasn't made a decision to move forward with it. What it's doing is, instead of paying an engineer and or a consultant, generally thousands of dollars for a large project, you're asking your vendors in the community to kind of throw you a freebie. It's not illegal. The consequence is that the next time you go out for a bid, if it's known, and we're not a big region, so if it's known that, well, you're not sure if this board is actually committed to the project, then you tend to get a higher pricing in the next round. But again, I'm just saying this is the normal practice.
Yeah.
So if the committee and the board is not clear on consensus, which it seems, we've had a lot of different feedback from the public and from the board, then it would be more common to either say, we're not doing the project now as a board, or we have lots of different points of view on this, and we'd like the community to make the decision, and you warn another vote. But the point is once you get to the RFQ, RFP phase, you generally want to be serious about moving forward and following through with what you've asked the bidding community to consider, because it is a considerable amount of work, as it has been for Chris as well as Robert Clark.
Well, I just wanted to clarify that because I think I misspoke in that I thought that it'd be like hiring a contractor, which I was for years. I mean, I go out, spend all this time and give somebody a price and they go, no, I think we're not gonna do that now. So it's different. It's probably a bigger, it's a bigger commitment in terms of the community having made up their mind which direction they want to go. So I appreciate that. So in light of that, is there any further discussion from the board on turf field improvement project in preparation for the other next meeting that we're going to be going to tonight?
Thank you, Chris Sawyer, for this. That's my one comment. Where
I mean, I've been spending, I'm sure, as much time as everybody else, looking at all the comments, listening to all the opinions, looking at all the scientific research that's been done, and you know, it's a little daunting. This is not really what I expected when I ran for the WSESD board. I thought we'd be more dealing with educational issues. And I think this field is an educational issue, but it's not straightforward, and it's difficult. So, but I do think we somehow have to make forward progress one way or the other. And how we do that is sort of beyond my scope. If anybody, including the public at this point, has any comments, just to try to see where we want to go as a, you know, a four-town community.
Sean?
Do you have any, actually, if I could, do you have any comments, Chris, at this time, or would you rather? Oh, Steve, yeah.
So, you know, this has been a long and it's been a long process. You know, we've heard a lot of testimony, we've heard a lot of passion, we've heard a lot of people present conflicting studies, and you know, and I can't tell you the number of times Chris Sawyer's come to my office and said, well, I have some new numbers, and I have some new numbers. And you know, and Chris has done, and Robert have done incredible work trying to get numbers that are based on other projects that are done, based on conversations. So I think at this point, I think we've heard a lot of comments about organic versus not organic. I think at this point, I would recommend that we invest the money into getting an engineering study done that would get us a real estimate. That we say, okay, if we're serious about this field improvement, let's get the engineering study done. Let's put that money into that and see what we get. Based on that conversation, then maybe we go forward with an RFP, RFQ. The other alternative, which, I mean, I am in favor of a turf field, but the other alternative would be to, at this point, for the board to say we're not going to pursue the turf project at all. And I guess at this time, I kind of feel like that's the point we're at. Are we going to go ahead with an engineering study? Or are we just going to say we're not going to do this? What we would do at that point at the high school is we would probably engage and ask for an independent look at our field use space. And we look at all of our on-campus fields. And we look at
You know, we'd look at Tenney Field, we'd look at the new practice field, we'd look at Drummer. You know, we'd look at the on-campus fields that we directly control. You know, we wouldn't look at Familari or Babeck fields, we would just look at our field space that we control and we own. And then we would, you know, look, and I don't know what this looks like yet, but we'd look at a longer-term feasibility study. We would, at this point, probably have to not expand to any more sports.
So no ultimate frisbee, probably.
Well, again, I don't want to pit sports and programs against programs, but I think what Chris and I would have to do is sit down and look at our current practice field schedule and say, what can we really accommodate safely and competitively? And I think that's a conversation that Chris and I would have to have in conjunction with Robert. You know, but my sense is that at this point, we either need to go ahead and get a study that gets us some real current numbers and quit asking Chris to go call somebody that he knows in Massachusetts or in Virginia. We need to get some real numbers, or we just need to say we're not going to do this right now.
Yeah, yeah. And I think, in a sense, not doing it right now doesn't address the main problem, which is accessibility of all athletes and some physical education classes. So that's the problem in a nutshell. And it's a long-standing problem as a, well, I won't say it again, but you all know that I'm about ready to say it. On the BOHS board, this came up again and again and again, and so that's how we became aware of the issue. Yes, please speak.
Do we have a guesstimate on what time and cost of an engineering study, and who would do that?
Again, I hate giving estimates, especially on camera.
Plus or minus $100,000.
$70,000. Plus or minus $100,000.
That's what I'm giving you. I'm giving you that. That's I'm giving you that range of accuracy.
You know, it would have to be. It would look at that one field. It would look at the what's underneath it. We haven't even talked about crafting that study, but that's my best guess.
And this would be beyond the scope of your already, and Chris's already, and Robert's already, pretty broad knowledge of the fields and the field space.
Yes. But it would, what we'd come out with out of that, the goal for me would be to come to the board with, here's the cost of a synthetic surface.
We have to know, it's still a budgetary estimate, because you don't know the actual cost until you do a bid. But yeah, it's as good as it gets.
So there are two ways to pin that down. One would be an RFQ, RFP, because then we'd be getting a proposal from a firm that says, okay, it's 1.175 million, and then we know, or the engineering study, which would cost us $70,000, might come back with the same numbers and the same conclusion.
True.
So that would be, yeah.
The difference is, as Frank pointed out, that the RFP process, if we're going to do it the traditional way, we would have already gotten board approval and a vote to move ahead.
Yeah.
So.
Well, it'd probably make the vendor a little more relaxed.
Competitive as well.
Competitive.
In terms of pricing. So in our best interest, that's what we're obviously looking.
Yes, Christine.
So how would this be, there was a study done by Stevens, is that correct, at some point?
I think like in the early 2000s. I mean, we would need to do a fresh study.
You'd need to do a fresh study?
Yes.
Okay, so that study is not...
It was in 2013, but it was pretty low level, not a lot of money spent, but it looked at soil conditions in other fields, but not to the extent that this would be.
And that was Stevens, right?
I believe so.
I mean, we already have quite a good deal of information. I know Robert's expressed a knowledge of what actually took place under part of Natowich when the track was done. So the drainage, the lighting, there is institutional knowledge that does have some parts. Yeah.
could I suggest another alternative that we try to get as much information we can and then let the voters vote on it?
That would be a possibility. It'd be another warning, it'd be another special vote, which, you know, costs a certain amount of money. I think there'd probably be a lot more interest in that vote than many other votes you could choose. So it might, but the nice thing, as far as I see, if it was a public vote, it wouldn't be made by a board that we're having difficulty making up in our minds because of the divergent views. So if the public said no, then the public says no. If the public says yes, then we go ahead with the project. So it would be, you know, probably the most democratic. I'm not necessarily advocating for it because there are a lot of steps that have to be achieved before you can do that. But you know, as I've said before, there is a time is going to make up our mind if we don't make up our mind. And you know, next fall, do we have any idea that we would have a synthetic field ready to go? And you know, it's a possibility at this moment, but if we can't, as a board, come up with a decision, that's probably gone. So then maybe letting the public, you know, all the voters, the 14,000 voters in the 4 towns, could have a say. Yes?
I think a timeline is, you know, if the board made a decision to do what Christina just said, maybe we consider, you know, another public vote, you know, you'd probably have at least a 45-day time period, given that it has been quite a you know, a debated issue, and so there's a good public awareness. If you wanted to just follow through the timeline, you know, 45 days to warn it, to schedule the meeting, and then, you know, Chris, if you think about 45 days from now, and then add that, we said at least 60-day timeline to the state required bid process, then you're probably, you know, I don't know, that would probably be April, and I don't know if that's realistic time to engage a vendor to get something done in July.
Contracts for summer construction would need to be signed in March.
They need to be signed in March, so.
And maybe I misunderstood. I thought it was going to be a ballot question. It would be a ballot, so that would be all members in all 4 towns would vote, and then they'd be commingled just the way the November 19th vote is going to be.
So there's 2 formats of voting on projects. One is the Australian ballot, which is what you're just describing. The other is the floor vote off a you know, a warned article at a public meeting. And the board would need to decide that as well,
Yes,
relatively quick.
Yeah. So those are our 2 possibilities.
Yeah.
Yes, Emily?
So the 3 things that the finance committee would be reporting out to the board, aside from the meeting minutes, is the $70,000 estimate for $70,000 estimate for the engineering study.
Yeah.
The field access survey is an option, if we didn't want to go forward with anything on Natowich. And then if we wanted to move forward with artificial, which we already have the cost estimates for solely, we would do that through a special vote, potentially. That's one option, or we could just move forward with it. Is that what, because I'm just wondering, I know on the equity committee, we got into all these different ideas that like we could do. It really wasn't the purview of the equity committee to make those decisions. So like, we're reporting out these 3 options that we came up with, or?
Yeah, there would be a 4th option, and the 4th option would be for the finance committee to say, okay, let's go ahead with the RFQ, RFP, which is a big commitment. And then if the full board also, either tonight or at the next meeting, said on retrospect, we would like to make a vote on, and a motion is made, and either an RFQ and an RFP are disseminated to vendors, or it is not. So that would be another way to think about it. So it's a multifaceted, layered bookshelf. We just don't know where to put the book.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes,
can the public weigh in at all at this point?
yes, and if it's brief and succinct, be appreciated.
It is multifaceted, like a book, as you said. When I came into this process, and I kind of was told I came into it late, but I went through all the minutes that were provided to us, and then I went from the Finance Committee, and I went through all the minutes of the regular board, and I went through all the agendas of the board, and there was very, very little on the high school level. Most of it was on the financial committee. And even then, when I went through some of these things, that the agenda didn't even say what was talked about, which I want to caution boards to do, to really be clear. But I came in here neutral a long time ago when I first got wind of this. I came in absolutely neutral until I started looking around, reading everything, talking to people, talking to the school people, knowing that there is a field problem, fully understand that. I have grandchildren who are athletes. I know there's a field problem, especially for women. But there are so many issues to this, and on the top of my list is the students. And the students have a good play field, the students are safe and healthy. And then there's the environmental issue, then there's the cost issue. And I know the board has sent this all out to committees to talk about all of these issues. And I do think that the board and the public needs to really look at all the issues before making a decision and not jumping into a synthetic field. Because I've come around to the idea that it isn't safe, it isn't healthy, it isn't environmentally conscious, and it's very expensive. Okay, thank you.
Yes, Kate.
This will be really quick. I would make a suggestion that if you're gonna do it, spend $70,000 on an engineering study, that you just don't do a study on synthetic field. We should do alternatives, because we're gonna end up back exactly where we are now. Because I think part of the problem is people don't feel like they have all the information to compare. And that's, I think if you're gonna have a public vote or any kind of board vote, if people felt like all the information's there, I think it'll go smoother.
Thank you, Kate. Yes, sir.
Yes, I would like to discuss a little more about this.
Could you identify yourself, please?
Mark Younger, Brattleboro, Vermont. I'm a taxpayer. I'm here to discuss about the asphalt, the artificial turf. I thought I was supposed to be here at 6 o'clock, but you're discussing it now.
Well, this is the Finance Committee.
I understand that, but you're talking about monies that you want to spend just for research on that field? Is that what you're talking about right now?
Well, you'd have to, I'm going to, I appreciate your comments, but.
It's not a comment, I'm asking a question.
What's your question again? I'm sorry.
My question is, are you discussing amount of money to look into the field? Is that what you're discussing right now?
No.
What are you discussing at this moment?
No, we are not looking at a dollar amount at this moment.
What are you discussing though about that part of it?
I can phrase it.
All right, go ahead.
So each subcommittee was tasked with figuring out certain aspects, questions that came up from the public last time.
Yeah, I didn't get a chance to be here last time, but
So,
yeah.
well, the nice thing is actually at the board meeting, we'll be sharing, like, for example, the equity committee, what the equity committee did. Not making decisions, but at least getting some numbers together so that we have a few answers or more questions. So right now, all we're doing is trying to figure out some options that would exist financially, but the board could say, actually, we don't like any of these options. But we just have to get some numbers, otherwise.
And the board meets at 6 o'clock, or is this the board that you're talking about? Which board is it?
The board will be at 6. This is a subcommittee.
Okay, so you guys just discuss, and then the board that meets at 6 o'clock is the actual one who gets down to the actual money part of it?
Essentially, all the numbers will be represented at 6, or after 6, the stuff that we've talked about here, because this was just what was tasked to us by the board, to like get together some numbers or some ideas around numbers.
And do we have numbers together yet?
Limited, but.
What's that?
We have some that we'll share. I think he'll be sharing mostly.
You are going to share those numbers with me now?
Not now, but at the board meeting.
At the board meeting. Okay. All right.
Thank you.
I just wanted to make sure that I had a chance to talk about this before something further went in, that's all.
We only have a little bit, just a minute, please. Are there any more board comments at this time? All right, we'll take another 4 minutes of comments.
Just a quick comment, if I may.
Yes.
I like what Steve Perrin was recommending. I think the public was looking for additional information on both alternatives. And if what Steve was recommending was a study that was going to undertake what is better, whether it's a turf field, whether it's an organic field, like an existing grass field, and what the cost would be, what the benefits would be on both, taking into consideration all the playing times that are necessary. I think that's what the public was looking for, was more information based, because it seems like it's been on a track for a turf field, and we haven't heard, as a member of the public, we haven't heard anything concerning grass other than the fact that it's not practical.
If I may comment, I think you're right, Paul. I think it has been a track to look at a synthetic turf field. And the reason for that is that the fine individuals that we have on the staff and in the central office, looking at the problem, they determined that that was probably the way to alleviate the problem the most efficiently and to the best outcome. So yes, I would say that you are correct. And that is the reluctance, as was just expressed by the principal, and to some degree, if we don't do a synthetic field, it's probably going to be status quo for next year. So
yeah, but I think if you're talking about spending that kind of money, you want to make the right
status quo
decision.
just means
if it means putting it off,
we'll get along just the way we are
No.
now and in the future.
if it means putting it off for a year because you've done your homework, it makes sense.
Well, the board will decide. Chris, do you have any comments? Thank you for all your hard work.
And Sean, we did have the budget timeline on the agenda.
Oh,
if you
yes, all
wanted to-
right. So let us move quickly on to that.
And, I know we're gonna discuss it at the board meeting as well, it's on the agenda, so it's not critical, I just wanted to mention that it, that you have a document, it's similar in terms of its outline as previous board budget deliberations, so.
All right.
We can talk about it at the full
Yeah.
board meeting.
And I think that I would entertain a motion to adjourn the subcommittee of the WSESD. All those in favor? Aye. And we are adjourned at 5:58. Thank you very much.
it out that the sun shines down its power to all the world and makes the wind blow strong as it will. I want to hope gentle rains can fall upon the land, so lovely earth can stay lovely still.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Energy Week with George Harvey, me, and Tom Fennell, him.
In the flesh.
In the flesh.
Wearing my winter coat, and I think I'm going to leave it on for a little while. I might take it off.
It's actually not too cold in this room, but you notice I'm still wearing my scarf.
Well, it got kind of chilly last night.
It did, a little chilly, yeah.
For a shame. We've had this warm fall, you know, and all of a sudden the curtain dropped.
Yes, but I will say the ice worms have not come out of the glaciers yet to chirp.
The what?
It's an old story. I think it was Fairbanks, Alaska. The telegraph lines got cut, so the local newspapers didn't know what to print.
Yeah.
Because there was no news from outside the world, so they printed stories like a story about it being so cold that the ice worms had come out of the glaciers and were chirping, and their chirping was keeping people awake. And they had groups of people going out into the countryside to find ice worms, which they brought back and put into cocktails for the local bars. Anyway, it
sounds pretty ridiculous.
It was pretty ridiculous. Anyway, we are here for Energy Week number 345, or 345th edition. And if you like Energy Week, and even if you don't, you can contribute a little to its support, because we need a little support. Not much.
We don't need much.
No, not a whole lot. The way you do that is by going to brattleboro.tv.org, and you go to the bottom of the screen, and there's a thing that says Support Local Television, and you click on that, and then you either use PayPal or some sort of credit card or debit card to donate scads of money, and at least $1.
We only need about $12, right?
No, we need about 110.
We need that much?
Yeah, we haven't had any contributions for several weeks.
How did it get so high?
It started at 480.
Oh, okay.
We don't have a lot of donations. This is a show that is watched by poor people, and a few other people. Anyway, when you donate, put in the comments a little bit below the place where you put in the amount on that screen that this is for support of Energy Week. And was there something else? Oh, I know. I have to tell everybody how we get these stories. I get up and I go to the internet and I find stories every day, and I put them at put a synopsis of each and a link to the original at my blog, geoharvey.com, and I put up 10 to 15 each day. Most days I put up 15. Occasionally I'll put up 11 or 13, but it's almost always, not always, but it's almost always an odd number between 10 and 15.
Okay.
Almost never 10. Anyway, we are starting on November 7th, and if you go to
Which is a Thursday, by the way.
Yes, absolutely, which was a week ago today being the 14th. And if you go to geoharvey.com, GeoHarvey, and click on the 7th on the calendar, you'd find the stories we have from that date. And you have something to say, I'll bet you.
Well, we pick, for this show, like the best of the blog.
The best of the internet.
So we usually get about three stories from each day.
Yeah.
And some of these things are well worth reading.
And some of them are not.
Some of them are not, obviously. And in order to do what I do, I have to read them.
Yes.
So if I catch some of them that are particularly interesting, I'll try and remember to mention it to you.
I have.
Something just
I have
happened
to tell
my
you,
computer here. Just
Tom
went
does
out.
not always just remember. He keeps notes, which is a memory aid that I think everybody should use, and I don't.
Well, we got one coming up. We got a picture coming up.
We have a picture. In fact, the picture is right there. You can just click on it and bring it up.
See if I can bring it up.
There you go. Don't
Amazing.
double click. There you go.
Look at that blade.
That is a wind turbine blade, and if you look just to the right of the center of the picture down near the bottom, you'll see two men standing there.
It's a big blade.
That's a big blade. It's as long as a football field with the end zones and then some.
I had the length of that. It's 107 meters. I think that's about 350 feet.
Something like that.
Something like that.
Yeah,
I thought I
it's
wrote it
close
down,
enough.
but it,
Yeah.
in any case, the title says, Massive Wind Turbine Blade Arrives at Massachusetts for Testing.
I was surprised by this article because I didn't know that they were sending one to Massachusetts. I knew
Well, we got, a little later, we're going to touch base on this
Yeah.
article, on this
same
thing,
yeah.
same theme. And I was wondering, I thought this thing's operating. How come they got a
They
blade?
have one operating in Rotterdam, and they
Yeah.
have one that they're going to test in the UK.
That's exactly
now
what's
they're
happening.
testing one
Testing
in
another one in Massachusetts. Why? Because the testing facility is there.
Yeah. Okay, you have read the title. This is from CNBC, and I will read my synopsis. A 107-meter long wind turbine blade was moved to the Massachusetts Clean Energy Center's Wind Technology Testing Center for testing. Remarkable that they're using that center for testing. The blade, designed to be used on one of GE Renewable Energy's Holiade X 12-megawatt offshore wind turbines, is to be subjected to a series of fatigue tests. And
Well, GE's serious about this Haliade.
Oh, they sure are. There, I thought about this, and I thought about, there's a picture of a nacelle later on in this thing, and the nacelle went to the UK, and they're talking about the nacelle being the size of 6 double-decker buses.
6 of them.
6 of them.
The biggest one I've seen was 4.
Double-decker.
Double-deck buses.
Yeah, and I looked at these 2 articles, and I thought, it's not just that wind energy is better offshore that is causing these huge turbines to be built for offshore wind farms. It's because you don't need to do any road transportation for them.
No, they're
These
shipping
things
by
would
sea.
be really hard to transport by road.
Well, we saw a trailer that was specifically made
Yes.
to carry these blades.
Yes.
And the trailer was about 200 feet long
Yes.
with a gazillion wheels.
It was actually a gazillion and 2.
Was it? You counted them.
They had 2 spares.
Well, a little takeaway from here. As technology develops, the size of wind turbines is increasing.
Yes, it
We've
is.
observed that. At 850 feet, this one is currently the world's largest.
Yes.
Okay? The blade was transported to the testing facility via ship.
By a ship. That's
Yep.
how you move things when they're this big.
Absolutely.
And a big crane. Okay.
We got another one coming across, and this is interesting.
Yes, it is. This is from CNN.
Investors are dumping oil, so why would anyone buy Saudi Aramco? And that's a very good question to ask.
Sure is. Demand growth for crude oil is slowing, which is an inconvenient truth for bankers pitching the Saudi Aramco IPO at a valuation of up to $2 trillion. Institutional investors are under growing pressure to ditch oil assets they already own, and the investment case for Aramco seems weak.
Well, there's a 2-minute video worth watching on this article from CNN. And a little bit of the background on Aramco. When I was living in Saudi Arabia, Aramco was owned by 7 American oil companies, or 7 worldwide, because Shell was involved.
Yes.
Okay, and they sold out to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. And it's a joint venture now. It's partly owned by the royal family. It's partly owned by the government, which is the royal family.
Well,
okay, and now they're trying to get rid of it, or at least they want to get some cash.
Yes.
What they need cash for, I don't know. But
to build wind farms and solar farms.
well, it would make sense.
Yeah,
it
well,
makes sense for us to do
I shouldn't
that.
say that definitively because
Well,
I don't
right
know.
now they're sitting on the world's largest supply of oil.
Okay.
The Saudi Arabian untouched oil is still the world's largest.
Wow.
And with the price of oil going down and with renewables coming up, they're caught in a bind.
And they're going to be caught in a worse bind if the price of oil goes up, because then they're going to be competing against cheaper renewables. They're in a real big bind.
Well, Saudi Arabia's state oil monopoly makes more money than any other company on earth.
Really?
That's what the article said.
Wow.
But low oil prices, the climate crisis, and geopolitical risk could deter investors from buying into the partial privatization of Saudi Aramco.
Yeah.
And it very well could.
It could indeed.
It
And
could
as you
squash the
say
whole-
that, I
whole
think about
thing.
the fact that, you know, the Russians are being particularly problematical for Americans right now, and their income.
They do that well, don't they?
Yeah, they're very good at it. Their income is 65% from fossil fuels.
Is it really?
I'm talking about foreign
government,
trade here.
yeah, government
so,
income.
You know, as fossil fuels dry up, which I think they will, Russia's going to be in deep trouble.
I guess the bulk of their foreign trade income is from oil.
Yeah,
They're selling oil all
and
over
gas.
Europe.
Oil and gas.
Yes.
Okay.
Well, we got another interesting one coming up here.
We
this,
do.
This is interesting
There's a picture
too. Let
of
me get
fracking.
the picture up.
How fracking works.
Frack you.
Not nice, Tom. I'm going to
This
scold
is a,
you.
This is a schematic of fracking. We'll take a quick look at it.
Yeah, the thing on top there is the top of a piece of ground, and then what you got below it is chunks of geology, layers of different kinds of rocks and stuff, and they drill through all that until they get to the point where they're in a layer that they can frack, which is hydraulic fracturing, and they drill sideways through that so they don't leave the layer, and periodically they put the whole thing under pressure so that the rocks will crack, and then they pump in sludge and sand and slippery things and all
magic liquids.
Magic liquids, things that they don't have to tell us.
No, they're trade secrets.
It's a trade secret.
If we found out about it,
they
right
wouldn't let
under
them
do it.
Yeah, they put it under our feet and a little ways under our wells, and they claim that none of this makes it to the surface, despite any evidence to the contrary.
Well, first of all, one thing I was surprised is how deep the fracking is.
Oh.
They go way down to about 1,000 feet.
Okay.
Fracking, I thought it occurred much closer to the surface. And
what do you got for a title? This is from Clean
Natural
Technica.
gas fracking boom turns bust for a big fracker.
Okay, this is from Clean Technica, and the big fracker here is Chesapeake Energy. And just before the show, I went online to find out a little bit about Chesapeake Energy. It was listed as the 309th company in
the world,
in the S&P 500.
Okay.
So this is a big company. Chesapeake Energy was one of the first to take advantage of the natural gas fracking free-for-all that sparked last year when the Trump administration opened up more public lands for drilling. Now, Chesapeake is blaming the supply glut for its current predicament, which is pretty bad.
Well, quick takeaway, by 2012, gas prices were going through the floor.
Yeah.
And drilling activity was becoming unsustainable.
Yeah.
It's economics, guys.
It was, yes. And what these people are doing is they're losing a lot of money. And it's interesting to me, Chesapeake Energy was sold, I think it was last February, for $4 billion worth of cash and stock. Now, that means that somebody put a lot of money into this organization less than a year ago.
And they're going to get burnt.
They're going to get burnt. And it also means that somebody made a bunch of money by selling this, and they had a good reason to get out of that industry.
They had a good Ouija board.
They had a good Ouija board, that's right. Okay, we are up to Friday, November 8th.
This is an interesting, very interesting article.
It comes from Lawrence Berkeley National Laboratory.
Go with the flow. Scientists design better batteries for a renewable energy grid.
Berkeley lab researchers developed a versatile yet affordable polymer flow battery membrane that can be used to make possible long-lasting and low-cost grid batteries based solely on readily available materials such as zinc, iron, and water.
This is big news, actually.
Actually, it is. The flow batteries we've talked about many, many times.
Oh, yeah. And they can be big.
They can be big, and they can hold...
big.
Big, big. They can hold huge amounts of energy, but the part of the problem with them was that they were expensive, even compared to lithium-ion batteries. And
this is reducing the cost of those batteries enormously.
And what that means, in turn, is that... the reason they cost a lot of money was partly because they were using metals like vanadium. And
They were very specialized parts
Right.
of the device.
now you'll notice that zinc, iron, and water are things that people know about. Vanadium,
They're kinda cheap.
people might not know about vanadium. I remember vanadium from when I was a child. My mother had a set of steak knives that were made of vanadium, and they had vanadium engraved on the side, and I couldn't figure out what it was, so I looked it up. Later on, when I was working in chemical factories, I handled vanadium, but not as much as I handled gadolinium. Figure that out.
Well, the backstory here, of course, is that renewables can't always be counted on to generate electricity when you need it.
Right.
But renewables and storage make a lot of sense.
Mm-hmm.
When the sun's shining, you make energy and you put it in a big battery and use it at
Of
night.
some kinds.
Of some sort.
Which could
And this
be-
is a very large battery.
Yeah, and a big battery include things like
And we're talking about
rail
two,
cars
two
going
little
up
lakes
mountains.
here or something like.
Yes.
Yeah, we saw rail cars, right?
Okay, our next item, which is from Renew Economy, has a graph that I will
Yeah,
apologize for because
let's
it's low
put the-
resolution.
let's
I
put the
did
graph
look
up here.
for a better graph,
There
but
wasn't a better one.
there wasn't one that I could find. This is from Lazard. The original is a PDF file. This graph was taken by somebody at the place Renew Economy, and unfortunately, it's a little hard to read because it's low resolution.
Why don't you tell us a little bit about it?
Well, we have conventional electric resources in the 4 bottom darker blue. The 4 top lighter blue has renewable energy.
So this is the cost of energy.
This is the wholesale cost of energy, including whatever subsidies are involved, except for, in the case of nuclear, it does not include the potential cost of Price-Anderson or the cost of dealing with waste.
That's neat.
Well, you know, they get special consideration because they shine in the dark.
So
Anyway.
we're seeing those bars represent a
Right.
range.
That's right. And there are a few things that have to be mentioned here. If you look at that, that is $66 to $152 in the coal bar, which is the second from the bottom. And the bottom one is 44 to 68, which is combined cycle natural gas, which means that in general, you can expect that the price of a baseload natural gas plant, the electricity will almost always be lower than the cost of electricity from a coal burning plant, which is why natural gas has been beating out coal.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Now, here's the thing.
But you take a look up there in the top.
Yes.
Solar PV.
Solar PV.
Holy cow.
By golly, it looks like...
And it's getting cheaper.
Yes. Solar PV is almost always cheaper than combined cycle natural gas. And wind power is potentially
too.
very cheaper, usually cheaper than combined cycle natural gas. And when you throw on that battery, they don't necessarily get more expensive than natural gas.
They do, but it's not by much.
Yeah.
Really not
And
by much.
natural gas is dependent on a resource that's limited, so the price is going to go up. Solar and wind are on a technology price curve, which means their prices continue to go down.
We've talked about that.
We are at or past the tipping point, and last week I had a story on about how the applications, the announcements, whatever, of expected new natural gas generating capacity is declining on a monthly basis.
Absolutely.
And it dropped
The
in the
world
last
is changing,
yeah,
guys.
it dropped in the last 2 years by almost 40%. And this is an ongoing trend. Now, one other thing that I'd like to point out, Tom, could you put that back up?
I just did.
The 2 top ones are a little bit unfair, or I should say they really don't match, because these are the wholesale prices of electricity that people are getting by these are
the equivalent of the wholesale price.
Yeah, but the thing is, a person who's getting solar power, or a company that's getting solar power, well, you'll see that the top one, rooftop residential, 151 to 242, which is the equivalent of 15 to 24 cents per kilowatt hour. In some parts of the United States, 15 cents per kilowatt hour is significantly below the cost of whole retail residential electricity.
Not in Vermont.
Well, I'm
Just
paying
about
more
equal
than
to it.
15.
Yeah, you're getting special
Well,
cow power,
I
right?
am, but
Yeah.
you know, it's going up, and the cost of renewable energy in those two instances is high, but it is.
But these people are using it themselves.
That's right.
So it's a
That's
bonus.
right. So it really is not a fair representation.
No,
it's kind of
they're-
apples and oranges.
There's other things going on. I mean, they're not
Yeah.
paying anything for their power.
Yes, that's right. How much would you pay for free power? Okay.
Yeah, what
Should
happened
we
to
move
my
on, Tom?
computer here?
What happened to your computer?
Well, it came back. I guess it just fell asleep.
Actually, that computer is designed to fall asleep, and I reinstalled the operating system about 2 weeks ago, and I should go in and tell it.
Just a matter of clicking and it comes back on.
Yeah, tell it not to
No,
do
we're
that.
going to get back to Heliod.
Yes, we are, and this is from Renews.
Heliod X starts spinning. Now, we just saw one of their blades.
We did
How can
indeed.
it start spinning with their blade in Massachusetts? But we're talking about more blades. They're
Yes,
making
we are.
more blades, and it looks like GE's planning on selling a lot of these things.
They want to sell as many as they can sell.
Duh.
Duh. GE Renewable Energy's 12 megawatt Haliade X offshore wind turbine has started turning to generate first power. The turbine installed in Rotterdam will basically at the edge of the water has started turning to generate. Will now progress to the testing phase, said the manufacturer. During testing, it will
Different types of measurements. We
Wow.
left those words out.
Different types of measurements.
Will be carried.
Okay.
I'll read it.
All right. Go
Will
ahead.
be carried out to obtain a type certificate for the Heliod X in 2020.
Right.
So they're trying. They've sold a few of these things already, but they're trying to get them
Well,
certified.
they've sold a bunch of them.
Oh yeah, I'm
but
just
they
going to
have
say
to
that.
get them certified to put them in.
They've been selected for the 120 megawatt skipjack, was small,
Yeah.
and 1,100 megawatt ocean wind projects in the U.S.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, as well as in the 3,600 megawatt Dogger Bank farm in the U.K.
They've got a bunch of these things that are scheduled.
They've got
to go
orders
in.
for these already.
Yeah, and they haven't finished testing, and they will have their testing certificate, they hope, in 2020.
Well, we got an interesting one coming up. We got
Okay, we're up to Saturday, November 9th.
And here's a picture. This is.
I get a kick out of this.
Yeah.
This
It's a
is fun.
blimp.
It's a blimp. That's right.
That's the HAV, Hybrid Air Vehicles, Airlander, and it's a blimp.
Yep, and this is from BBC.
You know, when I was a kid, where we lived, for some reason, every morning while we're eating breakfast, going to school, a blimp went by.
Really?
I don't know where it was coming from.
I'll bet it was a Navy blimp.
It wasn't Navy, no.
You sure?
Well, it wasn't marked.
No, it wasn't
And
marked.
the
It was
Navy
a-
blimps are marked.
It was a secret blimp, and they were hoping nobody would see it.
But it was kind of a big thing. Oh, where's the blimp this morning?
You know,
and
yeah, right. I am told that the reason why these things are called blimps is because somebody really early on, kind of walking by one, kind of popped his finger against it, and it went blimp. I've
That makes
actually
as
read
much
that.
sense as
Anyway, this
anything.
is. Do you have a title for
I
this?
do. How airships could return to our crowded skies.
The Airlander was created by Hybrid Air Vehicles, founded in 2007. Hybrid airships emit a fraction of the pollution of conventional aircraft. Now, HAV has been given over £1 million, which is $1.3 million, by the UK government and industry to develop all-electric propulsion producing zero pollution.
That's a natural for these guys.
Oh yeah, and you
Natural.
know these lighter than airships, the blimps and the zeppelins and so forth, were kind of renowned during the 1930s when they were using for passenger transportation as very comfortable ways to travel.
Well, they had a different thing then. They had these things called dirigibles.
Yes.
A blimp is just a big gas bag.
Yes.
But the dirigibles had a framework, and they were big.
And they were big.
And unfortunately, one of them blew up in New Jersey, called the Hindenburg.
Yes.
And it scared the bejesus out of everybody, because
Oh,
the industry stopped.
and you know what they were using for
Hydrogen.
Yeah, but they were
And it
using
burns,
hydrogen
guys.
for the gas, and it burns. But what do you suppose they were using for the framework?
I would have figured steel.
Magnesium.
Okay, that makes sense.
Have
That
you
makes
ever
sense 'cause
seen
it's light.
magnesium burn?
Yes, it can burn.
Unbelievable.
And it did.
Yeah.
And it's exactly what I was going to say. Airships lost out to conventional aircraft after a series of disastrous crashes in the 1930s. And the Hindenburg crash was famous.
Yep.
It was very spectacular.
And if you want to see what these things look like a little bit, you get a flavor for them from the movie Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, there's a point where Indiana Jones and his father escape from Germany on a blimp. I'm sorry, on a dirigible.
How about that?
Yeah, and the dirigible is carrying an airplane to and they have to get off the dirigible, so they escape to the airplane.
To the airplane.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, this Airlander is enormous. It's not a dirigible. It's a blimp.
It's a blimp.
Great big gas bag.
It's a big gas bag.
And it will be the first airship to fly to the North Pole since 1928.
Wow.
And it's going to carry tourists on an $80,000 luxury trip rather than explorers. $80,000 bucks, boy.
$80,000 to go to the North Pole.
Just to go.
Let me ask you a question, Tom. Climate change. Will they be able to find the North Pole?
That's a good question.
They will. They'll have GPS. Okay. That was from BBC, and our next...
There's a little quick takeaway here.
Okay, go ahead.
Airlander expects there to be about 150 of these airships floating around the world in 10 years.
150.
150 of these
I wouldn't
guys.
be surprised if there were more than that.
I wouldn't either.
I don't know how long it would take an airship like this to get from, say, Boston to London, but
I don't think you'd use it for that. They go slowly.
They do. But
it'd be good for getting from Boston to New York.
Yeah, but I think that even going across the ocean, they might be really good. I mean, they
can
about
put 3 or 4
beds.
days.
No, they wouldn't take that long, I don't think. Anyway, our next item is from Newsmax.
It is that.
Yes.
Fed, according to the Fed, $500 billion in losses show economic threats of climate change.
Now, I want to point out...
This is significant.
This article and the one that follows it are both about the Fed, the United States Federal Reserve. There were a lot of articles on the 9th of November about the Fed, and I had links to 3 of them, but I only used 2 for the show. A Fed official, this is from Newsmax, a Fed official warned risk managers not to ignore climate change. Quote, the U.S. economy has experienced more than $500 billion of direct losses over the last 5 years due to climate and weather-related events. End quote. Federal Reserve Bank of New York Executive Vice President Kevin Steros said. Now, honestly, I think they're underestimating this badly.
Well, they identified 2 types of risk.
Right.
Okay, one is physical risk, as climate-related changes disrupt business operations.
Mm-hmm.
And the other one is a transition risk resulting from the shift toward a lower carbon economy.
Yeah.
This is going to affect people who have nothing to do with this business.
Yeah,
I mean,
this is going to affect
stock,
the local...
stock prices, the cost of operations.
The guy who owns the local gas station.
Absolutely.
And honestly, I could see that going into $500 billion a year.
Well, that's just exactly what they're saying.
Well, they're saying it has experienced $500 billion in the last 5 years.
It's going to go higher.
It's going to get worse. Maybe we should go to the next
let's go.
picture.
Let's put this lady up.
Yes?
She's got an important job, this lady.
Yes, she does. She's the Fed governor.
That's an important job.
It is. She makes more money than I do.
She doesn't make more than I do, though.
You don't think so?
I don't think so.
She might make $1 a year. I don't know. Anyway,
Fed sees climate change shaping economy and policy. This is following up on what we just said.
Right. This is from Reuters UK. Federal Reserve Governor Lael Brainerd said the Fed will need to look at how to keep banks and the financial system resilient amid risks from extreme weather, high temperatures, rising seas, and other effects of increasing levels of greenhouse gases in the atmosphere. Now, the third article, which I did not schedule for this show, basically says the Fed, and it's an extension of this, which is why I put this in instead of not it. The Fed is warning that entire regions of the United States within 10 years will not have a possibility of 30-year mortgages. People will not be able to get 30-year mortgages.
Because they can't get insurance?
Because they can't get insurance.
Wow.
And that's the whole coast of, coastal
it's going to be all
Florida.
high rent districts, isn't it?
It's really bad. And, the almost the entire coast of the Gulf, most properties owned by Donald Trump in Florida, of which there's a bunch.
All coastal properties on all of our coasts.
And properties along the Mississippi River.
This isn't poor people.
No, this is not poor people. This is everybody.
Yeah.
And we're seeing that the Fed is getting involved in this. I could just see Donald Trump reacting to this because he already doesn't like the Fed. But the Fed is getting involved and they're saying, look, people, this is happening faster than we had thought. You better get ready.
Well, what they're saying here is this is not hypothetical.
Yeah.
The risks are here.
Yes.
We have to deal with them.
Well, Hurricane Harvey was not a hypothesis. It was something that happened. Hurricane Maria was not.
Pretty bad thing that happened.
Yeah, and you just go down the list. That's right. And there was an article today, by the way, about climate change, a study that was done. People were saying, wait a minute, these hurricanes don't seem to move as fast as they used to.
I think we'll touch base on that in this show.
Okay.
Further on down.
I will withhold comment for a little bit. We are up to Sunday, November 10th, and we have an item from RTE.ie, which is a website in Ireland.
In Ireland, it is. Toll of climate change on Greenland's icebergs is unnerving.
Oh, man. The tallest icebergs in the world were towering in front of me, pristine and glistening in the Arctic sunshine. Obviously, I'm using somebody else's words. It felt unnerving to be near them, however. The tallest icebergs in front of us were about 80 meters high. 80 meters is a lot.
About 250 feet.
Yeah, I think more than that, actually. A little bit more. And the icebergs of Disco Bay were once double that height. So the icebergs are getting shorter.
Quite a bit shorter. Well, this Irish reporter was there 2006.
Yes.
He's just gone back there. And this is him speaking.
That's right.
Okay, and he's amazed at the difference in the 10 years, 12 years since he's been there.
I'm amazed at the difference.
This dramatic change has happened in living memory.
Yes.
That's what he says.
And
the entire Arctic region is warming faster than the rest of the world.
Well,
icebergs are shrinking and the sea ice is disappearing.
And unfortunately, what we're seeing more and more is that climate change is happening far faster than it was expected to happen.
That's just what it said.
There are
climate change in general, and Arctic regions is happening faster than that.
There are things happening today that were not expected to happen until 2080. So in some respects, we're 60 years ahead of schedule. And that is disturbing. Okay.
Well, we got another picture coming up.
We do indeed. We are still on November 10th, and we have a picture of Elizabeth Ryan looking at an apple tree. And this is from CNBC.
Whoop. I forgot to double click that thing. There she is. We're fighting for our lives. U.S. apple farmers endure major crop and profit losses as the climate changes.
Fruit growers like Elizabeth Ryan are trying to find ways to cope with warmer winters and unprecedented heat, rain, and drought. But climate change has become an impossible financial burden for many farmers. And you know, part of this is also unexpected cold, because
it's changing everything.
Everything is changing.
They're getting unexpected warmth in January, which is screwing things up completely.
Opens up the flowers.
And unexpected cold this time of year.
Yeah.
Which is freezing the apples.
Yeah.
Crazy stuff.
It's pretty crazy.
Well,
and yeah, go ahead.
There's three parts there. Climate change is posing an existential threat to the precarious lives of farmers across the country. Apple farmers are experimenting with different crops, growing tactics, and technology to cope.
Yes.
And between 2012 and 2017, more than 2,000 farms closed in New York State alone.
2,000 farms in New York State closed.
Yeah.
Wow.
Now, I got a connection to apple farms.
Yeah.
In the Hudson Valley.
Yeah.
There's a lot of them.
Yes.
Okay, between Kingston and Albany on the west side of the river, it's almost all you see.
Really?
And one of my buddies from college owns an apple farm.
Uh-huh.
I never visited it, but we used to call him Joe Mott's after Mott's apple juice. But there's a lot of apple farmers, and it was a good living. They made a good living down there. I'm sure they
a
still
couple
are.
of counties in Illinois where it's practically apples. And
Well, I'll touch base on that.
Yeah,
New
go
York
ahead.
is the second largest apple producer in the U.S.
Okay.
It might be Illinois as the first. I
don't
think
know.
it's Wisconsin.
I wouldn't be
The
surprised.
Hudson Valley has a long and robust history of apple growing, which is absolutely true. Elizabeth Ryan, who we just saw, she's farmed for 40 years. And in this picture, she's standing among her ruined golden supreme apple trees, recalling how they were snapped and toppled by Hurricane Sandy.
Yeah.
She took a bath, and she's debating, should she replace them with plums or grapes? She's not
Wow.
going out of farming, but she might be dropping apples.
Yeah.
So some farmers are turning to technology. This part is interesting, like giant wind machines that blow warm air onto the crops during cold spells.
Wow.
These are huge horizontal fans. I mean, you know, they're trying to cope.
They're trying to cope.
And unfortunately, it's hitting the smaller farmers who can't afford these wind machines.
Yep. Okay, we have an item from Forbes.
Oh, this one's interesting.
It is.
This is an interesting one. Even Trump can't keep coal companies from declaring bankruptcy.
The U.S. Energy Information Administration, or the EIA, has data that says, quote, between 2010 and the first quarter of 2019, U.S. power companies announced the retirement of more than 546 coal-fired power units, totaling about 102 gigawatts of generating capacity.
That's very significant.
102 gigawatts is more than the generating capacity of all of our nuclear plants combined.
Is it really?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, whenever you see that word giga, you know it's
It
big.
generally means big. That's right.
There's many charts in this. It's an interesting article. There's a lot of charts if you like charts.
Yes.
Okay. President Trump campaigned on bringing back the coal industry, and he did. However, coal companies are reporting disappointing financial results and filing for bankruptcy. The price of coal has fallen 38% from its recent high in October of 2018 and is back to 2016 prices. And coal plants continue to shut down. And they talk about 3 of them that are going for bankruptcy. Peabody Energy,
Yes.
okay, Black Jewel, and Murray Energy,
Yes.
which we've talked about on this show quite a bit.
Actually, we've talked about all 3 of them, but
We've talked most about Murray.
Murray and to
it's the
some
nation's largest privately owned coal producer.
Yes.
And we've had pictures of Murray talking.
Yes. Okay, we're up to Monday, November 11th.
We are. This is an interesting picture coming up here.
Yep,
Let's
it
get
is.
it up. Aha, that looks like an iceberg.
It does.
Rising seas, melting ice, raging fires. Why didn't anybody warn us?
Why didn't anybody warn us?
Somebody did.
Wow. In a recent New York Times op-ed, Eugene Linden suggests reasons why scientists have been too conservative on climate change. There have been scientists who showed that rapid changes have happened in the past and can again, but they were regarded as on the fringe. This is from
Isn't that
Clean
weird,
Technica.
huh? I'll
Well-
explain that a second here, because I got it from the article.
Okay, go ahead.
Linden says scientists are often hamstrung by a perceived need to achieve consensus,
Yes.
believing that if they are not nearly unanimous in their findings, policymakers will find ways to dismiss their findings in favor of more politically acceptable alternatives. That's what's been happening.
Yeah.
What Linden doesn't mention, and this is significant, is the scientific community has been terrorized by stooges hired by the fossil fuel companies to sow fear and doubt among the public. They wouldn't do that.
No. I think that's exactly what's happened, and it's dangerous.
It is dangerous.
And I honestly think that people who have been doing that should be prosecuted.
They might very well be, because it's becoming quite aware of what they've been doing and who they've been doing. As a matter of fact, I think they just started a lawsuit on exactly that.
Yeah.
I think a bunch of young people, kids,
Yes.
are suing that their right to future happiness has been
This
infringed.
is happening in a bunch of places in the United States. Okay, we have an item from The Guardian.
Yeah, this is sort of 3 parts in a row because we're going to touch base on the same phenomenon 3 times. Australia's fires. Nation braces for the most dangerous bushfire week ever.
Fire chiefs in Australia have warned of the most dangerous bushfire week the nation has ever seen, saying New South Wales, the country's most populous state, faces an unprecedented, quote, catastrophic, end quote, fire day. New South Wales has 60 fires, 40 of which are out of control. Now, New South Wales was one. The other one was Queensland.
They're both on the East Coast.
They're both on the East Coast.
Queensland is on top.
Yep.
Then New South Wales is about the equivalent from maybe Virginia to Florida.
Yeah, well,
and then
below them is
Victoria, which is maybe Florida, their equivalent of Florida.
Yeah, but this
is where most of the people in Australia live.
All of them are big. I think New South Wales is probably twice the size of Texas.
These are, by our standards, very large
huge.
states.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, Tasmania is I think the smallest state, and it's about twice the size of New England. Anyway,
you look at the map, it looks small, but it's big.
This is something that's just been coming back and coming back and coming back in the news. They had at one time 50 out of control fires, and if you see pictures of these fires, they're scary. They're really scary.
Well, they're not forest fires like we have because they don't have that many trees, but they're bush fires.
They're bush fires, but you know what, Tom?
They're dangerous.
They have got into the forests. And there was one guy, I remember this guy, and I forget who he was, but he was in a position of some authority, and he said he almost fell out of his chair when he saw that the fire had reached this one particular forest, because it's a tropical rainforest. Tropical rainforests
They're not supposed to burn.
No, they are not. And of course, on top of everything else, a lot of the forest, what forest there is eucalyptus, which burns like matches, you know.
Yeah. Well, he's talking about a catastrophic rating, which we'll touch on again below. Yep. There's a quote here, and this is what's going on.
Yeah.
We are so dry in this country. We haven't had rain for years in some places. All the dams and creeks and rivers are dry, and we need to look at what we're going to do about that in the future. To deny climate change is a very ill-informed and uneducated way of looking at things. And we have the worst of our fire season still ahead of us. We're not even in the summer yet. Bingo.
Okay.
You read this before.
I did, actually, yes. Okay, we have a flood in Mississippi.
Yeah, this is a little bit of a change of scene here.
Yep.
Where'd the flood picture go?
It's down there. There it is. You can click on it. Go up.
I'm not looking at a picture of a flood.
No, oh, I'm sorry.
There we go.
I accidentally put it back.
Whoop, I clicked it twice. There we go.
There you go.
From dryness, we go to a flood in Missouri.
Yes. Inside Climate News.
From the Inside Climate News. As climate change threatens Midwest cultural identity, cities test ways to adapt. And that's what they're talking about. No more ice fishing. Well, that's just what you're going to say, isn't it?
Think of Minnesota with almost no ice fishing. Wow, what a thing. Missouri as hot and dry as Texas. And communities on rivers where catastrophic floods happen almost every year instead of every few generations. This, scientists warn, is the future if emissions continue as they are.
Well, the way we live and the way we manage resources is going to need to change.
Sure
we have to listen to the scientists. That's a quote.
Yep.
This approach would not be affordable or politically viable in many places. And they're talking about Rochester in Minnesota now.
Yep.
Rochester, with a population of about 115,000, has a thriving healthcare industry led by the Mayo Clinic and a voter base that is predisposed to trust science. And that's what this article is about, what happens in this particular town. And
yeah.
It's important in Minnesota because their way of life could be changing.
Life is
big time.
Seriously threatened. You know, you can't hunt moose in Minnesota, I've been told, either, because of the problems they've had because of climate change.
You can't hunt?
Can't hunt moose.
Well, we can't hunt moose.
Yeah. Moose, all over the United States, moose are in trouble.
Yeah.
And that trouble is directly associated.
Ticks, isn't it?
Ticks that are bleeding the moose to death. Okay, we're up to Tuesday, November 12th with an item from NBCnews.com.
Yeah, most destructive hurricanes are hitting the U.S. more often. And I had trouble with this one. I couldn't copy it.
Oh, really?
I got the same article from Associated Press, so I got
okay.
it. But I could not. I could pick it up. I could read it, but I couldn't download it to make my own notes.
Big destructive hurricanes are hitting the United States 3 times more frequently than they did a century ago, according to a study.
That's interesting.
It is. 247 hurricanes that hit the U.S. since 1900. Researchers found the top 10% of hurricanes were happening 3.3 times more frequently.
So the hurricanes are getting bigger, and the big ones are happening more often.
That's right.
And they say here Harvey's destructive footprint was 30 times larger than the average.
Yeah.
Wow.
Wow.
Harvey, that was a pretty destructive hurricane. It just hung over Houston for
and it was
a week.
Second 500-year flood in Houston in 2 years.
2 years.
Yeah. Or maybe it was the first in 2 years. But there was
they got, I forget how much rain in Houston.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable.
I don't think anybody's ever gotten that much rain in the U.S.
If you could find somebody who's outside of a 500-year flood zone who died in that, and I have no doubt that you could point at that person and say that person was killed by climate change.
I think you could. I think you make a very good case for
Yes.
that.
Okay.
Let's move along. We've got an interesting picture.
We're still
coming up
on
here.
November 12th. We've got a picture from the BBC. This is an interesting article.
This is an interesting picture, an interesting article. That's a bunch of Formula One cars.
Yep, in 2018.
That's not Watkins Glen.
I don't know where that is.
No, it's not, because I used to go to Watkins Glen for the Formula One race every year.
Really?
The cars were different then. They were more like regular cars.
Yes.
There was one guy, he was a Dutchman. He was a count. And he drove it, he was in this race with an old Porsche with a license plate on it. He never won anything, but he went every year.
Wow.
Count something, or I forget his name.
What do you got for a title, Tom?
Formula One launches a plan to become carbon neutral by 2030.
How are they going to do that?
Oh, they're going to tell us.
Formula One has launched a plan to become carbon neutral by 2030. The intention is to wipe out the carbon footprint of activity at the racetracks, including road and air transport of staff and equipment to the events. F1 says it will offset any emissions that remain that cannot be cut.
Well, they got pretty good plans. I got some interesting stuff about what they're going to do. All events will be sustainable. They're going to eliminate single-use plastics. These are like, coffee cups and stuff like that. Waste will be reused, recycled, and composted, and all gas will have a biofuel content of at least 10%. Now, this is an aside. I didn't notice that Formula One engines are the most efficient car engines in the world.
Really?
Delivering more power and using less fuel, and hence CO2, than any other car engine.
Wow.
And in the article it says how they're going to do it.
Yeah.
It's interesting. If
Okay.
you got the time, read it, because it's interesting.
Our next item is from CNN.
Yeah, it is that.
And it's more about bushfires in Australia.
Yeah, we're going to talk about that. This is part 2 of a 3-part series.
Right.
Australia's deadly bushfires bring threat of long and dangerous day ahead.
2 Australian states are bracing for a day of catastrophic risk as firefighters battle over 100 deadly active bushfires.
Gotten from 60 to 100 already, hasn't
Well, it actually went to 150.
150?
150.
Wow.
Clouds of smoke can be seen as far away as New Zealand. Queensland and New South Wales have declared states of emergency. I want to point out that if you're in New Zealand and you're seeing smoke from Australia,
that's pretty far away.
That's like sitting here in Brattleboro and seeing smoke from a fire in Kansas City.
Yeah, that's about appropriate. That's about that distance. Yep.
I actually checked that. I wanted to find out something that was accurate, and this is absolutely nightmarish.
This is an interesting article.
Yeah.
There's this one. Well, CNN usually does a good job anyhow, but this is one of the better ones. There's 25 pictures.
Right.
Okay. There's a 2-minute video on the fire. Okay, you can see the fire in the video, and it says as of Tuesday, just in New South Wales, 57 fires were burning.
Yeah.
And there's probably more happening now.
Yep. And we haven't got to summer yet. Okay, we are up to Wednesday, November 13th, and we have a
another
picture
coming up.
which I can't figure anything about that picture. It just looks absolutely weird to me.
Well, I can tell you what's going on. It's a bird's eye view.
Yeah, I know that.
Okay, they're looking at the top of a mountainside that they took off to get coal.
Okay.
I think the black things that you're looking at are still coal.
Okay.
Okay, and the blue things are the tailings ponds, and that's what this story is all
man.
about. They're
Okay.
dumping all of their
tailings
in those blue ponds, which, if you notice, they're going down in the river.
Yes.
They're going down below, and they're infecting the rivers down
This
there.
is frightening. Okay, this is from Clean Technica.
And it's called a coal slurry pond in West Virginia. And it says the proposed new rule would amp up the EPA's war on science.
A new rule proposed by the EPA would upend decades of scientific research, studies that have confirmed that air pollution leads to shortened lifespans or that mercury impairs brain function in young children by requiring all that confidential data be made public.
That sounds kind of confusing to me, but they
What it
explain
means
how.
is if you're going to say, this child, we have a child here whose brain has been damaged by exposure to mercury, you can't do that anymore. You have to say, Freddie Smith, who lives at 110 Wilmot Avenue in Haberdash, Wisconsin, has a brain that was damaged by mercury. You've got to be specific. You do not protect people.
So nobody's going to do it. It's going to be
What
too
can you do?
complicated. Yeah.
What can you do?
Yeah.
So they're doing that to hobble
That's
scientific
exactly what
research.
they're doing.
And
It
it's-
sounds like the opposite of what they're doing.
It is absolutely outrageous that they would attempt to do something like this. They're attempting to use people's lives, use people's privacy as a way of circumventing their safety.
Well, it's just what they say from the article. This is a full frontal assault on reason that appears rational on the surface, but it's just another way for companies that fund extreme views against protecting the environment to get their way.
Yeah.
So it's kind of a game they're playing.
It's a game.
Yeah,
It's
with
a
us.
very deadly
We're
game,
the
and the
losers.
people who are doing this should be held accountable, in my opinion.
I think they should be.
And in my opinion, that means going to jail for a long time.
Yeah.
This is outrageous. This is
These
absolutely.
kinds of people
this
never
is-
go to jail.
Not necessarily.
I hope
One
so.
thing you could do with some people would be to ship them to Brussels and let them stand in trials for crimes against humanity.
Ooh.
I think there are people in the United States who are definitely guilty of that, and
Yeah?
they deserve to have that kind of treatment
Yep.
because they are killing people. Should we go on to
Let's
something
move
else?
on. We got
Okay.
another one coming up from The Guardian.
We have an item from The Guardian.
Climate change, do more now or risk catastrophe.
That's
Warns the-
catastrophe.
Catastrophe. I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Warns the Energy Agency.
The world's existing climate policies will not be enough to end the upward march of record energy emissions, rising beyond 2040 without a grand coalition of governments and investors, according to the International Energy Agency. In 2018, we set emissions set a record. This is from The Guardian. What do you have on that as a thing?
Comment?
I've got things to say
The
about
deep
this.
disparity between words and action risks failing to cap global temperatures. In order to be in line with the Paris targets, there is a need for huge efforts in pushing clean energy technologies.
Mm-hmm.
What do you have to say about it?
Well, you remember, I mean, it's even conceivable that every single person watching this show, except for an occasional toddler, is aware of the fact that about a year ago, a UN agency said we've got until 2030 to cut emissions by 45% or we will not be able to reach 1.5 degree rise.
Yeah, I remember them saying that.
Now, what happened after that was scientists sat down, they said, how much time have we got to make the plans, to issue the ordinances and the legislate the laws and all of this stuff? How much time have we got? Okay, let's look at this and see how much time is it going to take to implement those things once they're established.
So it's going to take a long time just to establish the guideline.
And they said, we've got to get through that guideline legislative stage within 18 months. 18 months of 6 months ago. That is by the end of 2020.
It's
We
not gonna
have to
happen.
do it with Donald Trump or possibly a replacement in the White House. We have to do it with the current Senate. Is it going to happen? Okay, if it isn't going to happen, then we've got a very few, a reduced number of choices. We can decide to do it on a local level, across the nation. We're going to do everything we can. Every town we can get, every city we can get into action must be in action. We have to tackle this ourselves because the federal government
Isn't
can't
gonna
do it. Cannot do it.
They can't do it.
Not if it's going to be done gracefully.
Mhm.
Okay, let's say that, Elizabeth Warren or Jay Inslee, who's dropped out of the race, or somebody who's got those same standards is elected. Okay, they can go back and do what FDR did in 1942 and say, okay, automobile industry, you're not allowed to sell cars anymore, not even the ones that are on the dealers. You're going to have to do something else. And by the way, we have an order for you. We have an order that we can give you so you can make some money. Design and build electric motors and battery systems to go into the existing cars because we're going to be putting on a 3-gallon per week ration for personal vehicles, which is what they did in the Second World War.
Exactly like that.
Absolutely, that's what they did. They even rationed gasoline for municipal vehicles.
Is it really?
The police cars didn't get. They had 6 gallons a week for the police
I
cars.
remember you had a sticker in your windshield, an A or a B, and you could only buy gas on certain days depending upon your sticker.
This was, that's what I would call a not very graceful approach. But that may be what we need. Yeah, it may be what we need. And in addition to that, they could say, okay, look, we're going to have a reduced amount of home heating oil available every year. Every year, we're going to reduce the amount that's for sale by 10%.
And the price is going to go up.
Yeah.
Naturally.
So we reduce that amount by 10% from this year's amount, and by 10% of this year's amount for the next year, and by 10% of this year's amount for the next year, and get rid of all of it in 10 years.
Could happen.
They could do that.
They could do it.
But if, this is the kind of thing that we're establishing as a future. Okay, I'm sorry, we have one more item to come up, and there's a really nice picture here. And this is from the BBC.
And that is a kookaburra. Too bad we don't have a sound effect for the kookaburra.
They laugh.
Yeah, they make a funny sound.
They make a funny sound.
Australia bushfires, fresh warnings in Queensland and New South Wales. This is part 3.
Yes,
that I
of the
told
3 that you were
coming up.
talking about. Australian authorities warn that massive bushfires will continue to pose a threat despite the catastrophic conditions easing. So they have eased a little bit. There's still, I don't know how many, 100 bushfires out of control, but things are getting better. We've got the worst of the season still ahead of us as we head into summer. The New South Wales Rural Fire Services Commissioner said.
Well, as you already said, 150 fires are still burning in New South Wales and Queensland. No significant rain is expected.
Which means that the easing conditions eased because the wind got lighter.
Australia's fire season has grown longer and more intense due to climate change. In 2018 and 2017 were Australia's 3rd and 4th hottest years on record.
Ever. Yeah.
And they explain what a catastrophic fire is, because they refer to a catastrophic. The highest point in Australia's 6-point fire danger scale results from high temperatures, strong winds, and dry ground, which is exactly what they have. Fires starting under these conditions will threaten lives. Homes cannot be defended from catastrophic fires. Even homes that are built to withstand fires can't stand a catastrophic fire.
They have a term, spotting, which is the distance at which a fire in one place will put up an ember that can come down in another place and start a new fire. And they said, I forget what it was something like 10, 12 kilometers, which means like 6 or 8 miles.
These things they can jump, they can spread fast.
They can jump fire breaks that are 6 or 8 miles across. Okay, we're at the end of the show.
We are that.
And we have to say, have a perfectly lovely week.
You'll come back and see it now, you hear?
Call the meeting to order at 6:28. Quick preface, I have never chaired a meeting before, so be gentle. So we'll start, I'll entertain a motion to approve the minutes from October 22nd meeting, 2018.
So moved. Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of approving the minutes from the meeting on October 22nd of 2019, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. I'll entertain a motion to take the agenda out of order and start with members of the public.
So moved. Second.
All those in favor of taking the agenda out of order and starting with members of the public, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. So we have three lovely people from the BDCC to talk about programs and activities for community development, if I am reading this correctly.
So I'm going to hand out several dead trees. Sorry. And I'll start talking to you about our programs. I'm going to cut it a little short. I don't know how long you want to give us. We can go for hours. Or we can go for 10 minutes. We can go for over as long as we'd like. But we'll kind of curtail a little bit so that we can get to Bob and Christy's program pretty quickly. So BDCC is the Regional Development Corporation for Wyndham County. There are 13 of those in the state. SEVENS is a separate regional board that thinks about and puts together long-term regional strategies for growing the economy, okay? And completes what's called a SETS. It's a federally recognized plan, a comprehensive economic development strategy. So SEVENS leads with vision and strategy, BDCC implements with programs, okay? So SEVENS has no staff, BDCC has all of the staff. And so all of the programs that you'll hear about tonight are programs from BDCC, many inspired by strategies of SEVENS. So we have been working, we've just recently completed our second SEDS, Comprehensive Economic Development Strategy. This time, the first one was completed in 2014. It's a 5-year plan. It was for just Wyndham County. This was just completed and it was a 5-year plan. And it's for all the towns that are in the Southern Vermont Economic Development Zone. There's Wyndham and Bennington counties. That's a special delegation in Vermont state statute that was put in place because this area was really struggling economically with several different factors. So we put together that plan. Then what happens is our boards look at that and where is their traction, where are their partners that we can work with throughout the region, and let's start building programs. So with our first SEDS, one of the largest priorities was to increase the size and quality of the workforce. What we've seen here in the region, and really in most of rural Vermont and much of rural America, is a decrease in population, and specifically a decrease in the working age population, okay? So that is becoming more and more acute, and we can see, a lot of our employers are challenged to properly staff. That can inhibit growth, it can inhibit businesses coming here, we're almost at full unemployment. So it's not a matter of, we've got a bunch of lazy folks that aren't working. We literally don't have the people that are here. So we have a number of strategies that we're working on to address that. Retention is one, which is Bob and Christy can talk a lot about, and we'll talk a lot about shortly. Training and retraining for the jobs in the new economy, helping people seek employment as we're seeing a lot of technological innovation in the economy, and then also recruitment. Recruitment is probably our lightest effort at this point, but that'll be changing soon. So we have a number of other different strategies that I would love to talk about, but we were lucky enough to get Bob to join us tonight. So I'd like to start with Christy, who will talk a little bit about her program. And your high school is actually they are the winner in terms
They're the winner.
of implementing and helping us really get this program off the ground. So,
Hi, I'm Christy Beatty. My title is Pipelines and Pathways Coordinator. This is my second year of being at the BDCC, just the beginning of it. I was hired under several grants to essentially work within all of the 4 Windham County high schools to develop career awareness and preparedness programming and really connect students to opportunities that are right here in their own backyard. So I have been working closely with Leland and Gray to develop strategies for sort of attacking this problem, and we've done a lot so far. I mean, I spent a year kind of gathering information, developing a plan, developing relationships, and then we've launched the activities portion this fall. So a lot of the things we've done are, 21st century soft skills, which are things that employers have identified as something that's really important and something that the entry-level employees are not coming onto the job with. So things like understanding punctuality, understanding how to dress appropriately, speak professionally, and then even bigger 21st century soft skills like conflict resolution, teamwork, time management, those kinds of things. So we've been working a lot on the soft skills portion, also career development portion, so making sure that everybody has a resume and a cover letter, which is surprisingly something that doesn't happen with most high school students, and that they're ready for an interview, either for college or for an entry-level career. And we'll be conducting mock interviews with some of the teachers and some of the professionals from outside in December, so that kids can really get a sense of what it's like to be in that very scary interview environment. So
one thing that I would just add before you go to Bob is this program is in all 4 of the public high schools in Windham County, and kids cannot take advantage or plan for opportunities that they don't know exist. And unfortunately, I have seen, people do not understand that there are jobs here, particularly the more removed you are from the employment centers like Brattleboro and Bellows Falls. I was at a school board meeting in one of our middle schools in the county with the Secretary of Education, who asked that board, what do you tell your students about the opportunities that are here? What are they training for? And long-term school board members said, there are no opportunities for our kids here. When we tell them they're going to need to leave. And, that's absolutely not true. They may want to leave. They may have opportunities that they want to pursue outside of the area, but we absolutely have opportunities here for kids. And so this program is to help them understand what those are and how you can access them.
And I think a really important sort of piggyback on that important point is, I was at Brattleboro Union High School the other day talking to the department heads, and we talked about their core subject matter and the things that they're teaching with regard to career education already, and there are a lot of things. But we started to mention businesses, and we said, how many of you know what Omega Optical is? Chirping, right? How many of you have heard of Sir Sosimo Lumber? And these are organizations that have come to us directly and said, we need employees, and we're willing to be flexible around scheduling of younger people. We're willing to train these folks, right? So the educators need to know this too, because they're the ones that are directly interfacing with the students every day and can say, oh, this science student actually would be a perfect match for a position in Omega Optical. Maybe they can get an entry-level position, or maybe they need to go to school, but they know that they can come back here and have a successful career. So, exactly right. So I'm just going to have Bob just talk a little bit about what we've been doing at Leland and Gray.
So we have a couple multi-pronged approach, I think, to this, and some of it was pre-existing before we started this relationship, and some of it, and that work has been really amplified since this relationship has happened. And there's been some new stuff too. So just a quick thing, you guys are maybe familiar with our co-op program, which is a work-based learning program where we have students go out and work in the field. And they do it locally, and you think, well, how do we find matches for these kids? We're talking probably 20 to 25 a semester. We find placements for all of them, obviously the hospital, Townsend Elementary School, local mechanics, Jamaica Cottage Shop, like all these local businesses for us that take our kids in and work with them. Part of the classwork component of that is when they come back into the building 1 day a week, they're meeting with our work-based learning coordinator, Terry, and they're also doing stuff with Christy that she's describing, the resume building, the interview skills, all those kind of things happen in that one classroom day. The other days they're out in the field. And so that program has been really improved since this relationship has begun. A new element that we've done, and the idea of like finding out where the jobs are, just get people familiar with it, is we organized the day that PSATs were happening for our sophomores. We had seniors doing another assessment. We sent our freshmen on buses to Brattleboro in groups of 2 to go look at 4 different businesses, 2 businesses each. They had full tours of the facilities by the people that run them. Our staff went along, obviously as chaperones, but also to like learn themselves a little bit about it. And that's the concept that we're expanding, all paid for by BDCC. The transportation to do that. We didn't have to pay a nickel from local budget to do any of that. So it's good exposure for our kids and our staff. So that's one outreach thing I think we're doing to create that initial piece. The other thing that sort of, and Christy has inspired a lot of us to do some thinking around the career piece. You know, the traditional high school setting, I think we all think about, well, we're placing kids in colleges, and let's list those good colleges that kids go to, and that's awesome, and we should continue to do that. However, a lot of our kids don't go to college. We have probably half of our kids don't leave and stay here and work. And it struck me that we're here really harping on where those kids go to school, but we never talk about the kids who don't go. What are they doing? And so it occurred to me that one of the things that we really should do is we should have a 100% placement record. We're small enough. We graduated 45 kids last year. We should be able to account for where all 45 of those kids go. If they're not in college, they're not accepted, and not matriculating somewhere, that they have a full-time job that they're going to, that we are making sure we're providing that support for them on the process to get them the interview skills, to do tours, job shadows, whatever it's going to take to get them placed in whatever place they want to be.
That's a great goal.
So our goal for this year's graduating class, this is year 1, 100% placement. We know where every kid's going. So that's one element. And then so the extension of that, and we had some board discussions of our own last year that had some board members asking us about the financial literacy types of things and trying to figure out where are kids getting that these days? And kids don't know how to do anything. And so some of you guys, if you've been around these parts for a while, you may recall Charlie Marchant in the senior survival class. Any participants? No? All right. Well, back in the day, there was a course that Leland Gray required you to graduate called Senior Survival, and it had a whole range of things to it. I won't go into all the details. It included sewing and orienteering and tire changing and all these things, that real world stuff that you had to know how to do. Well, we're going to be bringing that back. It's been 25 years since it's been in place. We're bringing it back, and that's going to my board very soon for them to approve that policy, that being a requirement. And the idea is that we are going to bring in people who are going to do the job side of things. So not just the kids who do the work-based learning in the co-ops, but every senior will go through this program. We're going to have all of the job placement stuff. So getting a job, keeping a job, managing the money you get from the job, and then like what we're calling adulthood factors, like other things you just need to know.
Life skills.
Right, just those skills. Yeah. You know, but we're partnering with local businesses as well to do this. I think it was, which bank it was. It was People's Bank that came in and did a financial literacy thing with our kids from the co-op program, and kids were just like, "Whoa, wait, what's an LLC? How do I? If I'm a small, what do I do?" And so thinking about how we're going to do that, and so that's on the plan to do for next year's class. So we're adding to that program as well, and these guys will have an integral part in helping us run that, bringing in speakers, providing tours, all the kinds of things that we're doing.
And we really have to do a reality fair in the spring.
Absolutely. Well, there's going to be a capstone project that all these kids will have that will lead to like what they're doing, and it's going to be sort of this culmination of now 7 years at Leland and Gray, from 6th grade on up. As they plan to do all their career exploration stuff along the way, they'll end up with an idea of what they want to do, and they'll have this opportunity to put this capstone at the end. So that's what we're doing, and we're pretty excited about that piece of it, and really just embracing these guys in the process because of what they can do and provide for us, and the networking that we're busy educating, but these guys have the connections, and so for us it's really about getting them up the valley here and connecting us with other people. So
yeah, and it's been a great partnership, as Laura was saying. I mean, they really are leading the pack of all the Windham County schools. Sorry, other schools. And they really have latched onto this idea and taken the ball and run with it. So we've been able to, hit the ground running in September, whereas, some other places we've had to, it's taken a little bit longer. So it's really exciting, and just to have people who are open to the concept of career education being a priority really means a lot to us.
And then the final step that we'll hit at some point, we're going to get there, is, as you guys may have heard from Honest, I'm moving to proficiency-based graduation, where instead of earning credits in certain subjects to graduate, you have to demonstrate proficiency in those areas. And it's really a different way of thinking about it, but the idea is, can I learn proficiency in communication rather than sitting in an English class and reading Shakespeare? Can I demonstrate that in a different way? Is there a connection I can have in a workforce place where I might be able to show my proficiency in just a different setting? Still earn the same diploma, but really put it on a track where I really want to go. So thinking about that's sort of the next step, and that's maybe a year away, and thinking about how we broach those, but the kids maybe can earn those credits through outside placements, through job experiences, co-ops, whatever. So that's kind of the future. That's what we're looking forward to.
Yeah.
Pretty exciting stuff for public education.
Yeah.
It is.
Yeah.
So, I will go through, can I go through, how much more time do you want us to have? Go ahead, give me a box.
10 minutes.
Oh, wow. You don't have to stay for that. We do have a number of other adult training programs. We go in and work with helping, existing workforce upskill, train. We do have targeted expertise recruitment program that is kind of being piloted out of our office. So looking for specialty positions, hard to fill positions, working one-on-one with employers. Those are emerging programs. I'm trying to think of any other workforce. Oh, we have a paid internship program, which has really, for a number, close to 50%, turned into really a supported pre-employment program.
Mm-hmm.
So and those can be students from anywhere, but they're Windham County employers.
Hmm.
So, Windham County students or students from away coming in, and we help them get this paid internship, as well as young professionals. So creating a space for people under 40 to interact professionally, socially. Alex, that we work with, says, if you have a job and no friends, how does it go?
I don't know,
Oh,
but
no,
I agree. But if you have a job and no friends, you're not going to hang out here. I mean, right? You're going to end up leaving. You have to
Or friends
have
and no
a
job.
robust social life.
Doesn't work. So how do we kind of
That's
make
really
those
true.
two things come together? Other big pieces, other big programs that we are tackling. So in your folder, you'll see a number of programs around entrepreneurship and small businesses, helping businesses plan for succession. So if your folks are retiring, how do we keep that business open? How do we hand it on to the next person? If you have an idea, you want to start up. If you're looking to expand, if you're encountering a bump, like how we can provide services to help with those things. Around the office now, I'm thinking about, we do a lot of, BDCC does a lot of also large-scale project development for some of our employers. We've done large projects with GS Precision, Chroma, others, help them expand and keep those jobs here. In addition, so with our, we have the Southern Vermont Economy Project, which was a USDA funded project. That ended last year, but it's going to come back again this year. That is looking to build capacity regionally. So amongst our small towns, our small organizations, who often are facing many of the same challenges. So is there technical assistance that we can provide for Townsend that is relevant in Newfane and Jamaica and Guilford? Some examples of that are definitely connectivity. We've had a couple of connectivity summits, bringing folks together to hear different information about how you can expand, what programs are available for financing. We also have done, has anybody been to the Southern Vermont Economy Summit? So that takes place in May. This year is the 4th annual, I think.
Yeah.
And it's literally for Southern Vermont. There were, I think, close to 300 people there last year. Haven't sent out snows. And it's programs
speakers, just talking about different strategies, techniques, programs that can be implemented in our rural towns and by our businesses and other organizations. What else do I want to talk about? Okay, so 2 other things. We're going to talk about data. So this data sheet is one that we bring and do for every town that we go and speak to. We ask to go and talk to all of the towns in Windham County. We do ask for financial support. We ask for folks to put us on the town meeting ballot. Some places we have to petition, other places we don't. The purpose of that is to fund a number of these programs. It helps us leverage those dollars are leveraged at least, I believe, 3 times into additional program funds. Towns that don't fund still benefit from the programs, but we definitely are looking for that. So we bring this data. We think that having a shared understanding of what is happening in our region helps us all, as a rural area, come up with maybe more cohesive ways of working together, or ideas on how we can deal with our challenges. So first page, obviously, is Windham County's population. You can see Townsend is actually bucking the trend. And in Vermont, we really see that there are 2 Vermonts when it comes to population. There's Chittenden County, which is growing, and then there's the everybody else. Mm-hmm. So next page here, you can see the areas that are in darker brown or orange are areas that have been growing, and the areas that are yellow, the latest colors have been declining in the last, from 2000 to 2017. In some of those areas, there's been some pretty significant declines. There's an article, I don't know if folks are familiar with Vermont Digger, there was an article maybe a month ago about some declines in southern Vermont. Because Chittenden County has been growing, southern Vermont has been shrinking. So, excuse me. That's such a bummer to be sick. Hopefully this is it. The blue map is really the concentration of jobs. We see, probably to no surprise, concentration of jobs, manufacturing centers. One of the things that we talk about when we go out is the thing that we do all share in Windham County is the workforce. So your folks work all over the place. Folks that are coming here for jobs come from all over the place. And so we've got that shared interest in the size and quality of the workforce, right? Which takes us to this page. This is data. The top circle here tells us that there are 450 people from away that come to work in Windham, or in Townsend.
In Townsend?
Yeah. And there are 385 people in Townsend that leave Townsend to go to work. And there are 41 people that live in Townsend and work in Townsend. Now, this will be plus or minus, but we have this data for, you look amused.
I'm a little stunned. There are only 41 people that reside in Townsend that actually work in Townsend. But
yeah, and it could be off slightly. And if you look at the bottom chart, you will see same thing. Windham County. We have 10,000 folks that come in to Windham County from outside of the county to work, and 7,000 folks that live in the county going out. 12,000 live in and work in the county. Next set of charts also really demonstrates the shared labor force, right? So when we look at commuting times for your residents, far and away, the average commuting time for your residents is 30 to 34 minutes. Where your residents work, most residents commute outside of the town for employment, though a majority still work in the county and contribute to the regional economy. Most of your total number of businesses, so your businesses, that's the last one. Almost
all of the businesses in Townsend are 1 to 4 employee businesses. It's probably not a surprise to you. On the next page, again, no surprise. You see education services, healthcare, and social assistance being pretty significant employment here in Townsend.
Construction is second.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Town employment and establishments. Let's see. This is the bottom blue number is the number of businesses over time that you have had in Townsend, which has remained pretty steady. And the top line is the number of employees, and that's grown, while not tremendously. I mean, it hasn't shrunk, which is actually noteworthy in the county. So, and then we look at your labor force and your population. So your labor force are those folks that are available for work. Your population are those folks that live here that are not available for work. And we know that this population is getting older. When Kent has one of the oldest populations. And so that's certainly increasing. Your next is looking at town employment by sector. And then your town wages by sector. Wages here are above the county average, but behind the state average.
Or this is census data, is that correct?
Yes.
So 2017, so it'll be repeated
2020,
Yep.
2021. So there's annual updates that are estimated with the American Community Survey. And then we also look at the Bureau of Labor Statistics. We'll also provide information there. Your household income. Let's see.
That's interesting. Like you. 30 other ones like you.
Yeah, right.
So we think, you know, I don't know if there are other data sets that would be helpful to you. These are the ones that this year we have been showing. We're certainly able to bring additional data sets to you if that would be helpful. And I think that concludes our program. But we're happy to talk to you about in the folders that Christine gave, that there are a number of different programs that are there, including our annual report, which has a lot of information about what we're doing. You know, and what the effect is that we are. So I also have to end by saying we would love to see your support. Someone will follow up and say, you know, would you put us on the town meeting warning so that we can come and talk to your voters about that voting request? It would probably be difficult for us to petition this year. As I said, some towns make us petition, others do not. But regardless, we would like to come to your town meeting, and we think that this is an important conversation, and that we really all need to be in this together. So that's our approach.
Okay.
And I'll stop talking.
All right. Anybody have any questions, comments? Okay. Thank you very much for coming down. We appreciate you taking the time.
Thank you.
Enjoy the rest of your evening.
Hope you feel better, Laura.
Okay. Go back up to the top of the agenda, additions and deletions. I think we're going to remove executive session for employee evaluations. We have a little more discussion, a little more background work to do before we're ready to jump on that. And then we can move to the warrants.
All right. Make a motion to pay check warrant, or payroll warrant number 1, $10,060.48.
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor of paying payroll warrant number 1, in the amount of $10,060.48, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes.
Make a motion to pay check warrant number 2, payroll tax, in the amount of $4,419.09.
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor of paying payroll warrant number 2 in the amount of $4,419.09 signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes.
Make a motion to pay check warrant number 3, payroll, in the amount of $10,636.54.
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor of paying payroll warrant number 3 in the amount of $10,636.54 signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes.
Make a motion to pay check warrant number 4, payroll tax, in the amount of $4,608.35.
Second.
All those in favor, any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor of paying payroll tax warrant number 4 in the amount of $4,608.35 signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes.
Make a motion to pay check warrant number 6 out of the general fund in the amount of $17,094.49.
You skipped 5. That's unheard.
Sorry.
That's all right.
Back to what I was saying. Make a motion to pay check warrant number
Like
5
I said.
out of the general fund in the amount of $15,820.
20
And 20 cents.
The typo,
Yeah, it's just so,
$15,820.
okay.
I apologize.
$15,820.
Even?
Even.
Even. Second.
Discussion? All those in favor of paying general fund warrant number 5 in the amount of $15,820 signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes.
Make a motion to pay check warrant number 6 out of the general fund in the amount of $17,094.49.
Second.
Discussion? Although hearing none, all those in favor of paying general fund warrant number 6 in the amount of $17,094.49 signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes.
Make a motion to pay check warrant number 7 out of the highway fund in the amount of $10,074.10.
Second.
Discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of paying highway warrant number 7 in the amount of $10,074.10 signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes.
Make a motion to pay check warrant number 8 out of the equipment fund in the amount of $2,398.44.
Second.
Discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of paying equipment warrant number 8 in the amount of $2,389.44 signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes.
Make a motion to pay check warrant number 9 out of the equipment fund in the amount of $179,413. And that is for a brand new Western Star dump.
Second.
Discussion?
It's very nice.
I was going to say, how's the truck? Any further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor of paying equipment warrant number 9 in the amount of $179,413 signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. Okay. All right, moving on to reports. Highway?
As mentioned a moment ago, we did receive our new truck last week. You'll have to excuse my printer.
Oh, that's pretty.
Colors are a little off, but that's a picture of the new truck.
It's actually red, right?
It is red, with a black body. It was lettered on Saturday, and it has been put in
Very nice.
service.
Yay.
Also, we're continuing with our ditching work. Currently, we're working on Route 35. We will be continuing our ditching, weather permitting, and we have been working in between storms. But right now, we're in front of Bunny Davis's house, working on a corner that seems to be a problem from time to time. That's all I have.
Mm-hmm. Anybody have anything else on that? We do have under here the Cintas uniform proposal and UniFirst. We have repeatedly tried to get in contact with the UniFirst. They are saying that they have 60 days to respond to any issues that we might have and seem disinclined to allow us to get out of the contract. So that's something that we'll have to keep thinking about and discussing and figure out what our options are as far as making that move if we decide to do it. And then moving on, everyone should have gotten a copy of the accounting report from town clerk. And we can move to the treasurer, Joe.
Your sweep account, you have $1,046,942.41. 30,000 in the checking account, and it's Friday afternoon, so this afternoon, we took in over 154,000 and a half to go in the bank amount.
Is that from taxes? Great.
Can I write that?
Hmm?
I'm not familiar with putting that on my minutes. Do I put that in minutes?
Sure.
All the money I get is tax payment.
Right. Okay, moving on to correspondence. I think everybody got a copy. We got a letter from the State of Vermont Office of the Attorney General, forwarded to us by the Vermont League of City and Towns regarding opioid litigation. I will read the first paragraph, which just kind of outlines what they're recommending. Dear Vermont mayors, town managers, and select board members, I am writing to address recent questions arising from a notice inviting Vermont cities and towns to join a negotiation class involving opioid-related litigation. We believe Vermont cities and towns should seriously consider joining the negotiating class because it provides a way to participate in recent efforts to settle ongoing litigation against the manufacturers, distributors, and large pharmacies that created the opioid epidemic. The negotiation class provides the opportunity to participate without having to file a lawsuit, hire attorneys, and incur additional attorneys' fees. Vermont cities and towns will be automatically enrolled in the negotiation class unless they opt out by November 22nd, 2019. They give a website to answer questions. It's www.opioidsnegotiationclass.info/home/FAQ. So basically what they're saying is that we will be automatically enrolled in this class action suit, which started in Northern District of Ohio, I think. Yes, in the United States District Court. So the question is whether or not we want to opt out. So I would entertain a motion. Can't have a negative motion. So I guess I would entertain a motion to opt out of the class action suit as described in the letter that I just read an excerpt of.
And if we don't respond, then we're stay in it.
And then we stay in it.
Automatically.
Yep.
I'd make a motion to not respond. Or is that a negative motion?
Actually, that can work. Okay. Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor of not responding, not taking the action of opting out of the opioid negotiation class lawsuit signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. So we will be involved in the litigation. Okay. Another letter of correspondence we got comes to us from the State Department of Housing and Community Development. It's addressed to Kathy, Select Board Chair, regarding the Village Center designation for Townsend Village Center. And it reads, Dear Ms. Heggie, congratulations. I am pleased to inform you that at its meeting on October 28th, 2019, the Downtown Development Board found that the Townsend Village Center application met the statutory requirements 24 VSA Chapter 76A and designated the Village Center to receive state benefits. The designated Village Center will remain in place for 8 years until October 2027. At that time, the town will need to renew its designation. The Department of Housing and Community Development will send out the renewal reminder 6 months prior to the renewal date. And their team will check in with the municipality annually to offer support, share updated information, tools, and resources related to the designation, and ensure our local contract information is up to date. And there are a couple of links that they give. This was apparently sent in an email, so they are hyperlinks without actual without addresses. So I'm guessing you can go to the vermont.gov and look up the Department of Housing and Community Development to see what that is all about. And we should thank the Planning Commission for their hard work in getting this accomplished.
That's great.
Okay. This is, I think, just informational. Chris Medina is the new Director of Operations for Wyndham Central Supervisory Union. We did members of the public. We have no old business. New business. Can someone remind me, we have to convene the Board of Health, which means that we do not film that. Is that correct? Ian, do you know?
My recommendation is if it's a public meeting and there's nothing that would go into executive session, that we would go ahead and film it.
Okay.
As long as it's an open meeting, I'll keep the camera on.
Okay, so then I would entertain a motion to suspend the select board meeting and enter into a meeting of the Board of Health.
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of suspending the select board meeting and moving into a meeting of the Board of Health signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. Okay, so we'll put on our Board of Health hats. There was Dr. Schaefer did do an inspection of the residents that we had received the complaint about in the previous, I think it was 2 meetings ago. He does have a couple of recommendations. He is going to do a second follow-up inspection to determine there's an issue surrounding heat. And his first visit, it just wasn't cold enough to determine if there was a recommendation that needed to be made. So I think we just need to ask Carla to follow up with Dr. Schaefer about what needs to be done for him to take action on his recommendations. Okay? So I think that covers that. So I will entertain a motion to adjourn the meeting of the Board of Health and resume the Select Board meeting.
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of ending the Board of Health meeting and resuming the Select Board meeting signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. Okay. Next item is the fiscal year 21 health insurance budget costs. So we did get a notification from Blue Cross Blue Shield that the insurance rates will be going up. I did come in a little early tonight to work with Carla to see if we could figure out by how much. Fortunately, I think we need a little more information in order to make any decision around that. So just something to think about as we are coming into budget season. The health insurance is calendar year versus fiscal year, so that will roll over on the 1st of January. So we just have to discuss, we're gonna keep paying the whole freight on insurance, or if we need to break it up depending on what the increase is. Next up, the Wyndham Central School, is that right? Has requested the use of the town hall on December 10th for an elementary concert. That does fall on a regular meeting night. So, Carla, had you gotten in touch with them about how firm that date is?
Well, we left a message with them on Friday, asking them to contact us, and we have yet to hear back.
Okay. So we will
Are they
wait.
planning to, do you know if they're planning to use upstairs or downstairs?
My guess is upstairs, but Kathy said there was no way that we would be able to have a camera rolling with the noise upstairs for select board meeting.
Oh, right. Yeah.
So we're just
Okay.
asking
Because it
them
might
to-
be louder than this.
We have a party going on.
Might take clicky pens to a whole new level. All right, so I guess we'll kind of table that until we hear from them.
So we're asking them to reschedule, to consider rescheduling, correct? Okay, thank you.
And that seems to be it. The next meeting actually falls on the Tuesday before Thanksgiving. So we, and Kathy had wanted to discuss maybe moving it. But as we get into budget season as well, we could move it. Last year, I think, was it last year that you said? We moved it to the week after Thanksgiving, which would put us 2 meetings in a row.
You like a 3-day cook on the turkey or something?
I don't know, that Tuesday works fine for me.
Works for me, the 26th.
The 20, okay.
So we have a quorum.
So we can leave it as is.
Great.
So the next meeting will be November the 26th at 6:30. Does anybody have anything else that they need to bring up, discuss? Hearing none, I will entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second. Goodbye.
All those in favor of adjournment?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, thanks, everybody.
Thank you.
let's call this meeting to order. Monday, November 4th, 2019, the Newfane Board of Select Board, Board of Select Board, Board of Select Men, Board of Select Persons. Excuse me. It appears to be no reason, well, let me start off with, I would like to take a moment personally anyway and say thank you to the road crew in particular and to some of the power crews and phone crews and their contractors for the work done on the outage recently. Could have been a lot worse, and we really appreciate what they did, time they put into it. No reason for an executive session, so we'll go to the approval of the minutes of October 21st of the regular meeting. I think you've all had a chance to look at it. May I have a motion?
I make a motion to accept the October 21st meeting minutes.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. Is there further discussion on it? Hearing none, all in favor of approving the minutes of October 21st, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Any abstentions?
One.
Thank you, sir. Okay, the budget meeting for October 28th, we have minutes of that as well. That's in addition to the agenda, the old agenda that you may have gotten. The updated shows that. So may I have a motion on the minutes for the October 28th budget meeting?
I'll make a motion to accept the October 28th budget meeting minutes.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. Is there discussion on the motion? Hearing none, all in favor of approval, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Any abstentions?
One.
Thank you. Moving on to road business and turn it over to the road foreman for his report.
As Pete mentioned, we had a fair number of trees and wires down with the storm last Friday. The last few customers had their power restored yesterday, so I think everybody should be in good shape now. The bridge work on Hunter Brook Road is almost complete. The second bridge should be open by tomorrow. We're waiting for the guardrail to be put on the bridges, and we're putting some rock on the bank for the approaches. We had someone hit a new section of guardrail on Depot Road several weeks ago. Do you want to try billing the insurance company for this? And it'll only work on the accidents where police respond to. A lot of times they get hit and we never know who does it, but I don't know if that's something you want to try to pursue or not.
Yes, I'd say so.
Do you know if the police were called for this one?
Yeah.
They were?
Yeah. Oh, smash the ring all out. Mail me.
Yeah.
I think it's the sense of the board that if you could contact or that we should contact the insurance company.
Okay.
And we'll take appropriate steps to get that done.
You should have an access permit in front of you for 203 Newfane Hill Road. We reviewed it and everything looks good on that one. And the Depot Road box culvert and the sand salt shed project are moving along slowly, very slowly. And one thing I forgot to add to the report is I did get one price for the stonework on Cemetery Hill and for the walkway out front here from Nathaniel Noyes. So it was $1,000 for the walkway and $2,500 for the stonework up on Cemetery Hill. And it'd be spring before you could do it anyways, but.
Is there a motion to accept Mr. Noyes' bid on the stonework as listed?
I'll make a motion.
I'll second it.
Is there discussion? We've been looking for someone for this for quite a long time, and it's nice to have at least one.
Well, if he's not gonna be able to do it until the springtime, should we wait?
I think you need to get somebody booked or they'll be booked for the whole summer. That seems to be the way they work.
I'd like to get at the top of his list,
Book months in
or
advance.
close to it. Yeah.
What's he doing to the sidewalk out here, just patching the cement or something?
Apparently he needs to fill in underneath one of the big steps. He said it's gone underneath. So he's gonna fill underneath, fill all the cracks. He seemed to, I can't remember what he said the material was he uses that's supposed to patch it fairly well, so. But I guess there's a big void underneath one of the big steps, and so he's gonna fill under there.
Will he have to like take that apart?
It sounds like he's gonna work it under somehow.
Oh.
Push it from underneath.
Okay, so we have a motion. I'm sorry, did we get a second?
Yes.
Thank you. Any further discussion? All in favor of accepting Mr. Noy's price on work on the wall and front walkways, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Anyone abstaining? Thank you.
And you should have an access permit there somewhere in here.
Yeah, we have an access permit, complete with a check to cover it. It's steep, 203 Newfane Hill Road, Bruce Santangelo. Maybe you could further describe it for us.
It's right on the flat across from Ryan Brooks on Newfane Hill. It slopes away from the road, good visibility. There was nothing that we saw that was bad
So-
about it.
He's creating an access road to his property, is that what it is?
Right.
Wasn't there a barway there originally anyway? Yeah.
That's good to have a historian on the board.
Been around a little while.
Yeah. Okay, is there a motion to approve the access permit for Bruce Santangelo?
Approve it, make a motion.
I'll second.
Thank you. Discussion on the motion as moved and seconded. Hearing none. All in favor of approving the access permit for Bruce Santangelo, please say aye.
Aye.
Any negatives? Any holding back? Okay, thank you.
May I make a motion to accept the road foreman and road commissioner's report?
Second.
Discussion on the motion before us? Hearing none, all in favor of approving the road foreman's report, please say aye.
Aye.
Negatives? Abstentions? Thank you. Administrative assistance report, I think you got a copy of that in your packet. Is there anything you'd like to add to?
No.
If you've had a chance to.
Do you want me to read it?
He usually reads it though.
Go ahead.
Budget season started last week. My time has been devoted to researching this process to make sure that a timeline is kept for the report to be completed. As I continue to receive the special appropriation requests in the mail, the folder is becoming quite full. I've completed a research of the special appropriations that appear in the town reports of our surrounding neighbors.
I will have at our next budget meeting a full report for your review. The budget committee has been formed in order to start and keep expectations within reason. We have formed a small 4-person committee consisting of Mr. Sapodsky, who has construction experience, Ms. Brown, our treasurer, and Mr. Fitzpatrick on the select board, and me. We will present information to the board after town meeting. And then I might have added to it. There was a request from last meeting on Mr. Gray, who was our maintenance. Excuse me just for a moment, I need to pull up. Okay, I was asked a few weeks ago to research the property maintenance contract we have with Mr. Gray. He has been working with the town for an excess of 4 years, has established a reliable, responsible, and professional business. He does have an excellent job. There has been no concerns or complaints. Mr. Gray and his family are respected citizens, property owners, and taxpayers in this community. His rates are reasonable and well within range of other property maintenance business, what other property maintenance business charges. So that's what I found out.
Thank you.
Is that contract a yearly contract, or do we need to look at it again?
No, it's just a subcontractor. It's, unless there's reason or an excuse to look at it again.
And his rates have stayed the same?
His rates have been the same for the last 4 years.
Anything else?
That's it.
Excuse me, thank you.
Thank you.
May I have a motion on the administrative assistance report?
I make a motion to accept it.
Second.
Discussion on the motion. Hearing none, all in favor of approving the administrative assistance report, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Abstentions? Your timing is incredible. Scheduled members of the public, liaison group, Catholic County.
Okay,
You have the floor.
great. Well,
The
I'm glad we got
stage
here
is
when we
yours.
did. You had said 6:30, but this is great. This is fine. Get to bed earlier. Let's see. Marissa, our third liaison, is not well. She is from Brookside, so this is an unfortunate event. However, Bud Bergman, the liaison from South Newfane, and I are here to go over this document. Is it in your packets?
It is.
Yes, it is, okay.
It's
Does
most of our
anybody need
package.
one? Because I have some extra copies. I think one of the did make copies also. Would anybody like a copy? Thank you. All right. So, first of all, thank you for having us. And thank you for your attentiveness and being supportive. And I just want to say a big thank you to Jay. In all my 24 years in the village, this is a wonderful experience to be able to work with someone like Jay. So let me just leave it like that. So to review what's been done since the October 2018 meeting, just digital signs. Good. This is, some folks I know in the village were still coming, and they were thinking 6:30, so there might be a trickle-in effect. So actually, Breeze, will you, if you could share When you see people come in, would you mind giving them one of these? Thank you. I'd also want to acknowledge Bratt, my partner, who actually kind of got this ball rolling in May of 2018. Got it rolling again after our having done many studies as villages since 1995. So just to review what has been done thus far since the October 14th forum in 2018. I won't review that, but if anybody has any questions about that, you can see me or you can see it online thanks to BCTV. That forum was held at Williamsville Hall, and from that many suggestions were culled, and we worked some with Shelley. We've spoken with other people who are now on the board, Angela. Marion's been supportive, etc. So, Carol. So since then, the digital signs, there are 2 now, and those you guys were going to do anyway because of the reporting of the dangerous roads. Painting speed limits on the roads, that's in the works. Thank you, Jay. Horizontal signage has proven to be very, very effective, albeit not so much so when it's covered with snow and mud. Larger signage is ordered, not yet posted. This comes from the reports from all the studies which address signage and the size and placement and wording of signs. Also, the yield to bridge traffic changed to a stop at the corner of Dover Road and the Arch Bridge per Project Newfane BF recommendation happened, but it's for those of us who try to get out of the village by the Stone Arch Bridge, it's problematic. It has yielded a lot of obscene gestures. So traffic studies have been done November 29th by the RSAR in the RSAR mode. May, there should be a paren after in the formal. There was one, Marcus Miller from Free Transit drive-through at Breeze's urging and querying. And then, of course, there was the cable speed tracking in July, late June, July. Also done has been the Williamsville signage. Originally, we had somebody primed to design and take on that project. Those 2 people have backed out, so I reinitiated in early October, and I sent the select board a recommendation for signage. And it can happen very easily and very quickly if you accept what I proposed. Points. And Bud, please chime in whenever, okay? Please chime in whenever. Oh, yeah. I hate this stuff. It's okay. It's what you get for being an actress. But I'm not acting. But so point 1, studies confirm we do have a speeding problem in our villages. We don't need any committee or any more documentation of that. Point 2, the use of the 85th percentile.
Let me add to that. The speeding problem, I mean, this is a study, and I think that you say you can get into the statistics, but without question, virtually no one drives the speed limit through these 3 hamlets. I mean, that's what it shows. It also shows a huge amount of people drive at extremely faster speeds. So the study seems to confirm that.
And we can look at the data in a little bit on the reverse side of your sheet, okay, in terms of the actual numbers that we're looking at per day. And if you break those up into morning drive, evening drive, that's advertising talk, but you can see that there's a high concentration of dangerous speeding in those day parts. So the use of the 85th percentile, I'm referring to page 1 of the summer report, is moot, we believe, for villages. And if you don't know what I'm talking about, actually it's right there on that document. So if anybody needs to know what I'm talking about, if this is the study, basically saying that the speed limit is set by what the 85th percentile is doing, unless there is a circumstance such as a high population of kids, or you're in a village, yada yada. So that does not apply to us, we believe. Point 2, the rubber speed humps on Guilford Street by Living Memorial Park are deemed effective by the professionals down there. They cost $4,500. Bud has seen them as low as almost $400. Those are custom made. They are reported as effective. They are removed in the winter. The several stop signs on Cedar Street in Brattleboro are effective. I'm just saying this because everybody says more stop signs. I want you to note that the state totally discourages use of extra stop signs. Okay? State records in recent years identified 4 town roads having the highest number of vehicular accidents that also included bodily harm. Those are Dover, Grimes Hill, Depot, South Wardsboro. Recently, River has been added. Okay. As a result, the town purchased portable battery-operated speed signs, and it's an effort toward traffic calming. And thank you, Carol, for sharing that information. Liaisons have heard increasing concerns from Williamsville, where folks are afraid to walk their dogs, all the way down to Brookside, where folks with young children have moved in. 5 accidents on Dover Road were reported to the state trooper in 2018.
And I'd like,
the October 1 to October 1, yes?
I'd like clarification. People walking from Williamsville to Brookside?
No. Liaisons have heard increasing concerns from Williamsville, where folks are afraid to walk their dogs
To Brookside?
to Brookside. Okay, my punctuation's bad, thank you. You got me. What I'm saying is that everywhere along the road, we have trouble. All the way from Williamsville down to Brookside. Okay?
I thought, I was giving a lot of people a lot of credit for walking a lot.
Amen to that. Let's just pray
Thank
to
you.
God that they survive the excursion. Okay. So I'm sorry for that. I can clean up the punctuation. Shame on me. The placement of 25-mile-per-hour signs that would indicate concentrated areas of dwellings needs to be evaluated with an openness to repositioning signs. This is also in the state's reports, okay? Because there's some crying wolf kind of signage going on that really needs to be addressed. There are 25-mile-per-hour signs where there are no dwellings and higher speeds where there are dwellings, such as in Brookside. State reports confirm this. Just so we all remind ourselves, Dover Road is a Class 2 highway and we have to work within those parameters. It's considered a major route between Brattleboro and West Dover. That's a November 18 study, and most direct route to Mount Snow. Ugh. But that's what it is. Hey, how are you? That's my neighbor. A question here, Breeze had a document for you. A question is, what has happened as a result of the November 8th study regarding encouraging increased enforcement in our villages by state police? That was one of the outcomes of November 18th. Okay. Those are points made. Okay? The purpose of where we're going now is to look at first, we'll take a quick look at what the recent traffic study tells us. Then we'll look at short range and long range. I don't want to just sound like white noise at some point, so can you stop me with questions, comments, whatever? Jean?
I understand.
Yeah, I think you need to tell your name.
Oh, Jean Howard and Williamsville. We can't use speed bumps in the village. For the very same reason you said, right?
No, you just hold tight.
Okay.
Hold tight. That's number 1 recommendation.
Okay.
Those are just points made. That's just sort of background. Anything else in terms of the points made? Okay, Bud, am I doing okay?
You're doing great.
Okay, please go to the back of this, of what the recent traffic study shows us, okay? We're not going to go over every village, all right? Note please that the Williamsville listings are are both directions. When you get to South Newfane and Brookside, you have east to west breakdown. I suppose if you look in any one of these lines, for instance, Williamsville from the Gristmill Lane on a weekday average of 2,085 drivers. 313 a day are driving between 36 and 50, where the posted speed is 25. 21 are driving over 50. If we can assume, and our bedroom's right on Dover Road, that there's not many of those cars are going overnight, and during the day it does back up a little bit, you're looking at morning time and evening time as having an incredibly high concentration of people speeding. May I remind you too that we have bus stops all along that way, and both elementary kids catching a bus and middle high school kids catching a bus in these time periods. The LNG bus would drop kids off, I guess, around 3, and then there's a late bus. So even when the evening traffic for folks speeding through is at its greatest, you will also have kids getting off buses. Yeah.
Janine Rose, Williamsville. I'd like to note that every day I see the school buses come by without kids, and they're speeding too. It's an amazing thing.
Well, there's a little wrist slapping that needs to go on there, right? I don't have the authority, but somebody should say something.
May I just suggest that if someone definitely sees a bus or a vehicle and they think it's going too fast, call the owner of the bus company or the town school district, whatever you see in big black letters.
It was going too fast for me to catch it today. I mean, that's incredible.
Well, I know where the bus company is, and so just make a call directly to the dispatcher? Okay.
I wouldn't hesitate.
Okay. Okay. I'll make friends. Okay. That's good to know. And this is all, of course, being recorded thanks to our amazing DCTV.
Good.
You can look down at these numbers, guys. I don't have to read them all to you. But where we have our 25 mile an hour speed limits, for instance, South Newfane, westbound, west of South Newfane Church, 26 going over 50 miles an hour through that little village. Whew.
Got rid of them.
Pardon me?
Say we got rid of them.
Rid of who?
They're gone. They went through fast.
Oh. So I will let you read this on your own for a little light bedtime reading, but in the meantime, in the interest of time, before I go on to action steps, are there any questions or comments regarding what that summer study showed? Let me add one thing before you say something. Every one of these cable readings, 2009, 2014, and this one, they have all been done in our warm summer months. We need to have this study done at the height of ski season, right? Because that's just as bad, if not worse. So that's one recommendation. So are there any other things about this stage of our presentation? Yes.
So what I saw from the study when I originally looked at it was that it seemed as though it's all weekday. I would assume that most of them are local people traveling and they're speeding.
I don't think we can make assumptions like that, Shelley. There's nothing, I want to be very careful about saying, oh, it's the neighbors in Dover.
Well, the
Yes.
school bus is driving fast, but I mean, it's weekday. It's people that are traveling during the day and they are speeding.
I see, I know that Jen Stanchfield, our former rep from Brookside, said that what they get is from the Dover line, and Dover has cops, going down that hill, they are tearing through.
Going rapidly.
And not slowing down. So yeah, those are locals. But I don't think any of us here has data to say it's mainly our neighbors or it's mainly out of towners. I do know that I mean, personal experience, when I do this to someone from Vermont, there's sort of an embarrassment, and they do slow down. When I do this to someone from another state, more often than not, I'll get a gesture that I can't use right now.
That's what I gained from it, was mostly local during the weekday, and it's the summer.
I don't think so. No, that's, yeah.
Okay, but everyone has their opinion.
Well, no, but these are assumptions, and I think we have to look at the data. We can go back to the report. It does break down weekend, weekday. We didn't want to data you out ad nauseum. Bud and Nancy?
No, I looked at it all. I know what you're talking about.
Do you mind if I call these people, or do you need to call them?
I wish you would.
Okay, but.
I would say just Bud Bergman, South Newfane, lived here since 1995. Been involved in some of these issues since, say, 97 anyway. I think we can say one thing, nothing really has changed in all that time, despite the studies, and my personal hope is maybe this will be the time. And I personally see it as a speeding problem, but also as an opportunity to help these villages have more of an identity and feel more like villages, because that's their hope. And so there's two parts to this. As you know, I did some drawings back in the 90s, and again with some suggestions, most of which are on Annie's list. And my great hope is that actually something will occur. The speed bump thing is probably the most important thing that can occur in terms of actually having an effect, because, you know, drivers, they don't stop for the stop sign necessarily, they don't slow down because it's a village. They will slow down if there's a bunch of speed bumps. And the trick is how we do them so it's acceptable, you know, to the road crew and all that.
Could I
And that's the
interrupt
first thing in action step, so we're going to get in there very soon, yes.
for a moment? I would hope that the liaison group would get together and say, these are the things, these are the 3 or 4 or 5 or whatever,
Yep,
things
right
that we are really, really interested in.
That's right here.
Well, I think we've done that, Pete. And,
Okay,
right
okay,
here.
I
I'm
thought
getting
that maybe there was a possibility for boiling down some of this, because there are some things here that are, okay.
Well, I
step back.
The drawings tie to the wording, and the drawings show stop signs, speed bumps, things like that, if that's helpful.
It may look like a lot of verbiage, I just wanted to be sure that things weren't lost, but the 2 action steps recommended in boldface on this document are basically the salient points at this point. But if you'll just bear with me, I'll try to be as succinct as possible. Nancy.
Nancy Riga, Williamsville. So just, I want to make sure that 2 points that you're talking about is the first page, installing speed pumps. Is that what you're talking about?
Right there.
The first page.
In just a minute, yeah.
Okay, so that's the, it's not the action steps long range. That's long range, which is
We're trying to
bigger.
do short range
Yes,
and long
yes.
range
Okay,
because
so
of fiscal
I
considerations.
just wanted to clarify that.
Absolutely.
So yes, I've been involved in this since I've been here, 1992. I hear they're speeding in the middle of the night. It's amazing how fast cars go in the middle of the night. It's scary to me. It's not just during the day, and it's weekend. It's. I know that we can call UPS. We can call all those trucks and stuff. The companies that go fast too. That's something that we can do. I encourage the speed humps as they have them in by Memorial Park. Is that what it's called?
Yep, Guilford Speed.
Yeah. They're brilliant, and you can take them out if you need to, if the town wants to take them out for the plowing, but they're not going to kill the car, but they slow people down. And I really, really think we've been trying to get them for years. So
Yep,
I'm really hoping that happens.
That's numero uno from everything that we've culled, so thank you. Was there anybody else who wanted to touch on the data section before we go on to recommendations?
I want to say one more thing. Wish more people were here. The covered bridge, between the covered bridge and the cement bridge, coming to the post office. It's like a dragway. I've been told by neighbors there that if they feel like they're on MD 900, 500, whatever it is, and they like ram it up to go around the curve over the bridge, which is beyond me. And then there's the post office where people are walking. There's also a Timpson Hill. Kids walk on the street from Timpson Hill.
You sent us pictures of that, which I've actually shared with you guys.
So,
just pictures of a group of maybe 7 or 8 preschoolers with 2 teachers walking on Dover Road. Any other points on the data before we move on? Okay, so, given what's already in the works, posting the larger speed limit and speed limit warning signs, painting speed limits on roads, you know what I'm talking about. And I've had a conversation with Jay about this. We have actually, and you know, it's not a 3-foot number that needs to be there. It's a 6-foot number, so that's what is forthcoming. Circulating the existing digital signs. Beyond that, we recommend first and foremost installing speed humps in our villages as soon as fiscally possible and feasible. And it's recommended that a task force be appointed to research and recommend placement of same, of course, given all of our restrictions and parameters. Okay, I know that on that table that came out after the November 18th study, you know, speed humps were not there at the top of the list of being like, ooh, ah, great solutions. Okay, the things that are the number 5 out of 5 great solutions are median islands, roundabouts, road narrowing, and road jig-jagging. It ain't gonna happen on Dover Road, so we're going for what has come up again and again and again. Change the surface of the pavement. You get the speed, and Bree's got pictures. We were over in New York State and saw them on a side road, and you have pictures. I mean, we can all go around in our region and take photographs of these things that work. That is number 1 recommendation among us. When I say task force, I know that I have said that committees give me hives personally after 24 years in teaching. But a task force is a different thing, as you all know. A task force says, okay, we're gonna do speed humps. Where are they gonna be? And of course, you guys have to think, how are they gonna be paid for? How are they gonna be paid for? And what's our timeline? And of course, the speed humps in Bratt are removed for winter plowing. I get that. But if we could ameliorate the problem for 3/4 of the year, wouldn't that be better than not at all? I mean, and it's like a circus up here in October these days. I'm great. It's great for the economy, but boy, of course, I think November could be prettier. But anyway, beyond this short range, most of the recommendations in the 2018-19 study reports involve signage. So it's further recommended, and I didn't have a chance to really go over this with my fellow liaisons. We just each got a copy of the 2018 study, and I read it and culled it. I was thrown off by the power outage, so I just got to that this morning. But it seems to me there is so much involving signage in terms of where signs should be, what size they should be, that it's in terms of to further improve our situation here. If and maybe Jay, you don't want this, but I'm just thinking if a group of just a very small group of people got together, looked at all these reports, and said, okay, these are the signs that we need to be paying attention to. This is what we can do short term in terms of signage, because for us to go over all that signage stuff now would take forever. Let me just say that signage comes up in each of these reports, and it's a biggie. The size of the sign, the placement of the sign, the wording of the sign. So that may help, Pete, in terms of looking at the other entry, the other bullet items here. One request that comes up again and again for Brookside is if the village of Williamsville has a 25-mile-an-hour and the village of South Newfane does, the village of Brookside with its many, or several, many for us, young kids now, they too, we should, they really want their speed limit to be 25. So that's recommended, that's our third bullet. Reconsidering stop sign at Concrete Arch Bridge, that's a signage issue. Ensure completion of the horizontal signage, that is in the works. That is rated 5 out of 5 in terms of effectiveness. Digital monitors, you know, if I could ask for it for Christmas, I would. There should be one in each village, including this village. And those are rated 5 in terms of effectiveness. You could throw that under signage on a task force and say, what's the most feasible, what's the most effective. Somebody stopped at my door, and I wasn't there, but a friend was there, and said, you know, tell Annie that, you know, there are these digital monitors that will clock your speed, take down your license plate, and ticket you. And I don't think that we want that. So anyway, research needs to be done. Why not? Oh, okay.
At least we can find out who's the speed.
Yeah, we will find out. It's like Hester Prynne in the Scarlet Letter wearing the A, you know. Adding thickly settled pedestrian crossing signs, again, that's signage. The Williamsville signage, I need to hear from the select board whether what I proposed a month ago is a go. If you want me to go with the sign maker I recommended. Does this ring any bells?
You're talking about the signage for the village of Williamsville?
Yeah, which has already been approved by the select board years ago. And so now I've got someone to make the sign, we just have to decide on the wording. I'll take care of the deciding of the wording because I'll canvass all the neighbors, but is it okay to go ahead with what I proposed to you?
You've only got, I think there's only one bid on that, wasn't there? There was just one.
There's not
sign,
a bid.
or not a bid.
It's a sign maker I know who's waiting for the go-ahead to give you a bid. Does it have to go through the whole?
I guess you better refresh my memory because I can't remember what the hell it's.
All right, I sent it. Winetta, do you remember getting that?
I remember seeing it.
What was the sign?
Huh?
What was the sign?
Well, the sign, just like Brookside and
Just like
South
Brookside,
Newfane
yes,
have
sir.
an entering Williamsville,
Just a village, yeah.
just a village sign.
Right.
I have a means of getting ahead, of going ahead with it.
Yeah, I have no problem with that.
Okay.
That's fine.
So I'll just have the sign maker send you an explanation of what he'll do, okay? That, because I don't want to, this is all about the 3 villages on this side, with all due respect to the village of Newfane. And thank you guys for this time for our villages, yes.
Excuse me, those signs should all look the same for all 3 villages.
Yeah.
Well, oh, no, that's not what I understood that Brookside could choose its own design and South Newfane's is different. There are 2 different ones now. Why not have a 3rd different one?
Whatever.
Okay. Well, no, I don't mean to be argumentative, but they're already different.
I think we're beyond that, yeah.
Yeah, I think we're beyond that.
Okay. Okay, school bus stops, I think somebody has to look at school bus stops and how, just to make sure that we're not in a danger zone with that. Addressing the dangerous curve by the Green Iron Bridge, state reports and recommendations exist on this. And I'm just saying that somebody mentioned that there was a complaint about the Williamsville Hall, and so there was a suggestion to put another exterior light up at the Williamsville Hall, which doesn't seem like a terribly big.
It's in the works.
Okay, great. So CP, we can already cross something off the list. So,
Not yet.
all right, so that's short term. What do people have to say regarding short term? And what do people have to say regarding the appointment of a task force? Do you like the idea of having 2 task forces, one on humps and one on signs? Okay.
I like the idea of people coming in with suggestions, and then we can find out if we can do them, just like the speed bumps. I almost thought
I think we have
Jay
to,
had something on that one time from, because that's a federal highway, right? Federal funded, it's not just a state road or whatever. And I thought they said that we couldn't put that kind of stuff on that road.
I know we can't
They did.
dig up the pavement, I just don't know whether these
It
fall
just
into
feeds
that
that
same.
bump.
yeah, you can't change the surface. And
And we couldn't narrow the lanes, and we
could
can't.
narrow,
Right.
and, yeah.
So we'd have to check on these. I talked with Steve Barrett from the town of Brattleboro about the ones they used. Effective, they removed theirs last week for the winter. Very noisy, and all the neighbors noticed it, and so that's something they'll have to be aware of. Every trailer, everything goes over, it's very noisy on the pump, so.
Those ones over on Memorial,
Yeah.
they're huge. I mean, they're a couple feet wide across the top.
If I may butt in for a moment, I suggest that this board be the task force. There's no sense in my mind of getting yet another group in the middle. We have the responsibility. If we have to sit down for an hour or so and work through these things, I think we should do it.
And
That's me, that's.
And I think as far as the town goes, we only have a certain amount of money available. So anything beyond that is really, you know, it's unaffordable at this point.
Right, but then we're looking at planning into the future and trying to designate funds for the future, right?
I mean, my thought is, and you know, there's the village of Newfane, and they've incorporated, and they have done their own sidewalks, their own curbing, their own lighting.
Their own taxes.
And their own taxes. And if you really want to be a village, you may want to look into incorporating and having 3 trustees. And then that way, those people over, you know, in Williamsville or Brookside, you have your own village and you can make your own decisions as to how you want.
I suggest we leave that to others.
Yeah, yeah, but I mean, that's a suggestion, I mean,
Please.
and it's available.
Not really on a big road like this.
Back.
I don't think that that's
I mean, there's
fiscally
money.
advisable to give our little villagers extra taxes. That was Newfane's prerogative for sure, but I would not want to see my neighbors be taxed more.
As I suggested, that's another area that we could deal with sometime in the future. Let's get back to this, please.
Okay, so any questions regarding short-term? Yes.
Is it at all proper to ask for, like, to raise money, a donation for these $4,500 items, or?
I don't see why not, but that's just me talking.
I mean,
I would have one big sale.
Yeah, I would think a lot of people might be enthusiastic about participating.
In fact,
I
I
live there.
So Gina said it, I didn't say it.
I
think
also
you need
agree.
to hear it, that we will help, at least in Williamsville.
Yes,
And I'm sure that South Newfane and Brookside would say the same thing.
we'll help raise
We
money.
will pitch in
Now, what are we talking about? Pitching in for what though?
the humps.
The hump. If it's legal to even put them on that
Yep.
road.
Yeah,
Yes.
I thought they said they couldn't put them on that road.
That's what I thought it was.
Not the state said that, we
We
couldn't
did
do
say we
it.
couldn't dig the pavement up and do anything like that.
We've talked about this for so many years.
I don't think you can put speed bumps on it either,
It's
not on that Dover road.
There are questions to be answered. The responsibility comes here. We have to get through these things, figure out exactly what it is that we are, yes, can or cannot do. And then, if there are areas where we can ask people to put a couple extra pennies on their tax check, fine.
So what I'm hearing is the select board is willing to aggressively, I'm just gonna say this, not like in 2 years, see what the law is, the rules are about putting humps on that Dover Road. We've been trying to do this for many, many years.
Well, I know we've been working on quite a lot of this the last year or so, pretty good. And it comes up, it's one of the things that comes up on our meetings all the time.
So has anybody ever talked to the state or?
Jay's been in touch
Oh,
with
yeah.
them all the time.
Yeah, so they say we can't or we can or we.
They looked at the proposal that was drawn up before the rubber
Yeah.
bumps came out, and that was a no. but they haven't seen this one yet.
Okay.
So.
And as far as the signs too, a lot of the bigger signs, that was all being done anyways, right?
Right.
Yeah.
That's already in
And
the
their,
works.
I mean, their placement is pretty limited. There's parameters you have to follow. So, you know, as far as placement of them, there isn't a lot of leeway for where we can put them.
Right.
Going up through, they'll be bigger signs to meet the new standards. And the one thing they did criticize is the fact that it's 25 miles an hour on the flat by Walters Field over towards the covered bridge. They think that makes people speed up, so then when the village comes, they don't slow down again. Whereas if you started the 25 when you got almost to the post office, that people are more apt to slow down.
Well, that's.
Same with South Newfane, they thought it started too quickly.
That's what I was saying about the cry wolf signage, that all has to be reviewed. And then also, we do know that there are some signs, and it's acknowledged here, what's already in the works, larger speed limit and speed limit warning signs. Under signage, there is also, pedestrian crossing. I think we said it's settled, school bus stop. It's not just the speed limit signs. So that's why I was hoping that we could put it under one big signage hat. Breeze and then Nancy?
Breeze Verdant. I've said this before, previous meetings, that I think a certain amount of creativity could be brought to this situation. I commute into Brattleboro daily, and I go on Cedar Street. The second I saw those two stop signs on Cedar Street, my mind just went BS. There's no call for stop signs there. They're creatively sticking stop signs. They're visual speed bumps.
There was on Friday at 7:45.
No, they're there. Yeah.
But no,
I stopped at them.
They put them there creatively to slow traffic down. There was no call. There's tiny side streets that nobody drives on. There was no call for a stop sign there. So they got creative to slow the traffic down. So I will say this, not to muddy the water, it's on the sheet here that if it comes down to, nope, yes, we can't put the speed pumps in here, then what's creative? So Jay's, I think this is actually Jay's idea that if we don't have the means to put in sidewalks, we don't have the means to cut out a notch on one side due to one lawn has a septic field clearly coming right down to the road. However, if you went, I get really confused, I would call it the north side of the road, the side with the eatery on, and you just did do a gravel, continue the sidewalk around John Julian's place and created room for people to walk, put a crosswalk over right by Gristmill Lane to complete to the post office, and did the same thing on the other side, painted a pedestrian crossing, and now put signs out as you're entering the village, slow, thickly settled pedestrians. I'm a jerk like anybody else. I mean, because I'm not going to be a hypocrite in this situation, I've really learned to slow down, and that means I'm like, whoa, I'm doing it all the time where it wasn't on my radar. But if I enter a village and it says thickly settled pedestrians, that registers in my head. Mm-hmm. I don't want to hit somebody. Mm-hmm. That puts it's consciousness. It's all habits. Mm-hmm. So you have to. This is a relevant story. One time I went in a hardware store, and the guy, when I went to write a check, handed me a gold-plated cross pen. And I said to him, "I can't believe you gave me this pen." And the guy said, "Well, guess what? That pen's been in this hardware store for 10 years." He says, "Because people don't pocket pens intentionally to steal them. They're unconscious. They're just not thinking about them. This pen makes them think about it." So something that we're all busy, we're all stressed, we're all overstimulated. Something that catches the attention. And I think thickly settled pedestrian crossing, have one by the eatery and the town hall if we can. If the speed humps can't happen.
That's great, and that all would go under that, like, what can we do in terms of revamping the signage? It's perfect.
And it'd work in the winter as well.
Right, because
And the walkway you mentioned.
we need something. Well, and that's actually number one in the long range steps on the reverse of your page, so if you want to just take a look. But Nancy?
Just confused a little bit. There's a covered bridge, and then there's the cement bridge, and then there's the post office. So from the covered bridge to the cement bridge, the speed limit is what?
25.
25, and it's only what, a quarter of a mile? It's not that long.
It's 0.33 miles from Baker Brook to the covered bridge.
So that's about a half a mile.
Half a mile. So, so is that too long of a period to have all 25 the whole way through?
That's what they felt.
That's what the state felt.
Because
So-
it doesn't have the feeling of, you know, houses close to it.
So they're wanting to go through this covered bridge slow and then speed up for whatever,
35.
35, and then slow down at the covered,
Before the
the cement bridge.
For
So
the
they can
village.
just speed up a little bit in that time. I just want to clarify that.
So the problem is, Nancy, it's all about the crying wolf around signage.
Yeah, no, I
The
know.
problem I have with that is that if they don't slow down in time when you're coming out of the post office, you're cooked.
I pull out of there all the time thinking, I hope I won't get hit.
Right. Other comments around short range, and then I will briefly go over long range, yes.
I have to believe that somewhere there was a state highway going through a little village where they have speed impediments. I mean, I keep hearing we can't put a speed bump or this and that thing. I just have to believe there are examples of this, if not in Vermont, somewhere, and VTran might look at this. Second thing is, we all drive roads in Vermont and are often under repair. And they're sometimes under repair for a fair distance, like when I drove up to Chester the other day. So maybe we should just get VTran to repair the road in the middle of the village for every other year, for 6 months. And that'll shut things down a little bit, and that's like we go through all the time. That was Chris Petrak's idea, by the way.
I like that, or park, yeah, like a little trooper. Thank you, I like, let me just, in terms of long range, Williamsville, as Breeze just presented, thank you. Sure packed walkway from Eatery in front of Julian T-Bowl, Lanneberger, Riga, and Ham properties. Then a crosswalk with pedestrian crossing signs to the front of the Walker property to the post office. It can't go any further than Bijon's property because of the septic, but sure pack, nobody that I know of in my village wants, or in your village, wants big high sidewalks. That's not what we're aspiring to, I don't believe. But the sure pack division between this is where cars and, to give some safety and to say, look, we walk in these villages, believe it or not. Old concept, but we still do. So that's one. The village aesthetic enhancements drawings that Bud did provide simple, effective means of improving the aesthetic and functional qualities of the villages. We must enhance each village's village feel and appeal, and villagers can be key in this process. Develop more roadside green space, also in Bud's proposal. That's rated number 5 out of 5 in terms of effectiveness. Nurture relationship with the Sheriff's Office, which is now under new leadership, reportedly more willing to assist and patrol our villages. I'm hoping that's true.
I saw no. Is that true? Is it?
Over $50 an hour,
How much?
over $50 an hour.
But then, when we get the speeding, how much money goes to the town?
Depends on whether the person gets fined or not.
Can I just speak on the speeding thing and the tickets? I've heard in the past, when I was the head of the village calming traffic, I don't know, whenever it was, in the 90s, that people, we had tickets written, and this is word of mouth, but that was local people, and they basically said, we're not gonna vote for you next year if you give me a ticket. So that is really screwy.
Well, it is to the point that the person that they're talking to, the law enforcement officer they're talking to, is not elected. So if they're going to take it out on the sheriff, okay, fine, neat, sweet, and dandy, but that's pretty. Yeah.
The last things are just the obsolete school bus signs and encouraging, as the villagers, encouraging uses of our public halls, the Williamsville Hall and the South Newfield Schoolhouse. change in mindset is something that Bud has mentioned, Breeze has mentioned, Jen Stanchfield talks a lot about this. I mean, really, Bud breaks it down, an 8-second difference going, you know, going the speed limit versus going way over the speed limit. Editorial to Deerfield Valley News, I'm happy to write an editorial just to raise awareness among those guys, not in any kind of confrontational way, but just like, hey, we don't have cops, you do, you know, not like that, but raising awareness among our Dover neighbors, and then finally as a long shot, you know, somehow working with Mount Snow to say, could you kind of discourage this residential area as a highway? That is what we have put together. And now, you know, I would hope that the select board would give you guys a chance to speak more and ask questions, share your thoughts. I think, with all due respect, I think, you know, we've culled so much here. And I'm a little bit crestfallen and a little heartbroken to hear that the speed hump thing really might not be feasible. But as Bree said, it's okay, we're gonna pick up our cookies and make it work. But other comments or questions around this? Yeah.
Well, we talked about stop signs before. We talked about putting a stop sign, 3-way stop sign, Baker Brook.
Oh, that's on here, I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, but we talked, this was years ago. We talked about doing a 3-way stop sign. People were complaining that, you know, you're gonna hear the engines rev up after they stop, but that's a reality that could happen. 3-way stop at Baker Brook and
If the state weren't so against stop signs. Also, we need to have the state do a reading during the winter. That's the other recommendation.
Yeah.
It can be revisited, I'm sure, the 3-way stop sign.
I mean, it's not something I want. I'm not wanting any of this stuff. I'd love to have, to just drive slower.
I mean, Norbert and Janine are right there, and it would be in front of their house that that stop sign would be.
Yep. You know,
But
and I can't even leave the driveway to go to the post office when I have 2 dogs. I mean, I've got this, that, and the other, and they're all speeding through. It's really very challenging, I have to say. So I don't care.
Great.
Yeah.
Thank you.
In terms of what you're saying there, Buddy, you haven't seen the speed humps other places in Vermont. This problem's in Europe, it's everywhere. It's endemic, it's ubiquitous, it's just everywhere you go. Once it's on my radar, so when I drive around, gotta go through small towns, upstate New York, the Adirondacks, people got signs up front, please slow down. Yeah. It's everywhere. Where were we? We were up taking a walk up around Saxton's River. Somebody has signs that slow the F down in their front yard. That's going, yeah, tell it like it is. So what it seems to me is it's coming. The state of Vermont is going to have to do something realistically because this is a problem that's not going to go away. It gets worse and worse. I've been on Depot Road, right in the middle of the curves. Somebody came right across the lane right at me, and they realized they were texting right in their steering wheel on Depot Road. Everybody's distracted. It's getting worse, so it is coming. And I think if the state hears some noise coming from the select boards out of their villages, that we're grappling with this issue, and it's going to happen. The noise is going to get louder. The state's going to have to step in and start saying, you know, this is what's going to, some technology is going to come along that's new, or they're going to do something.
Well, we did have the local sheriff in, and we looked at the price like he had said, but you know, they don't just you know, watch for speeding. You know, they're policing. So it's hard to say to them that
The town of Newfane's contract is with the state police. We don't have one with the sheriff's department. Only the incorporated village of Newfane has a contract with the sheriff's department.
The state police will run extra patrols as well.
So the sheriff does
for fun.
Williamsville or South Newfane or at all?
What?
They don't have a contract with the town.
They don't have a contract with them.
So my question was, at the end of these points, what did happen as a result of the November 18th understand that there will be increased enforcement by the state troopers? Has that happened? I haven't seen it.
It's by contract, and we haven't decided as a board to do that.
To do what?
To go with the
so many hours.
They work so many hours. I don't know where they
I'm talking about
patrol.
the state police now. In the November 18th
Oh, okay.
study.
Sorry, I thought that was a miss.
There was a statement regarding the encouraging and increased enforcement in our villages by state police. That was something that the then select board was going to do. Ask the state troopers to pay due attention to our villages. I'm just wondering where that stands.
I
What
would
was
think
that,
that that's something that we just have to call them and suggest that they do more patrol.
Yeah, it makes some money.
Well, we only contract with them for 10 hours a month.
Right, but
We can contact them.
ask them to go over to Williamsville
Oh.
and Brookside and South
Well, we
Newfane.
actually told the state police when we hired them, one of the reasons we got rid of the sheriffs, the only thing they did was write tickets. And we wanted people out patrolling our town roads because there was a lot of break-ins and everything else. So like we said, we wanted, I think Marion and Carolyn might have been on the board then. And we wanted patrolling on all of our roads, not just Williamsville or the hall, I mean, the center of the villages or all of them. We wanted them to travel around. We said we didn't care if you wrote speeding tickets, but if you see somebody speeding, pull them over. But you don't sit there as a trap trying to get people that might be the guy going to work, might be the guy coming home from work that's made $80 or $90 that day and you just took 75 of it out of their pocket, you know, for going 5 miles an hour too fast. But if you encourage them that we want you to pay for yourselves through the town, I mean, I don't give a damn. If we're gonna pay them $10,000, I don't give a shit if we get $1 of a speeding ticket to help pay that thing. If we're gonna do it, it's because the town can afford it. I don't want them there just thinking they gotta write $10,000 worth of tickets on everybody that's coming through that town just to pay for it.
Are we talking sheriff now?
Either one of them.
Either.
Yeah.
The sheriffs don't do criminal. That's why we didn't hire them, because if somebody's breaking into your house, the sheriff is gonna drive right on by. Because there was one, I think it was one of the guys up on Wiswall Hill at the time, had somebody bothering him up there. And they called the sheriff and they pretty much said, if he comes in your house, shoot him. You know, because we're not gonna be able to make it. So it's up to the state cops when it comes to criminal. So that's what we said. That's why we went with the state police at the time. Figured our money was better spent having them travel up around Grout Pond, any one of our roads. And you do see them a lot on the back roads now. And
But what you say is only true for the village of Newfane. If there's a break-in Williamsville, they wouldn't come.
the sheriff?
The sheriff wouldn't come.
The sheriff wouldn't come.
the sheriff doesn't
have
come.
contract.
We don't
They're
have
not
a
gonna come
contract
if
with
it's in
them.
the village of Newfane.
He told us.
Wait, did they come to
Please,
Newfane up?
one person at a time, please.
I'd like to ask Angela, because Angela is the treasurer with the trustees for the village of Newfane, because the village of Newfane pays out of our dues, our taxes
Our
every year.
taxes.
We were with one group and then we changed to the other. Do you want to say something about that?
Since I've been the treasurer, we only have used the sheriff's department and we pay a one lump sum per month for a certain amount of time for them to patrol the village of Newfane. So, and they do traffic enforcement, speeding.
And then the rest is with the state.
Right.
But the sheriff also had said that they would be more apt to be able to come to an emergency quicker than the troopers because they're patrolling such a larger area. And we only have 10 hours a week contracted with the state troopers. So I think the sheriff's office, would do policing.
It depends on the contract in which they give us, so.
Well, the state
we
police,
can't really say.
State police, if it's an incident where you got someone breaking in or a shooting or domestics or all that, they automatically come. That doesn't
Right, the
cost
trooper
taxpayers.
automatically comes, right, exactly.
Right. So what we got them is additional to beyond what their call of duty already is. I mean, I thought the state police have been doing a pretty good job. I mean, you do see them along a lot of our roads.
Yeah.
And they do stop quite a few times speeding.
They are.
So.
Yeah. Yes, please.
Yes, I'm going to the class about Vermont and the government of Vermont, and you're in the class too, and the sheriff, the newly appointed sheriff, told us that he does not have a contract to come to our village. That would be state police, but since they're sparse, they have to go very far. The sheriff also has to go very far to deliver papers or escort prisoners or whatever, but not more. And when he comes to your village, it comes out of your, I don't know, what do you call it?
Budget?
Fee. Your, no, it's not your budget.
No, the
It's an
Incorporated
extra-
Village of Newfane has
Right.
an extra tax per year that we pay
Correct.
the Sheriff's Department to
Right.
patrol the Incorporated
Right,
Village.
so if we have an emergency, the state police will come if they can. I mean, we're not, you know, it's like triage in a hospital. That's what I understood.
It takes them a long time to come, yes.
And half the problem is that law enforcement agencies are understaffed at this time too, so
Right.
that's another issue.
Seriously understaffed.
7 troopers, yeah.
Oh my God, yeah,
For the whole area.
yes.
And it's all over the state with all of the agencies.
Not protected at all.
I might as well speed.
Carol Hassel. The more I listen to this discussion, the more I like the idea of a digital speed sign ticketing speeders.
Yeah.
I think that would be the most effective and the least expensive. And it would get over the fear of driving over speed bumps and having to have them maintained and the extra, all of the extra. There's many good ideas here, but when you really get down to it, there's nothing as effective as a ticket.
Coming back from New York City, getting in the mail a ticket.
Yes.
And I'm like, what? And it's because I went through an orange light. I mean, that is awesome. I think that is awesome.
And tolls too, they do
And
it too.
Everything, yeah, tolls on the road. I mean, I don't think it would
Talk about
say
Big
to
Brother.
the people going through that we're a bad town. I think it would be saying to the town, the people that we care about the village.
So, well, the select board is the task force, Bree.
Just another creative thought. I'm good at those. The state of Montana, is my understanding, just said, okay, let's get realistic here, folks. It's a huge state, wide open highways. They said, you know, realistically, we know everybody's going to speed. Okay, so we're setting the speed limit. I think of something 85 miles an hour. You know, it had been pretty high already because people are just hauling ass through, you know, this place. Maybe it's 75. I don't know the number. I know I'm not just taking this out of a joke book someplace. That they said we're going to set the speed up here realistically, but we're telling you if you hit that or go 1 mile an hour over that, we're going to nail you. You know, we're allowing you realistically to do what's happening here already, but if you go over that, we're going to nail you. So that is just something I could see. Like we're all saying, going 25 miles an hour is pretty tough. I have a hard time doing it, right? Makes my motor hurt or whatever. But you know, if you said, okay, let's get real here. Nobody's really going to go 25. I don't mind people going 35 through the village. It's when, oh God, like Nancy says here, you're laying in bed at night and you hear somebody flying through, then you know they're going 60 miles an hour through there. You know, it's just upsetting. But if you just say, okay, you know, we have these devices. If you go such and such a speed, you are going to get a ticket. You know, that actually is kind of a realistic thing. Just a thought.
I'm going to be mean. I'm going to call it. We have a sign-in sheet that I wish everyone would sign before you leave. The board will take all of this under consideration. We will probably have a public meeting so that people could respond to things, and maybe we'll have some of the ideas, more information on them and or boiled down a little bit. And in the meantime, please keep your ideas and thoughts coming. There's nothing better than ideas and thoughts that you can work on. I don't want to say a whole lot about what I think about all of this, except that a trailer hitch on the back of a Ford F-150 halfway out in the road is one of the best speed control measures that the village of Williamsville has. Thank you.
Can I just say one thing? What I will do, just as a summary, is I would like to redo this document, and I would like to put on it another bold-faced piece, which is around the digital signs, just to really emphasize our discussion around that. Okay, if that's okay, so I'll send that to Winetta.
And just when you're specific, the Ford F, whatever it is, with the thing in the back, you're talking about the lights flashing?
No.
What are you talking about?
It's a pickup with a Reese hitch sticking out on it.
What, with the what?
Walter.
So you don't lose the sight of your car as you go across that trailer hitch.
Wait, say that again, so I'm.
The truck is parked nose into the garage, and the rear end of it sticks out pretty far.
They're doing it, they do that in South Newfane, it's great, I love it, I think that I see it in South Newfane, and I'm like,
Whoa.
they park right, so a couple of years ago, I parked right in front of my house for a couple hours every day.
Where in South Newfane? South
Right-
Newfane is a pass-through village.
Yeah, it's where right after the Green Isle Bridge coming this way. There's a bunch of white houses,
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
There's they have,
Yeah.
they like have a fire pit over here and then
Yes, they have
live
cars
in the,
everywhere.
they live in the road, which is awesome. I don't wanna live in the road, but I did park my car in the middle of the road one, 6 summers ago for 2 hours a day, and that slowed traffic down, but.
The other thing I want to say made me think, God, maybe all of us along Dover Road should get an old beat up car and we move from different place to different place. But I also want to say that should you need like canvassing of all of us on and right near, like Jean, the Dover Road, in terms of like, well, I guess probably the villagers wouldn't want that. Let's not make any assumptions about what the villagers would or would not put up with at this point. I mean, I hear people when we talk about the speed hump noise going, yeah, I get it. But then I know I can walk down to the post office.
Yeah.
So let's not make any assumptions, oh, the villagers would do that and all that, because we can connect with our villagers. They're right there. We're not in Scarsdale. We can actually connect with them, and we do. And thank you, Carol, for being way up on the hill and coming down with your concerns.
I just want to say that I don't live in the villages, but I drive through the villages. And I have a daughter and a husband who drive almost every day on the villages, back and forth, they commute. And, there have been a lot of accidents on that road. And I think we had just a most current one, on the road. So something does need to be done. I'm still voting for the digital ticket giver signs.
So we liaisons will look at one last document, but then we will submit to the select
That should
board.
take care of it.
And I think you're hearing us say that if you need task force help, not a study committee, if you need task force help, I know I for one would sit down ad hoc, meet a couple of times and nail this thing. And I bet that I'm speaking for many people in this room. There's a lot of intelligence and experience right among us right now. So let's use it. But let's not go back to studying whether or not we have a problem. I think we've established that. Is that okay? Merci beaucoup.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Please sign in as you sneak out.
Oh, no, I also came to talk to you about.
I'll bring that up later.
She goes through that stop sign, she don't even slow down.
Take care of my drinking problem.
Thank you.
Thank you.
It is.
Bags out there. Am I leaving the bag?
And installing potholes to the west.
Yeah. That would prove perfect.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Revert to dirt road. Say we'll go back to a dirt road.
Yes. Go back to what, the dirt road?
The dirt road.
Yeah.
1956, paved it in the village.
Is that right? Whoa.
over there?
56.
Okay, we are picking up here. Unscheduled members of the public. Right, have you something for us?
No, I'm so sorry.
Thank you for being here.
Thank you for
Thank you. And thanks to Jay for all the work he's done on this.
Yeah, we're relying
Helps
on Jay.
a great deal.
Thank you, Jay.
Old business. We have a questionnaire that we talked about recently about the opiate suit that is pending, brought by the town of Bennington. And the question is, do we, for the town of Newfane, wish to stay in the suit, which we would by not taking any action, or get out of it so we don't have to worry about keeping in contact with attorneys and seeing where it's going. My understanding is that we have an opiate problem, but it's not as bad as some, or as bad as it might be. I would like to have some suggestion as to the direction for us to go on this. Stay in or get out?
If we stay in now, when it comes time for the attorney fees, do we have to chip into all that too?
Well, the attorney's fees would be deducted and then they would split up, I believe.
No cost to us, just if we
Not
want.
individually, no.
Right.
The class is represented by attorneys already. And they get their,
If they win.
if the town wins, towns win, the attorneys get paid, then whatever the judge says everybody else gets.
It's a class action.
And I suspect,
So they don't.
there is no indication here of how that would be determined. Would it be determined by the number of cases and so forth? And one of the things that I forgot to mention tonight, but did last time, is that this is primarily aimed at towns that have their own fire and rescue squads, and they're putting out a lot of money and a lot of effort as a town or a county. And that's not our situation. The volunteer fire departments and rescue, we can't help them.
But would this lawsuit help them?
No,
Even if the town filed it?
Towns and counties.
Right, but we do.
But we
donate to
would appropriate, we could appropriate.
We put money into the fire department.
Right. The question, no, sorry, go ahead.
No, if it's not costing us anything and we are just named in the suit, and if they do win, I mean, we're supporting the action. If they do win, then we would maybe see something and then we could appropriate it to the rescue services.
Does the fire department stuff get involved in all that stuff, Jim?
Yeah.
You know, it goes in stages. You won't see any for a few months, and all of a sudden you'll see a bunch of them. So, did you guys get the letter from the Attorney General urging the towns to participate? I got that in email today.
To do what?
To participate in this.
Oh, to participate. Yeah. I think we should.
I haven't seen that, no.
Especially with the Attorney General saying that. They've looked at it. I think we need to lend our support, for it. That's my feeling.
Well, if that's all it is just the support for it, I mean, I can't see where it hurts. It could come back to bite your ass later on if you didn't. If something did come up about it, so. So what is it, we want to stay in or out then, right, you said?
Yeah, if you want to get out, you have to take action. If you want to stay in, you sit back.
I think you have to do it
I'll
by...
make a motion, we sit back. Especially like what Jay was just recommending and how they said it too, so I haven't seen that, but.
That we support it?
Yeah, we
Yeah.
stay with it, whatever we're supposed to be doing. Because it's probably about the time you got out, it'd be something that really would come up at It could have been handy at one time, so I don't know.
Okay, we have a motion to take no action, which means that we stay in the suit. Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Hearing a second, is there discussion on the motion as seconded?
When you say no action, is that what we have to do, is take no action because we're already named in it or
Right.
something?
Every town is in unless
Oh,
they
okay.
sign this form
Okay,
and send it
gotcha, gotcha.
back. Further discussion? Hearing none.
No, but thank you for discussion.
Hearing none, all in favor of staying in the opiate suit, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Thank you.
Because it's getting to be a real problem.
Any other old business to come before us?
I have a couple of questions. Did we ever finalize the local emergency operations plan?
I believe so.
That had to be done by like May 1st or something.
Long
Okay.
time ago.
Okay, I just, because what I saw was that, I guess Shannon was still around then at the time, huh? Because Shannon's name is on the
Well,
point of contact.
It's done, so we don't have to worry about it.
Okay.
Thanks.
Sorry.
Thanks for bringing it up, though. That's good. Any other old business? New business. There is, I think you have them in your packet. Colorful gizmos that say that the state has just changed its mind and says that you can put a banner over the highway if it is not up for more than 21 days and it is 16 feet and 6 inches above the highway. I would recommend that we refer this to the Planning Commission for inclusion in the zoning bylaws, which do include a section dealing with signs. And I think that's the easiest way and the best place to deal
Can I
with it.
ask a question? Mike, remember last year, I think it was, we talked about wouldn't it be possible to have a banner for the Heritage Festival? And if I remember correctly, it had to do with the Vermont, that it was a state highway here on Route
Right.
30, and that it wasn't allowed. Is that correct?
Now they're allowed.
That's what this is all about.
But
This
they're
is-
allowing it?
Yes.
Okay.
So I'd even recommend something like this going to like the Heritage Festival people who design
church.
that.
Right.
Yeah, the church, so they know it, so next year they can put their sign up instead of off to the side like they've had it this
Yeah.
year.
But I'm
I think your recommendation is correct in
Right.
giving it to the planning commission as part of the bylaws.
okay. I don't think we need a motion on that unless someone disagrees with me.
We're just asking that it gets there.
I will get in touch with the chair of the planning commission and
Do you want me to scan it and send it to him?
no, I'll chatter with them.
Okay.
I'll go to one of their meetings.
Okay.
Yep. Okay. Anything else under new business? Correspondence. Wrong green folder. There's a note from a gentleman named Scott Smith, lives on Adams Hill Road, complaining about people using the bottom entrance to Adams Hill Road as dumping ground, mattresses being rained on, other things. He thinks something needs to be done, at the very least, a no dumping sign with fines and hopefully a camera. I was on the phone when he called, then he called again. I told him I would give the message to the board. He sounded very discouraged. And this is, I assume, from you. Thank you. Anybody else familiar with this particular situation? I'm not, unfortunately.
People leave their rubbish there to be picked up by the rubbish people. I don't know how much of it's that, and that has never been one of the spots where we've had to pick up stuff.
Right.
As like River Road where that has been
Over
so
the
bad.
embankment, yeah.
But
Where's Adams Road? It's out on
it's almost to Dover. Yeah, Adams Hill.
Adams Hill. Where's that?
Just before you get to the Dover line or give it that bridge.
Yeah.
I think sometimes people put rubbish out and then the garbage guy won't take it, and then it maybe stays there for a while. I don't know.
They won't take mattresses, so.
Right.
You have to pay extra for mattresses.
Have to have somebody else chase after it.
We can put a no dumping sign there. But
Yeah, no dumping.
I don't know that I don't think it's the same thing as what we're getting on River Road. I think it's people trying to get rid of their stuff and just, it's not getting picked up, and I don't know. We'll put a no dumping sign up and see if that helps.
Thank you. That's step one.
You gonna put a sign up, you said? No dumping?
We'll put one up.
Yeah.
Continuing with correspondence, excuse me. This is a message that was forwarded by the town clerk. It comes from well, the subject, let me start there, I guess, instead. Vermont Music Sector Asset Mapping Project, inquiry relative to outreach. Okay. Fairly long, I'll try to read it. Burlington, October 25th, calling all musicians, concert venue owners, and businesses that support music in Vermont. Big Heavy World is gathering data about Vermont's music sector with a survey based on the Austin Music Census with the guidance of a world-class consultancy. Our mentor is Sound Diplomacy, an internationally recognized firm that facilitates regional efforts to build community and economic development systems serving music throughout the world. Their clients include the United Nations, Mayor of London, Greater New Orleans, etc. Vermont is fortunate to have Sound Diplomacy as an ally. Sound Diplomacy founder Shane Shapiro said, "We're thrilled to support this initiative by Big Heavy World to dig deep into Vermont's music sector to better understand its strengths." I wish I had read this before the meeting, I'm sorry. I think this is the meat of it. To find out more about how National Endowment for the Arts grants impact individuals and communities, Big Heavy World's volunteer crew is helping spread the word, and the data that collected will supplement the statewide Creative Economy Survey hosted by the Vermont Creative Network. Data gathered will help Big Heavy World, Vermont Creative Network, and ultimately the legislature and other stakeholders learn and act on community and economic development priorities that will strengthen music industries in Vermont. They're not asking for any endorsement or contribution, so I'd say that we are, if anybody wants to read this and find more information, it's available. I do not see that we have to take any action. I apologize for not having read that before the meeting and said.
At least you didn't have to sing it.
Sorry?
At least you didn't have to sing it for it. Okay,
this is from the Secretary of State. To Select Board, as you may have seen, starting next week, I will be traveling the state on my biennial transparency tour. Tour is a great opportunity for municipal employees, local officials, volunteer boards, commission members, and engaged residents to get a training on Vermont's transparency laws, open meeting laws, and Public Records Act, to better understand the requirements of local and state government to operate openly and transparently. For the first time, I will be providing a short presentation where I outline the work we're doing in our office and with you across the state. I'm emailing to ask you help me by promoting this opportunity for your municipal colleagues, select board, council members, municipal volunteers, and residents. I appreciate any assistance you may be able to provide. As always, I appreciate the hard work you do for Vermont in your communities.
So there's certain dates on there too,
Yeah.
when they're holding those meetings.
Yeah.
I don't know if there's one, how
The
local.
closest one for us would be Hartford, Williston, Rutland, Barry, Middlebury, Brattleboro. November 13th, Select Board Meeting Room, 230 Main Street. All the others are out in the Parker Brush. Okay, we have a letter here from Fisher and Fisher.
That was the letter that was sent to
The new union.
the
Yeah.
union.
Yeah.
That's just
To-
for our file records.
To Joe Winrich, the chair of the West River MUSD, MUUSD. And he outlines, I could read it. I represent the town of Newfane. Pursuant to action taken by the Newfane Town School District that resulted in June 29, 2019 legal notice and closed with this correspondence, I write to request that the West River Unified Union School District, hereafter MUUSD, take any and all actions necessary to convey the real property upon which the solar fields lie at Newbrook School. Legal notice created an obligation of the Newfane and Newbrook school districts that was assumed when West River became operational on July 1st, 2019. Following the posting in 3 places and publication of the legal notice in Brattleboro Reformer in accordance with the terms of 24 VSA 1061A1, no petition was received by any legislative body challenging the proposed conveyance. As clearly articulated by the last sentence of 24 VSA 1061AA, unless a petition is filed in accordance with subdivision 2 of this subsection, the legislative body may authorize the conveyance. It's the town of Newfane's understanding that the parcel of land was conveyed to the Newfane Town School District by warranty deed of the Valley Lions Club dated August 7, 2017 and recorded August 14, 2017 in Book 139, page 40 of Newfane Land Records. This further the town of Newfane's understanding a portion of the real property conveyed to the aforementioned Valley Lions Club deed may contain the ball fields used by the students at Newbrook. Town of Newfane has no intention of restricting access or preventing use of the ball fields. Should the West River MUUSD express interest in keeping the ball fields with the Newbrook school property, the town of Newfane does not object to that goal. Clearly, in such instance, additional work would need to be done in order to subdivide the ball fields from the solar fields to remain in West River ownership. The town is glad to assist West River in securing a survey of the relevant lands with a subdivision application for the real property. I would like to lay out the next steps in order we can file necessary deeds for the near future, in the near future. First, unless the West River MUUSD has a survey of the solar fields, a survey will need to be commissioned. The town is willing to pay for this service if the survey does not already exist. The survey should indicate a subdivision line between the fields and the solar array such that the survey sets forth accurately the subdivided parcel that will be conveyed to the town. Again, we want to make sure the playing fields, which are beneficial to the students of the school, are owned and maintained by West River MUUSD. Second, once the survey is completed, West River MUUSD will file an application for subdivision with Newfane zoning personnel and file any state subdivision application. If the West River MUUSD would prefer, the town can act as applicant, but the forms will still need to be signed by West River as co-applicant owner. Third, upon the issuance of the relevant permits, the West River MUUSD will sign the appropriate deed. Last, West River MUUSD will confirm these transactions with the solar company such that the lease payments will be paid to Newbrook PTO as voted by the Newbrook School District in late June. Please let me know who will be the contact with whom I should be working on this matter. I look forward to working with you and accomplishing the work. Robert Fisher. That's where we are until we hear from them. But we should be ready to take the actions that he outlines we might be taking. I would prefer certainly that the current owner, MUUSD, do the zoning permit. However, if we can help, it's fine. That's it for correspondence, unless someone has something else they want to bring up under that heading. Okay. Has anyone any announcements they would like to make? I have one suggestion I'm going to just throw out and leave for your consideration, and we'll talk about it later, particularly if we decide to go do specifically. I would like to meet with the zoning, with the planning commission, the zoning administrator, probably all at the same time, conservation commission, and so forth. I think it'd be useful to have a regular meeting. Maybe you have done that. If you have, I apologize that I didn't know it. But I think it would be useful to keep them knowing that we're thinking about them. So,
yeah, because we don't get a report or anything.
No, well, there are things that happen, things that are our responsibility. We appoint the zoning administrator with the recommendation of the planning commission. There are a lot of things that come together or don't, and I think it'd be useful to try to set something up that would make it obvious that we know, we think, we worry, we whatever.
That's between the zoning and the planning.
Well, zoning, planning, it could be the Conservation Commission.
Right.
I think anybody that's out there somewhere.
Yeah.
Pete, talking about zoning administrator, down in Williamsville Station, they took a house down, I'm gonna say 4 years ago. Don't quote me on that. It was either 3 or 4 years ago. It doesn't mean any setbacks now. All of a sudden now they're building another house there. How the hell did they get a permit for that?
It's a good question. Unless you want to ask Merle, I will.
Well, I never find them in here. I've come a couple times with these. Yeah, because
Tuesdays and
that's,
Thursdays from 1:30 to 4:30.
Okay.
Are people allowed to build on an old foundation or something? Or?
well, it's, yes, if it's done within, if it's done within
a certain time
a year or so.
Yeah.
But this has been, I'm gonna say 4 years. The building was taken down.
1:30 to 4?
4:30.
30.
I just don't think it's right, that's all.
I'll follow.
Thank you.
Is there any other business announcements or anything else to come before us before we go to pay orders? Last chance.
Well, first of all, I wanted to give a quick update on the weather. With severe winds and rain, we're seeing outages across the state. Approximately 10,000 customers are without power, particularly in southern Vermont. Green Mountain Power, Vermont Electric Co-op, and Washington Electric Co-op are the primary utilities impacted at this time. Additional crews have been requested by Green Mountain Power from Canada, and our Department of Emergency Management is supporting that request. We expect the winds to continue to gust to 30 to 45 miles per hour much of the day today, and then die down tonight, so more outages could come. The temperatures will be in the 40s and 50s. That's somewhat good news in some respects. Rain will continue in the Champlain Valley throughout the day, and a flood watch is still in effect for most of Vermont except for the Northeast Kingdom until tomorrow morning. Small streams have been impacted as the water moves to the larger rivers. So the Winooski, Otter Creek, and Mad Rivers are all expected to rise, but we don't expect any widespread flooding as a result. So I want to thank the utility crews for all the work they're doing and going to be doing, as well as the local municipalities for their work. And we're here to help, and we'll continue to update as we move through the next couple of days. So now to the task at hand. Good morning, and thanks for being here today. It seems that most are starting to recognize that Vermont has a workforce challenge. We still have around 14,000 fewer people working today than we did at our peak 10 years ago. I've made reversing this trend a top priority of my administration because we need more people here to fill the good jobs that we have available, to buy houses, put kids in our schools. This will help lessen and spread the tax burden across a much larger population. We desperately need more workers across all sectors, but a critical need is in the trades, because we won't have homes to buy or roads to drive or bridges to cross or parks to visit if we don't have anyone to build them. And that's why I was pleased to sign a proclamation designated October as Careers in Construction Month in Vermont. This proclamation was requested by a contractor in Winooski, VHV Company, who is here today, because they and many others wanted to highlight the importance of the construction trades and the critical role they have in building all we have around us. Another goal was to increase awareness and interest, particularly among students, in pursuing these worthwhile careers. These are goals I share as someone who grew up in the trades and the construction business. We've seen a trend for decades where kids are pushed towards a traditional four-year degree. And these programs are important and valuable, but the unintended consequence is fewer kids seeking vocational careers, which are just as important because we need these professions to keep our state running and country running as well. We must strengthen our pipeline in these fields because 25% of construction workers in Vermont are over the age of 55, and 6% are over the age of 65. Think about that the next time you need a carpenter, a plumber, electrician. This is not a field where you want a shortage, because when you call them, you typically really need them. And beyond the need, they're also good careers, and ones we should appreciate and take pride in, because reducing the stigma around the trades and blue-collar jobs is our collective responsibility. Part of that comes with rethinking our education system from cradle to career, because as I've said before, whether it's a PhD or a CDL, all Vermonters deserve a path to meaningful employment. While we face challenges to grow our pool of construction professionals, my team, along with our partners, are committed to helping Vermonters pursue this path and providing the training and skills to do so. We're here to talk a little bit more about that work, so I'd like to invite Secretary Curley at this time to share a little more about our needs in this sector. Secretary.
Great. Thank you, Governor. I'm honored to be here today to celebrate the importance of careers in construction. I'd like to highlight how careers in construction and the construction industry as a whole contributes to a strong economy. The construction industry and the jobs that the industry provides represents an investment to our state's future. whether it's public works constructions like roads and bridges, things that serve the transportation needs for decades to come, healthcare facilities and schools for us to provide needed services to our residents, residential construction that contributes and provides our housing stock, or commercial and industrial construction that supports all other sectors in the economy. The important work of the construction sector is work that we will benefit from year to year. In 2018, the construction sector alone employed more than 15,000 Vermonters, and total wage contributions were almost $780 million. These figures represent nearly 5% of the employment and wage totals for our state. In addition, we know there are many self-employed folks in the construction industry as well. In fact, in 2017, the Census Bureau reported more than 8,600 self-employed individuals in the construction sector, grossing an additional $495 million annually. Another way to look at the construction industry's incredible impact on Vermont is to look at the contribution of construction to the state's gross domestic product. In 2018, construction provided $1.14 billion in GDP, which represented nearly 4% of the state's total, which is $33.7 billion. Construction workers possess all the skill sets needed to maintain and grow our infrastructure. Our construction workforce is aging, as the governor said, and we're focused on finding workers who possess the skill sets needed to fill these jobs. Focused efforts by the Agency of Education, the Vermont Department of Labor, the Agency of Commerce and Community Development, along with construction associations, education and training providers, and employers in our state, are working diligently and creatively to establish a pipeline of future construction workers. You'll hear more about these efforts from Deputy Education Secretary Boucher, Acting Labor Commissioner Harrington, and President Moulton of VTC. At this time, I'd like to turn it over to Deputy Secretary Boucher.
Good morning. Excuse me. It's a pleasure to be with you this morning to speak about our ongoing work at the Agency of Education to strengthen career pipelines in the construction trades, as Governor Scott discussed. As both the governor and Secretary Curley mentioned, we face today a critical shortage of skilled workers going into the construction trades. As part of the solution to that challenge, at the Agency of Education, we've been focused on developing specific career pathways in construction, beginning as early as middle school, as part of our broader effort to ensure that all students graduate from high school fully career and college ready, with all the skills they need to successfully make their next move after graduating. We've been executing on this initiative, as Governor Scott mentioned, as part of the Cradle to Career vision that is a core part of the governor's vision for Vermont's education system. And we've also been doing this work in partnership with our friends and colleagues at the Department of Labor, the Agency of Commerce and Community Development, and numerous other community stakeholders. In construction particularly, we hear consistently from employers that they need employees with a high level of skill and will pay high wages to those who have that skill set. Some of those positions can begin directly after high school, and some require additional trades-based post-secondary training or education. Our focus has been to help ensure that Vermont's Career Technical Education System, or CTE system, and our high school programs are designed so that students graduate with a clear knowledge of the skills required at entry, mid-level, and advanced levels of work in the construction trades. Students know what is needed, and they know how to obtain additional work-based learning, internships, or additional training experiences should they need to pursue those opportunities. To that end, in 2018, we endorsed the National Center for Construction Education and Research's, better known as NCCER, Introductory Craft Skills Curriculum for implementation in all 17 of Vermont's CTE centers. The NCCER curriculum is a program used nationwide that culminates in stackable credentials. If you don't know what stackable credentials means, these are an accumulation of training sequences over time that, taken together, ideally prepare an individual for their specific occupation, including the capacity to shift either horizontally or laterally to positions that are sort of similar but need a unique skill set, and eventually to shift vertically up in their career. Building stackable credentials typically occurs in a nimble, more flexible, just-in-time fashion than do traditional certification or licensure programs. We need all of these, but I think we really need to invest in some of these stackable credential offerings. This curriculum endorsement and adoption ensures that all of our employers in the construction trades can anticipate and bank on the same skill set for all of our graduating CTE students statewide. And it's also important to note that both employers and CTE faculty were critical participants and drivers of this work. And we were careful about crafting this initiative that way because we wanted to make sure that we had buy-in and sustainability for the approach. We also partnered with the Vermont Talent Pipeline to carry this work, part of the Vermont Business Roundtable. Currently, we're working with each of the CTE centers across Vermont to implement this shared curriculum. The initial implementation went live last year in fall of 2018 for the entire school year. And I can't say, I'm not sure this would actually be meaningful for folks, but the fact that all of our CTE centers are doing the same thing in a particular program of study is actually brand new to our state. Usually it's very individualized at each particular local CTE center. So we're actually moving now towards evaluating that implementation and ensuring that all of our instructors out in the field have the requisite skills to fully implement and to feel very comfortable about the next step in terms of ensuring that our students get this particular educational curriculum. We're also working with CTE centers, our friends at Labor, Vermont Technical College, and Community College of Vermont to develop additional career pathways in the construction trades, expanding the roles of apprenticeships in trade programs, including plumbing, electrical, and heating, ventilation, and air conditioning, all critical needs in our state, broadly thinking of trades as the governor mentioned, and making sure that the initial part of our construction trades pipeline provided at the secondary level, so before students actually graduate from high school, really making sure that aligns seamlessly with the latter aspects of the pipeline that are occurring in the form of registered apprenticeships and post-secondary certificate and degree programs across the state. In closing, I would just echo what the governor and Secretary Curley said in terms of not being able to say enough about the importance of this work for our economy statewide. It's a critical occupational field for Vermont, and we all have more to do. Construction fields offer hands-on, high-paying jobs, in many cases to students just graduating from our CTE and apprentice programs, but also to those who are seeking additional training and certifications. And I believe our collaborative, complex work, relying on the active involvement of multiple state agencies, as you can see, as well as employers and educators, is really paving the way for the future of education in Vermont. It's offering clear opportunity and success for our students while simultaneously benefiting our construction employers and businesses. It's truly a win-win for all. Thank you very much. I'd like to now introduce Acting Commissioner Mike Harrington, who will share some perspectives from the Vermont Department of Labor.
Thank you, everyone. I have some remarks here. But before I do, I just want to give a special thank you to the folks from Vermont Heating and Ventilation. It's because of their attention to this topic that we're here today. And I just want to say thank you for bringing us this opportunity so we can celebrate this today. And thank you to the governor for supporting this activity today. I have to imagine it probably wasn't a hard sell to get him to sign on to this proclamation. But let me just say that the construction industry in Vermont is vital to our economy and our workforce. Prior to the last recession, this industry accounted for about 17,000 jobs. However, over the past 10 years, we saw that drop, especially during the recession, of about 25%. In the height of the recession, that was in 2010. Since then, this crucial trade has seen steady growth and currently employs more than 15,000 Vermonters, as was mentioned earlier. While great progress has been made over the past decade, it is not enough. Construction has been and will continue to be a key industry in Vermont, and because of this, the state of Vermont and the Department of Labor continue to invest in training opportunities that advance the skills of those either already in the industry or looking to start a career in the industry. Specifically, Vermont has doubled its efforts with regards to apprenticeships. Through more direct efforts, specialized programs, and recent federal investments, the state's apprenticeship program is able to assist employers in building their future workforce. Currently, there are over 28 registered apprenticeship programs in the state of Vermont, and over the past 12 months, we've had almost 2,000 apprentices go through those programs. Of these apprentices, 70% have been in the construction fields. Through apprenticeship programs, employers can provide critical job training specific to their business needs, while apprentices are learning valuable skills through on-the-job training. This model allows for existing and future workers to be better prepared for the current and future employment demands, all while earning a paycheck. Our priority remains to grow Vermont's economy and expand our state's workforce by continuing to invest in industries that are the backbone of this state. For employers who see this announcement, we would strongly encourage you to consider developing an apprenticeship program such as VHV at your own company or with a local educational institution, especially as next month we like to celebrate National Apprenticeship Week from November 11th through the 17th. It's now my pleasure to introduce one of our key apprenticeship partners, Pat Moulton, President of Vermont Technical College. Thank you all.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Harrington. Thank you, Governor Scott, for giving me the opportunity today. I also want to kudos to Vermont Heating and Ventilating for really bringing attention to the construction trades, and to you, Governor, for stepping up and signing this proclamation to bring attention to such an important sector here in Vermont. And Vermont Technical College is honored to offer the Plumbing and Electrical Apprenticeship Program for the state of Vermont. We do that in partnership with the Vermont Department of Labor. We've had this excellent partnership for a number of years, and we deliver this training at 12 sites around the state. Sarah Ballou from our Continuing Education and Workforce Development Division is here, and that's the division that heads up the apprentice. She's very much engaged with the apprentices, and I'm always impressed at the employers who support these students and the students themselves. As Sarah and I were chatting, they're going to work all day, they're coming to class in the evening, they're coming to class on Saturday, they're juggling family and everything that goes with it. But they know that that's going to end up in a really lucrative career that enables them to afford the quality of life that's so important to them. And the construction industry and the related trades provide that opportunity for Vermonters, in many cases, as the governor points out, without a degree. But we also have opportunities for degrees in the construction trades. Our construction project management program gives students the education they need to lead large commercial, industrial, and other building projects around the state. As Deputy Secretary Boucher mentioned, the Career and Technical Education Centers are an excellent place for students to launch that career and that career pathway, and we're working with CTE centers to build direct pathways to our degree programs. And we're looking at other opportunities beyond construction project management where we can offer additional certificate and/or degree programs. We offer an auto technology and diesel technology program, which is also critical to the construction trade. Somebody's got to keep the machinery working. Our architectural engineering technology program is teaching students how to design and build energy efficient buildings of the future, technologies we probably can't even envision right now. Our civil engineering associate's degree prepares graduates for careers in road, bridge, and other infrastructure construction fields, which is so critical. And we work very closely with the Vermont Agency of Transportation to prepare students for careers at VTrans and in the construction trades. VTrans sponsors every year for us a bridge building contest that we do for middle and high school students, where they literally build a bridge out of popsicle sticks, dental floss, and Elmer's glue. And if you ever want to have a good time, come down to the bridge building contest, because especially the middle schoolers, they have uniforms, they decorate their bridges, and we have a machine that actually smashes the bridges and will register the amount of weight and support. And we've had a middle school class come up with a bridge that sustained over 2,000 pounds of pressure out of popsicle sticks and glue and dental floss. Those are the future engineers of tomorrow. And we do that to try to introduce students to these lucrative careers. In fact, just today, Governor, we have over 700 young ladies on our campus in Randolph Center for the Women Can Do conference. This is an opportunity where we introduce young ladies to non-traditional careers in construction, engineering, law enforcement, firefighting, you name it. It's always a gorgeous day for when these girls come to campus for Women Can Do, but they just bully on through because that's what women do. And we're very pleased to do that in construction, in conjunction with Vermont Works for Women, the McClure Foundation, the Vermont Women's Fund, and the Agency of Education. And VTrans is there this morning with trucks and machinery and introducing students to the opportunities. Our continuing education and workforce development division is also engaged in green building trainings that we can certify folks to do building inspections and other green building techniques. The division also is working again with NCCR, you'll notice a theme here, offering a credentials project supervision course in the construction trades to become site certified leaders. We offer a number of summer camp opportunities to young people to experience and experiment with various careers. Our Rosie's Girls STEM Leadership Camp at our Randolph Center campus engages young ladies in leadership development around science, technology, math, and engineering, the STEM fields. We will be offering again this year the National Summer Transportation Institute, working with VTrans, and it will be at our Randolph and Williston campuses. We have some information on the table. This provides young men and women the opportunity to explore careers in transportation through awareness of the complex transportation systems we've all come to rely on. And we offer other summer camps for middle and high school students in computer programming, aeronautics, and more. There are excellent opportunities in the construction sector in Vermont, and Vermont Tech is proud to prepare students to launch those careers through certificates as well as degree programs. And we're pleased to continue to partner with the state of Vermont in expanding our apprenticeship programs and expanding opportunities for young people in this trade. It is lucrative, and there are many opportunities, and thank you very much for the opportunity.
Well, thank you very much, Pat. You do tremendous work there at VTC, and it continues to be a staple in this profession. At this point, we'd be happy to answer any questions you have about the subject at hand, then we can get into other questions if you'd like after.
It seems, Governor, since the day you took office, the demographic challenge has been at the top of your list.
Yeah.
I mean, is there any place in Vermont where there isn't a demographic challenge?
Unfortunately, no. And that's part of our struggle and part of our challenge. And when you look back at, I talk about this a lot, 30,000 fewer kids that we have in our schools from 20 years ago. That has a ripple effect across our state colleges as well as in all sectors. And I think it really does impact the trades in particular because they're the ones that stay here in Vermont. And we're not having, we've somewhat lost the crop. So we have to find approaches, ways to entice, to bring more people into the state, whether it's with immigration or whether it's with some of the state-to-state programs and so forth that we've been encountering, as well as the military pensions that I keep talking about. That we should stop taxing military pensions because we want people after they retire from the military, they're in their prime and they can come back into the workforce. So they pay attention to who taxes and who doesn't. We're one of just a handful of states, under 10 at this point, that continues to tax their pensions. So they don't come here. So we have to find other opportunities every way we can to attract more people into the state. And affordability is part of that.
Do you have a sense of how many construction jobs are open right now that aren't filled?
Mike might be able to answer this, but I would, every sector is impacted, and I would say that there is not a construction company in Vermont that isn't looking for help. But I don't know if you have any statistics.
The only thing I would say is we did go back into the numbers and look at this, but it's such seasonal work and it fluctuates so much that it's hard at any one given time to be able to track how many positions are open. For instance, right now, we're on the downward side of the construction season, so that changes and skews the numbers. But the thing I would also point out is we don't typically think of all the ancillary construction jobs that are out there too. So when we talk about flaggers and GIS and other things of that nature, they're not, I don't think we think about them as construction work, but they are part of that cohort of people.
It sounds like you were talking about the folks that are in the pipeline to sort of become involved in the trades and the construction trades in Vermont. I mean, obviously we have a demographic issue. There aren't enough people, young people sort of in our school systems, but as far as things are going right now, are you satisfied with the number of people that are, it sounds like the answer is no based on this, but I guess what is the goal for like the number of students in college and or high school you'd like to see?
Yeah, well, we'd always like to see more. I think there's, it's in my mind a two issue. One is internal within our state, and then external. How do we bring more people to our state? So for me, I think we always see a demand. We can always put more people into the funnel and into the system. You know, we would, when we talk about reversing the trend and bringing more people in, it's not just about going to a net neutral. We need to be in a net positive. And so while we talk about losing, you know, 6,000 people out of our workforce in our schools, that actually equates to us needing to attract more than that to begin to rebuild, you know, the funnel and the people in our system and in our going through our programs. So, you know, it's quite a feat, but you know, we're working diligently, and I think we've seen progress, and we'll continue to see progress.
Well, again, with a 2.1% unemployment rate, the lowest in the country.
Yeah.
Something you said at the beginning, do you think too many young people are going to school for four-year degrees?
Well, I think there are other opportunities. I think that we should be looking to make sure that we utilize the two-year programs, as well as some of the industry themselves have stepped up to the plate and provided training in different ways. I think there's other approaches that we've been taking. Traditionally, everyone looked at a four-year program. I'd say Vermont Technical College, in its history, had two-year degrees, associate degrees, and could go on to a four-year program at that point. I've had numerous friends that went for civil engineering at VTC and went from there from a two-year program to a four-year at UVM. But I also know many who went through the two-year civil engineering program who work for the state right now in VTrans. So I just think that we have to think outside the box. We have to continue to find different approaches and not use the four-year degree as a barrier for those interested in the trade. It isn't always the answer.
If I may
Yeah, sure.
too, add, at Vermont Tech, we have certificate, which are one-year programs. We're building more. CCV, also Community College of Vermont's engaged in certificate programs, and often that's really all you need to get out and into the trades with a certificate. And then sometimes students get bitten by the bug and want to go on and get their associate's degree or bachelor's. But it's important, and I agree with the governor, it's important to offer all kinds of pathways for students. Maybe you can't afford a four-year degree right out of the gate. A certificate or associate's is a great way to start. Engaging in the apprenticeship programs. We're launching new apprenticeship programs in various accounting, healthcare, and construction and industrial maintenance. Those are great opportunities. You earn and learn at the same time.
Well,
so there's always room for a four-year degree, but there's always lots of other options.
Again, I think what you've done with the apprenticeship program in conjunction with the state is a model for other sectors as well. I mean, these are, if you go to the graduation, which I've done for the last number of years, and these are people who are working during the day, and they're going to classes at night. It might take them years to accomplish, but they're committed, and it's really rewarding to see the families who are there and these employees coming up through the ranks and wanting to better themselves. So this has been, whether it's in electrical or plumbing, there's other opportunities as well for apprenticeships.
I guess, does any of what needs to happen involve changing or expanding our vocational offerings, or is this more about getting people here?
It's a bit of both. Trying to blend, I believe. I was in when I went to Spalding. I was in the vocational program in the afternoons. Because I love to build and craft and create things. So, and I really liked to do that. So I went in, entered the program in the afternoons for 2 years. I was in the machine trades program. And then I do my college prep in the mornings. But there's a certain stigma that was attached to that. I didn't feel a part of either. I felt as though Those in the college prep in the mornings wondered why the vocational kid was here with them in the mornings, and in the afternoons they looked at me differently because I was in the other wing in the morning. So it's there's a stigma that does exist. I think it's up to us to try and blend that, to combine, that it's not just for those who can't make it in one area or the other. It's a great opportunity and very rewarding. And these are highly paid jobs at this point because of supply and demand. And as they can attest to, I mean, they're living this. Vermont Heating and Ventilating, I'm sure you're looking for help today, correct? Yeah. How many could you take today?
Probably 6 or 7.
Yeah. So every company is looking for help right now.
Can I actually add to that too?
Sure. Come on in, Heather.
I think one of the real key pieces is we're starting introducing students to these CTE programs early on. So in 7th grade, they're starting to learn about these particular options. The other thing, I talked about the shared curriculum. I think part of the strategy with that is that we have usually CTE regional centers have very tight connections at the local level, and they're able to work closely. But we want a system where students who graduate from any of those tech centers can actually go around the state and could actually be employed to fill some of those gaps that are where you folks are, even though they've been trained in the South, for instance. So I think that's part of what we're doing around that systemic change too.
Thank you, Heather. Any other questions about the topic? So you're welcome to stay, but I'd be happy to take any other questions or try to answer any other questions you might have.
What's been the reaction within the Republican Party, both statewide and nationally, to your thoughts on the impeachment issue?
To be honest, I haven't heard back from any officials within the party. Or for that matter, any other governors who happen to be Republicans. We certainly have a number of people on both sides of the aisle calling in to the governor's office, either thanking or voicing their displeasure for any action I might take. But officially, I have heard nothing from anyone else.
I mean, I've seen some not so nice things in some of the national media, the national conservative media. You don't pay attention to those?
I try not to, right? You know, I'm just trying to do what I think is right. I've explained it. I feel as though I'm like an umpire or a judge. You just call them the way you see them, and try and be honest about that and forthright. I think we have an obligation as political leaders within our own states throughout the country. We see so much polarization, so much divisiveness, that we have an obligation to reinstill that faith and trust that's been lost. People want to have faith in their government. And we as leaders have a responsibility to just tell the truth and be as transparent as we can, regardless of the ramifications. You know, who knows what will happen in the next election for anyone. So. But while you're in office, you take an oath to uphold the Constitution, as well as to do your best for your constituents, and that's all I try to do.
You might have seen Senator Ash recently sent a letter to the treasurer urging her to divest our pensions from fossil fuel companies' investments. And I'm just wondering if you would ever support that, if that's something you want to look at after GMP?
Yeah, I thought that was interesting, GMP divesting. I think this has been a topic of conversation. Obviously, this is under the purview of the treasurer, and I'm sure she'll take this seriously. Be happy to talk with her about that, but again, I think she has a responsibility as well to oversee that, and that's her. She'll make a decision on that. I would defer to her.
I mean, in theory, do you think it's a good idea?
I think again, she has a responsibility to the pensions and retirement funds and so forth. So she's trying to do the best she can to make sure that we're able to pay those pensions in the end. And you know, we're having that debate. We've had this debate for last number of years about the lack of the underfunding of our pensions and our liabilities. So this falls within that. So she's got a tough balancing act.
So she determined that it was risky to pull those investments.
Well, they were apparently, I mean, I don't want to speak for her. I think it's a better question for her, but obviously she's trying to do the best she can, balancing those funds that are lucrative with those who aren't, which aren't, and trying to do whatever she can to make sure that she maintains that balance.
We're seeing some pretty big headlines overseas right now. The U.S. pulling troops out of Syria. It's gotten mixed mixed reactions from both sides of the aisle. Where do you stand?
Well, I mean, again, I think they've weighed in. We saw this in Congress yesterday, which was a bit of a surprise. It's a bipartisan reaction to the withdrawal out of Syria and Syria, Turkey, the Kurds, and I think that both Democrats and Republicans voice their displeasure in the way it was done. Whether we should be out of there or not is a separate question, and I think most would say we need to bring our troops home. But how you do that is important, and I believe that we saw that rebuke yesterday with Congress and across party lines.
Have you had a discussion with the Attorney General or the Attorney General's office regarding the new public records policy?
I have not. Obviously, I spoke with, I think that was reported, I spoke with my cabinet about this on Tuesday. And it seemed clear to me, the Supreme Court decision seemed clear, that we're not going to charge if someone has a camera and wants to take pictures of any documents, they're public documents, and we have an obligation to follow the law. So it seemed clear to me.
I think your office had said, or you had said, that there is some sort of clarifying guidance coming on this?
Well, we need to make sure. I mean, I spoke from this position to the cabinet, but we need to put it in writing. So I'll be working with Secretary Young on this and make sure that everyone understands what position we're in and where we're supposed to go, so that we're consistent. I think that's important. The consistency across the administration is important.
I mean, how does that work if the AG says it's going to go one way and you say it's going to go another?
Well, we have a responsibility for the administration, and they will follow whatever we determine that they should do. So, but the AG can do what he wants within his organization, but we're taking a different tact.
Both the Attorney General and the Secretary of State have suggested creating a new position or a new office that would deal with these public records requests and sort of relieve the burden, I guess. I mean, where do you stand on that?
I'm not looking to grow the bureaucracy any further than it is right now, to be honest with you. I think we can handle this within the House. I don't know why we would need a whole new office to do this. All right. Thank you very much.